Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 2 as we head into the Grand Finals. I'm here with one of the titans of casting, Moxie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good, Shib. Yeah, I'm staying up a little bit later than my usual bedtime so I can hop across the pond and join you guys over on the NA side to have a look and see what exactly your region has been up to. And it's been interesting for sure, as a lot of these teams run some very interesting compositions, shall we say.
That's it. And we talk about interesting compositions. We're going to our first game here, obviously going to be the lower bracket side finals as we head into the grand finals, best of 7. But these teams have run some unique compositions, and that's what I'm personally stoked for. I think we saw a little bit actually during Ignite that sometimes these unique compositions that aren't scrimmed against find a ton of value. And we can see that here with Cafe Noir, who found that value with magic and some of these weird compositions that maybe they don't have the practice against.
Yeah, I mean, 7.62 on both the Magic, but also on that Panther is something that we can circle back to as we have to talk about, well, the fact that Phoenix, Jean Grey, is going to be our next duelist, and she's going to be flying in, exploding onto that scene, and likely the meta, given what we've heard about her abilities when we head into Season 3, which is going to be kicking off on July 11th. It is so close.
Yeah, I've been hands-on with this new season, and it is so much fun. I mean, we talk about all the time these quick changes, how it really shakes up the game and changes the meta. And somebody like ADHD like me, I love these fast-paced changes. I love how the meta shakes up, and Phoenix is insane. And another hit scan, got a ton of movement, and that ultimate that destroys all equipment and applies that passive. It is insane. So much fun.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be impacting a lot of that meta, but we can also have a look and see something that's currently in the game right now, which are these costumes. Captain America's Captain Clinton and Spider-Man's Future Foundation skins are going to be coming on through, and you can just open up the game, open up the store page, and grab them right off of the rip if you don't want to have to wait for Season 3 before all of those symbiote skins become available.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the Future Foundation, Reed Richard obviously setting up the Future Foundation, and it's just a bunch of smart youngsters getting together. Really cool storyline there. But we do also, at this moment, have drops for Magic. I mean, I really do love these Galactus skins. I talk about the small details of changing the color, even with Darkchild, right, with this skin. That's just that extra mile for a free skin that all you have to do is stay tuned right here for about 6 hours, and it will be yours. Have you copped yours yet?
Yeah, and I mean, the Echoes of Limbo emote as well is absolute fire, pardon the pun, entirely intended, because that's one of those infinite emotes too, where you can literally just style on the objective. Like if it's convoy and your team is just in full control of that, you can break out the emote and just watch as it slowly moves this way. But we talked about, 7.62 playing that Magic. He's also been playing the Panther, and he's been a little bit of a menace on it, to the point that a lot of the teams running up against Cafe Noir have insta-banned out Black Panther, freeing them up to grab something a little bit more meta. So I would be unsurprised if we see that tradition continuing today.
Yeah, I think there's big value in forcing out a ban on a hero that you know what I mean, maybe isn't quote-unquote meta or expected. But we can look here real quick on the rounds of this tournament so far. But today, July 6th, we are heading in to the lower bracket finals. Obviously, this is going to be a ton of fun to watch. 7, best of 7, so it can push out a few games here. I've been a part of a lot of Game 7 series, so if that's any indication, I'm like, good luck when it comes to this stuff. So we'll see if that happens again today. I'm excited to see who makes it to that grand finale and gets that cash prize.
And that cash prize is a big chunk of cash too. A total prize pool of 14,500, which will be allocated to all participants, with the champion being able to take that biggest chunk of prize. $6,000 they'll be walking away with, second place grabbing half of that as well. So nothing to sniff at when it comes to a hard day's work of Marvel Rivals Esports.
That's it. Just creating a team with some buddies, getting out there, playing the tournament, and try to push it all the way for some money is such a, just like a pipe dream. You want to do it when you're growing up, and this game gives you that opportunity just right in the client. Such a cool situation we've got here. As we look now, we will be beginning here with the lower bracket finals, one below all versus Cafe Noir, and then we find out who makes it to the grand finals, and I am stoked for that.
Yeah, Cafe Noir actually finding themselves in the lower bracket pretty early on. In round 6, they lost out to Team Darkness, unfortunately. But ever since that, they've been making that dream return run in the lower bracket and being able to come out all the way now to a matchup against One Below All, who they have to beat. As One Below All, they've got skin in the game too. They want that rematch, Ship. They want revenge against a rival 7 who sent them tumbling down in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome. We talk about the buff of just the rage buff, the Hulk Bruce Banner situation, where if you lose, you come back, you take it personally, you learn from the team comps, and you try to change some stuff up as you push to the rematch. So I'm curious what we'll see that may be different, because I believe that last go around it was 3-0, correct?
It was a close one for sure for Team Darkness, the matchup, but no, that 3-0 was pretty rough when we saw Rival 7 versus One Below All. Midtown 2 was especially brutal, as it was a Midtown full spawn hold coming on out, Shib, where we got to see the full shenanigans, triple Vanguard, triple Strategist.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that now in this level of play, that early hold is just buy time, then you portal back to try to get a few fights, guarantee 3 fights on those points. But we are going to be heading in right now to the banning phase, and yeah, you were right, that Panther right off the rip, what a call, and Emma, which is no surprise to me.
Yeah, Cafe Noir really liking to run any iteration of dive, no matter whether 7.62 is going to be on T'Challa or whether or not they're on something else, as we're going to be seeing One Below All now decide what they want to save. Something that we should note as well to all of you in Twitch chat, this is the standard ban format, so all of these bans are going to be affecting both of these teams, not just one-sided for your opponents, which is why we're going to likely be seeing things like the Loki and the Luna still be able to make it through, as to are the Punisher and Wolverine.
Yeah, and that just touches on the point that we mentioned. When you have someone that can play a more obscure hero and it forces the enemies to ban it out, it does allow, say your strategist to have those more advantageous backlines with Loki, Luna, and some of that stuff just squeaks through the cracks, which is a huge advantage. And it's why some of these teams that run obscure compositions get a ton of value out of the banning phase, which can absolutely win and lose you games.
Oh, Cloak and Dagger has been removed. Cloak and Dagger have been seeing a huge rise in pick percentage over the last couple of weeks as teams have been able to realize how important and valuable Terror Cape can be as a cooldown, as we're going to be seeing the Magneto save coming on through, making that Punisher pick just a little bit more fragile in terms of the reaction check between Meteor and being able to cancel out Final Judgment, or Final Judgment being able to overload the Comet before it can be thrown. As Cafe Noir, there's a forecast on the horizon, and that is going to be a storm brewing, as we're going to be seeing the Storm and the Punisher for that 12% damage boost off of the Goddess boost cooldown.
Yeah, we've seen 762 run a ton of Storm, so I'm sure that's who is going to be running that hero. I'm surprised to not see the lock in there of Magneto. Maybe they'll ban that out as well, kind of taking 2 of the Vanguards off the field, and it doesn't make it more difficult to stay up as Punisher unless you use something like, the Thing for that damage reduction, and hopefully it's enough to keep him healthy in that return Meteor M, that return descender of those bullets. So you got to find some sort of success, but no, it looks like they're going to be taking out the Luna instead.
Oh, okay, so Loki makes it through, but a lot of these teams, because Cloak and Dagger was banned out, gonna have to be pivoting over to Invis, which is gonna be getting a little bit less value given the fact that Johnny Storm, the sibling, has been removed from play too, so we're not gonna be seeing that team up come through. However, Invisible Boundary with that 165 healing per second, plus the Guardian Shield, is going to be able to potentially get in the way of that one shot against your Punisher. You don't need a full health bar, as long as you've just got one little bit of tick left on that shield to be able to entirely block the Mag Meatball.
Yeah, and it's those reaction times from the back line, how fast they can be. Honestly, as casters, sometimes we have no idea what stop that hurricane or that meteor from coming in. It's just the millisecond timing that can save the Punisher, and that's all it takes. Like you said, 1 HP on that shield, and we begin our defense here. Right now, Cafe Noir showing off the Thor. Not sure if that's going to stay around. I'm not sure if we've seen too much of that in this tournament so far. We did not get any eyes of that in the Americas region for Ignite. I'm not sure over there in EMEA if you guys saw anything with Thor.
No, we sadly did not, but we did see a couple of teams try and cheese out of spawn with a Widow looking for that first pick. However, Cafe Noir not going to be holding 762 onto it and swap off to that Storm with the Squirrel Go coming through from Hopeful in the off chance that it is a spawn hold. Are they going to stick with this? Or is it going to be a swap? There we go. They see it's not a spawn hold, and it is going to be that default Storm Punisher mirror.
Yeah, for those who don't know, a lot of these teams are electing to use Squirrel to just burst down some of those Groot walls, as the ult at this level of play doesn't get so much value, and obviously it's a little more difficult to land that damage, but a ton of damage coming out for Squirrel, so they use that early. As we begin here, Runaan's on the high side, just going to start building up, putting some damage out, try to get that ult, but the turret was immediately taken down. That'll be getting a slight nerf here coming up in the new season because of how fast it builds that ultimate charge. Runaan just keeping the pressure on the back. We see another turret fall here from Hopeful.
Yeah, talking about fast, this cart pressure is the opposite of it right now, as Chuckles is doing such a good job of anchoring and not allowing it to pass around that first corner, meaning that Hopeful is really not getting a good angle to put pressure onto one below all, and Runaan's up on that high ground. 762 just trying to poke and pressure out these Vanguards before making a play to keep up the pressure onto the duelists above. If you can find the other Storm, that's huge, because suddenly you get the opportunity to play for one-sided tempo. But it looks like Cafe Noir now, with the ultimates built up, are looking for that rotation, and they're just gonna walk in with a Mega Hurricane.
And here comes the Hurricane out of the backline. Out goes that boundary. Is going to pull that out. And honestly, that is value right there, just due to how fast Storm can get that ultimate back already at roughly 20% off the rip right there. Notice at this level of play, you'll see these Storms consistently having a fair amount of the team, if not all of the team, in that aura for damage and speed boost, which is, you know, it's all about that team play at this level. Out goes the damage, and a ton goes out, holding up here on the high side again. Keeping the pressure forward is Tones, and they are still walking this thing with neither side, finding any pick, and they are just playing very passively. Both teams likely a little bit nervous from this first game, and here we go. Hopeful off the rip, a ton of pressure out, doesn't find what it does. Down goes Chuckles, as we see one up here in terms of advantage ults, roughly even on both sides. You see Healy's and Runaan's both using ults there from the side of one below all. Cafe Noir trying to keep the pressure forward, and here comes an eye. Oh no, it gets stuffed by the sign, still finds a few, but it is going to get a pick there onto Sam. Voop goes down as well, and that is two. Make that three for Cafe Noir, who will be pushing forward on this point.
Yeah, big eye of Agamotto, despite the force physics coming on through from healers, as we're actually going to see if you go for the portal counter to stop one below all from getting a recontest fight onto this convoy. Should be able to give them that first point before they have to deal with one below all coming on through. But the Omega Hurricane is just going to make sure to dot the I's, cross the T's in the case that one below all are able to slot a player through.
Yeah, and I like the way you put that. It's essentially, you're using this ultimate a lot of the time, as we see a switch here as I'm having this conversation, just to try to, it gets value from various different things, whether it's shutting down movement, whether it's forcing out strategist ultimates. That stuff is valuable, so you'll see a lot of these Storms pressing Q almost off cooldown. And we see Sam here, and as I'm talking about that, another Hurricane coming out. Will it find value onto the back line? And there is that boundary. Once again, forcing that cooldown out is worth it, as they already have the point pressing forward here for Cafe Noir. One below all, a little bit on their heels, and here comes Eye of Agamotto. Crystals go out, though. Will it keep everyone healthy? It does. Chuckle's gonna have to drop back at about 500 HP. Still holding on. Up goes the Meteor Ram. Will this one land? The meatball from downtown, not able to do so. Still roughly even in the return here. Like 80 charge does not get any value just yet, and another boundary goes out.
Yeah, Invis boundary now comes on through, and as utilizing Final Judgment at the epicenter off of it, Cafe Noir does not have any idea where that Final Judgment is coming from, but now they come through with one of their own. Healy's has the second Invis boundary, though, and that's going to mean that Hopeful's ultimate is getting very, very little. Invis boundary drops, Final Judgment still going on through, but the regen domain has kept everyone intact until now. The runes get pushed out, and it's going to be Cafe Noir just being able to absorb the pressure at the beginning of that fight and come in still holding on to an Invis boundary for the contest fight before they're able to capture second.
Yeah, like you said, ult advantage up here for Cafe Noir. Great play. I love the switch there by 762 onto the Wolf, putting a ton of pressure there onto Chuckles with no escape from that little cat, man. Sharpened up claws, pressing forward again. Runaan's gonna try to find some value, just try to get back on their toes here, pressing forward, but no. Seems like the pressure's still in the back as a big eye goes out. Make that 2-0. That is a huge ult there from Iffy. 762 gonna find two more, and that should be enough here for point two. And wow, the momentum is heavily up for Cafe, who are just walking towards point three.
Yeah, great read coming on through from Iffy, understanding that One Below All was stalling for Sam to be able to build that Omega Hurricane to force out the Invis boundary and potentially make Cafe Noir turn and tail, give up that space, allow Runans to come on through with a later final judgment. So they go first with the Eye before that Storm can build the ultimate. One Below All do now have the Omega Hurricane, but they do have to worry about both strategist ultimates being up as well as the Wolverine. 762 from downtown appears, and Sam is haunted by the duelist. Omega Hurricane comes out directly onto the cart itself, but Cafe Noir just use that invis boundary and still try and shred the Storm out of it.
Yeah, what a beautiful tackle, and last stand goes out. That one does find Runans in the back. Runans goes down, and that's going to be a little bit of an advantage here for Cafe. Great tackle, as you said, off the rip by 762. That gave me a nightmare, and once again, and there's the ID, and just self-defense, and they are going to find that return. Maybe not. They do not, as Tone's going to find Voob. Back still in the favor of Cafe Noir, who are finding their way through these alt battles, still with an advantage in ultimates and in numbers.
One Below All do have that final judgment as well as Meteor Arm to absorb Hopefuls, but they don't have the numbers. Cafe Noir are just being able to find these picks one by one, and One Below All have to give up space for that card just to be able to regroup. They've got the better ultimate fight coming on through, but they have to make it count. Out comes the final judgment, the force physics to pull Tones forward. That's already the bulwark forced, but Cafe Noir just hide inside the building, and One Below All without a strategist ultimate don't have the confidence to intrude.
Yeah, and it's returned right back. Hopeful gonna take this space. A ton of damage goes out. The shields being depleted. Iffy finds Necrise. That's one down. Here comes the Eye, and it doesn't even matter. That is a 3-point sweep there. Really well done by Cafe.
Really good read of just the space to take those fights coming on through from Cafe Noir, understanding that the regroup was coming on through from One Below All. They didn't need to overextend. As long as they've got control of that last corner, all of them can just scarper away, hide inside that building, wait the final judgment out, and then come back in with a final judgment of their own. Because if One Below All try and disengage it rather than challenge it, they lose regardless because they have literally no space left to give. The objective was right there at the finish line.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like in the side of Cafe Noir, they were just walking at that point. No real, I mean, they just played slow, confidently, played off ultimates, always seemed to have advantage like we were talking about. Numbers advantage too. I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a nerve situation. You know how it is when you're this deep in the tournament. Hearts are pounding, and that can greatly affect gameplay. It just seemed like the side of One Below All was a little bit on their heels. Let's see if that changes here as we start up on attack.
Yeah, it felt as well like 762 was just playing tempo disruption on the Wolverine. Even though One Below All, like, they had the Storm, they had the ability to force out the Invis boundary to go early with the Goddess boost. They had the better damage for their Punisher. They never really got to utilize what that Punisher could do because they're constantly on the back foot, having to give up ground. Respecting the Wolverine a little bit too much, it felt like, as we're going to be seeing One Below All start off in a composition they're likely not going to be continuing out of the spawn doors with, as Cafe Noir haven't gone for any form of mozzarella or Gouda. It's just old-fashioned default with the Punisher.
I love it. No cheese yet. Yeah, but I really do like the composition there from Cafe. I do think that is threatening on both the off-angle tackle and just the hit scan range. As we see a turret placed here, trying to get that out and get the pressure back in your favor. One Below All now going to deal a ton of damage. Great positioning. Shields out to buy time and get that all charge already at 50% here for Runans. Good play. Still going to reset on height as the card is scooching forward. 762 doing what Wolverine does, giving nightmares to everyone with a mean tackle down. Goes Sam there. Well done again. Now, what a tackle.
I mean, what an alt charge from Connie. A God of Mischief is 40% away of 762, gets the force physics and just jumps back to the rest of his team to get stabilized, and still One Below All are yet to be able to cross around this first corner. Again, it just feels like Cafe Noir are letting this team do what they want. They're taking the damage so that they can channel it into low-key alt charge for Connie to have the ultimate before Voob, and then if they want to, they can play uber aggressive to take even more of the space. One Below All try and push Cafe Noir all the way back to ambulance.
Yeah, right now, Runans has ult, and here it goes. Final Judgment immediately launched out. It's going to be a shield to leader. They are going to play around that natural cover. Notice, as you're climbing ladder, a lot of these teams electing to use natural cover just to hide. Do not force cooldowns until you need to, and they turn it right back as they find Runans, and Sam goes down. Hopeful finds two, and they are right back. Well played again from the defensive side of Cafe, who are just playing around that natural cover and then attacking when there's an opening together, committing heavy on Runans, and down he goes.
Chuckles does have the Eye of Agamotto. Unfortunately, Coach with the Force Physics can immediately stop the strain.
Wow.
Or we can just stop the push in its tracks. Tones is able to find the pick onto Runans, and without the Punisher, OBA are not going to be committing anything to this. You've lost your main component of damage. As unfortunately, the longer this poke goes, the more Cafe Noir are going to be closer to building up that last stand to shove everyone out of Invis boundary.
And we do start off with another neutral, but look how many ults are here. Sam goes in with a Hurricane. That's going to force out something. They're going to try to burn it here with the Final Judgment using the crystals, and that is a tough look. Good positioning way to get out of there, but force a ton of cooldowns to keep you healthy. We'll hopefully be able to find a pick. No, it is going to be matched again, and we see Qs popped everywhere, but who gets the most value? Yet to be seen. Again, hopeful. There goes one as Sam finds Tones, and now we do have advantage on the side of one below wall. Up one number. Alt advantage still on their side for this moment. Up goes the Meteor. Wow, what a zipline juke to stay healthy, and Sam finds two more, and now one below all are scooching forward with a 4-piece from Sam.
Great Invis boundary coming on through from Heelys to catch everyone with a 30% slow boost, as we see the regen domain now come out from OBA just to be able to hold their ground and not have any trades, as there is going to be a TP recontest coming on through from Cafe Noir, something that OBA would denied. Runan's, however, going to have that Final Judgment to play off of the back of the Eye of Agamotto, as Sam doesn't get to hide around the bus. If he comes on through with a massive Maelstrom of Madness and the Storm goes down, Runan's knows that they're potentially going to be next. Ziplines to the back of Ambulance to get the cover to activate Final Judgment. Now gets the regen domain as well as the pocket coming in through from the Strange Seraphim shield. And OBA are trying to pick up momentum off of this, using the threat of the Punisher ultimate when Cafe Noir have nothing to answer back by buying space to get Chuckles close enough for an Eye of Agamotto, which catches the Wolverine, but where's the pick?
Yeah, there goes two right there. Runan's able to find a few with the defensive ultimate from the side of Chuckles just to try to keep the Wolf away. Again, some more tackles go out. Tones, Chuckles finds Cone. Down goes Coach, and there goes Tones as well, as one below all are able to scooch through point one and try to put this back in their favor with 2 minutes and 30 on the clock.
Hopeful. Swap to that Psylocke is actually going to swap back to the Punisher. Came back potentially to have the Psylocke threaten out that Storm as well as get to the point a little bit faster. Thankfully was able to retain 50% ult charge to that next Final Judgment, so we're going to have it in the next fight potentially, as OBA continue to push, eroding the space that Cafe Noir have to be able to play. Being able to immediately claim possession of that high ground position means a lot of convoy distance for free.
Yeah, you talked about how fast these judgments are coming through. We mentioned in the new season, obviously going to be toned down a little bit, increasing the gain you can get in terms of the turret from the all charge and the charge in general. Runans finds one. Neck rise onto Tones, and now one below all keeping the pressure forward. Still able to find some picks here. Runans gets another, and Neck rise with another, and just like that, shoved back towards the spawn door. And now we have a game on our hands, as there's still some good time on the clock with 1:40 here, but alt advantage going to be on the side of Cafe Noir in this next fight.
Yeah, Hopeful beating a hasty retreat to not get staggered, as they've got the win condition for this next fight. However, it does teeter. You've got Necroise with that Meteor M. Is the reaction check going to get past? Out comes the Final Judgment. Necroise actually not investing the ultimate, holding it for a later date. Final Judgment comes on through from OBA's side as well, from the inside of the Invis boundary, and the Meteor finds its target. Even outside of Final Judgment, Hopeful goes down. Huge Eye of Agamotto led up into that last stand follow-on through, coming on out from 762 though. But OBA not losing all of their players, still going to have the better when it comes to the second stage of the fight. They've still got resources and ultimates.
Yeah, we need to see a big eye here from Chuckles if they want to make sure they can press through, as time is now ticking away, and now's the moment you need to make a play as Voob finds one, and that is what you're looking for here for one below all, who needs to keep this momentum forward. Kanuya is going to find Sam, keeping the pressure right back, even out in numbers now, but who is going to turn this fight around? We got 35 on. It's all about this fight and potentially a portal play if Chuckles goes down in time, but at this point, not sure it's going to happen. Out goes the invisible boundary from Coach. Ultimate still being held here. Voob going to be using one from one of below all. Heelys going to match the invisible boundary, but the last stand is the nightmare for this ultimate, as it can shove you out, and it does. Do they get great crystals to keep the team healthy? Incredible reaction time. That is not enough, as Cafe Noir gets 4, and it's returned right back. Will it matter? No. Sam finds one. 762 turning that right back. Will the portal come through with 3 seconds on the clock? I'm not sure it can.
No, it's not going to, and Cafe Noir will be able to hold. Oh, what a wonderful last stand. Wonderful last stand to just push everyone outside of the invis boundary, and then that forces the reaction chain of the regeneration domain where everyone thinks that they're safe. But, Shib, that means when a regeneration domain comes out, everyone wants to stand inside it. So Iffy just gets the green light literally to come through with the most massive Eye of Agamotto, catching on to 4 players, and then the runestones that only have 100 HP get obliterated in the Maelstrom of Madness that sweeps the entire team. And unfortunately from there, OB are just too far behind in the fight to come back.
Yeah, it looked really clean there. I'm not going to lie for the side of Cafe Noir, but we saw the momentum changing, right? One Below All started looking very confident as a team. We see some good finals across the board. Even there for Voob on the Loki. Clearly a very strong Loki player. Obviously, still learning a lot of these players for the MRC as they make their way to future tournaments. But this is a really good series, at least so far. Finally seeing the team step up to each other's level. 7-6-2 with 10 finals, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the amount of stock that Cafe Noir put into Voob on that Loki, because in their past rounds, their saves were always Loki. Loki was always saved for them so that they could put Voob onto that role, and Loki is just such an insanely strong hero, probably one of the strongest characters in the game itself, just with the regeneration domain, and also the fact that with your primary, you damage and you heal, and it's an AoE. So just look at the speed that those Lokis were building up those ultimates, and just having the regeneration domains as well to be able to play counter to whatever came through from ultimates on the other side.
Yeah, we see some strong play there from Kanuya and Coach, right? You look over at they've only been eliminated 2 and 3 times respectively, where you look across for Voob and Healy, 6 and 5. It goes to show you it's all about positioning, it's all about understanding of cooldowns and using those crystals at the very last moment, right? We talk about how it's one of the only abilities in the game that could essentially cancel out ultimates, and we just see a ton of success here for the side of Cafe.
Yeah, but you don't want to use them early, because as we've covered, those runestones have a HP, and it's not that big. It's only 100. So if you use them too early, your opponent sees them, overholds their ultimate, tells the team, hey, burn the greens, and all of a sudden, what should have been a hero moment for the Loki turns fittingly into a rather villainous one for the other side.
Yeah, Loki mains rejoice because in this new patch, the crystals are not being increased in terms of cooldown. Instead, it's going to be a slight alt charge increase of about 300, if I'm not mistaken. But before we dive into more of this analysis and head towards game 2, we've got a short break for you. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are setting up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and when they're no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, dark
Welcome back, everyone. Cafe Noir went and took game one. What do you think needs to change for One Below All to bounce back?
I think definitely we might see a very different rotation of bans come through, the Wolverine target definitely being one of them, because it really did just feel like the Wolverine allowed Cafe Noir to just control the tempo fully. Not only were your vanguards frightened to step forward, so too was your duelist. And if you're trying to play Storm and have just one-sided tempo against your opponent, you kind of need the Storm to be able to hit Goddess Boost to be able to do that.
100%, and it also forces out a ton of cooldowns that you may use elsewhere. Magneto now bubbling Strange all the time just to try to keep Wolverine away and at bay. That change in style really messes with the flow of the team, the understanding of cooldowns, and when you need to use various cooldowns for things like, for example, you see the Hurricane coming in, you're going to want to bubble it as Mag if they are forcing pressure out, but you can't do that anymore when Wolverine is tackling Strange every some odd second, so it's just brutal.
Yeah, the problem for One Below All, though, is that they have to just keep banning 762's Panther, which means that the Wolf is probably going to be able to get through. Last time we saw a Storm save come on out for the side of One Below All is, like you said, they tried to use a Mega Hurricane to force Cafe Noir into burning a Strategist ultimate, and Cafe Noir just used Regen Domain, a cooldown, to be able to stop the ultimate instead. This time we're going to be deviating, though, as we're going to be seeing Johnny Storm, so still a Storm, just not a relative of her this time around. One of the members of Fantastic Four is going to be able to come through. And this puts sort of the ball into Cafe Noir's court, because you kind of have to try and ban the Storm unless you want the team up left on the field.
Yeah, looks like they're going to like to get rid of Wolf on this side of One Below All. And honestly, I think that is a great decision, because why not? Especially if you're not afraid to run it yourself. And it looks at this point, 762's got a large hero pool. I mean, we saw Magic yesterday. We're seeing the Wolverine now with the most finals in the game. Having that kind of hero pool in this game, especially with the meta change and how frequently it is such an advantage. And I love that about this game. It keeps it fresh and never stale, which I think is an awesome, awesome take on a hero shooter.
See, Cafe Noir have kind of baited One Below All now because they didn't save Invis Women, which means that Cafe Noir can either ban Invis Women or ban Loki. If they ban Invis, it does weaken the torch. Then again, if you have the confidence to take the torch mirror, you want to leave the Invis Women in play, because it's not just bans for your opponent, it's bans for yourself too. So we're going to have to see what One Below All decide to do, as they're running out of time, but they decide to go with the Doctor Strange ban, so no Eye of Agamotto's, which is actually pretty smart if Invis is going to be in play, since Maelstrom of Madness, being able to find a pick even through Invis boundary with the change that was made to Maelstrom of Madness with 0 damage fall off, does make Invis boundary a little bit more fragile.
Yeah, I'm with you, and that's, people may ask the question, how does that give such a buff? Well, when you do use that Eye of Agamotto, if you're able to hit full value with that Maelstrom, not only are you landing the damage on the person that had their soul knocked out, you're also colliding with the soul. So when it hits max damage, you don't necessarily need to be tied up on those that you have altered with the Eye of Agamotto. As long as they're in that large radius, they're taking max damage twice, which is how Strange gets so much value. At this moment, it does not completely wipe out Strategists, as it did in previous seasons, but it is still so much burst damage in such a short window that you can follow up and get picks.
Do Cafe Noir commit to tones on the Hulk? He's played the Hulk in the past before, and you do have really good just value for your Hulk going in, creating a disruption on the back so that your torch gets less pressure up in the sky, especially because we're going to be seeing the Loki Luna backline come through for Cafe Noir, so that torch is going to be a little bit more easy to target. But something that I did want to talk about is the fact that One Below All could very well actually be committing to this Iron Fist, as Runans has played Iron Fist in the past, to the point that it actually started getting banned out against this team.
Oh, Iron Fist, another one of those percent HP damaging heroes. Very difficult to handle. Does have that deflect that, essentially can block and gain HP with that over health. It's a threat for sure, especially if you're solid and confident with Fist. A ton of escapability as well. Has been recently changed in the patch, but we have seen Fist a few times in Ignite, so definitely viable. As we begin now, Sam presses forward, trying to own the skies. And Ultron very much enables the sky. When you put that drone on your flyer, as long as you dance together, it can be very, very valuable, as we will see that on the side of 762 and Hopeful. But over here on One Below All, they do not elect to use the Ultron. And here we go, off the rip. Blazing Blast on the ground, set up just to do some tick damage and start gaining some ult charge. Nice tackle there by 762, is going to find one as we loot. That was insane quarter coordination with the exile there from Tones first, setting up the fall. What a play. Iffy gonna find Chuckles as well, and one below all back in the spawn door.
I love how they're using Tones on the Hulk. They're waiting for Chuckles to try and come in on the Captain America and disrupt the backline. And everyone just groups up, so Tones jumps to his backline, gives everyone unbreakable resolve, and the bubbles just mean that the Captain America, without any follow-through, because the torch was just gate-capped by literally that first choke by 762 and Hopeful, wasn't able to come through. Runans now has been able to come all the way around that right side. Breakable resolve has already been burned as well, so now we can potentially see Chuckles doing a little bit more as Runans takes himself off of the fight, just goes for the meditation, fully heals himself right back up to full. But Rage of Ultron has already been built on the side of Cafe Noir, and they're going to be able to start off this fight just walking onto one below all's entire front core.
And up we go with the meteorite, but great placement there of the crystals, keeping the team up and healthy. No one falls just yet. Alt advantage roughly even here, but Tones gonna be very close. 762 ready with the tornadoes, and we do have the Loki copy available as well. Luna shortly behind. Captain Noir in a very good position so far as we do force out both the dance floors. Who is gonna have the best moves on the pick, as we do see right now setting up for the dive. And here we go. Supernova is launched up. Well done to be countered there by Iffy to eat a ton of that damage and throw it right back. Unfortunately, does not get value just yet. Waiting for the dive. You do want to stack as many as you can, as you get 4 of those on the ground there. Those blazing blasts from Human Torch. If you land, you can actually burst directly through Strategist ultimates. So that is the idea. You got to keep moving there if you're a strategist. And here we go with Runan's gonna find 1. Make that 2 as Chuckles collapses in on Coach. Kanuya is down. 762 goes down. And that is a huge play here for one below all.
Yeah, but they still haven't got the entirety of that point. Hopeful's going to be able to come back through with a Rage of Ultron if Cafe Noir decide to go for a recontest. And you can see that Runan's very cognizant of that potential, just going all the way out, scanning to see whether or not there's a regroup coming in through from the defensive side. 762 is going to come back in on the Spider-Man just to keep the team in this game. And the Rage of Ultron is out. Coach catches Runan's with the ice odds, and this is horribly turning around for one below all. And the Christ does have that Meteor M, but doesn't have the position to be able to use it, as you have to worry about the Spider-Man just on the back line with nothing you can do for Peel.
You don't need Strange for the retake. All you need is movement, as you see the take there from the divey composition of Hulk and Venom. 762 on the... Oh! Gets kicked right off the edge. Cannot connect before he falls down. 762 goes down early. Well done again by one below all with Runets, who is going to be able to get that kick. Necrise now owning this space, holding onto the Meteor. It's all about taking out the people on point right now. Crystals get forced out. Tones, though, going to find Sam. Necrise goes down from Coach. Another pick here for the Luna Snow with a ton of hit scan damage. Tones does have that Ultron drone. Out goes another dance floor. Will it keep the team healthy? And here we go again. The Spider-Man play does have that ultimate available. Will they find value? Just waiting out these cooldowns now.
762 has that spectacular web spin. Has to make sure, though, that you wait out that fate of both walls. Captain Noir still going to have the latest sustain ultimates, though, with Rage of Ultron, and Hopeful pops it now. Necrise with that Meteor M, but it's not going to be able to absorb the full duration of the Ultron ult. And Torrance is still able to find the Loki even through the fate of both worlds. Overtime starting. One below all have to send the Luna to the front lines, leaving their other strategists behind. Supernova comes out onto the point, trying to clear that space a little bit better for OVA to start just stabilizing their positions, forcing Cafe Noir to regroup behind the point itself, as there's just 1 tick remaining. All they need to do is clear a couple more players, and they'll be able to get a little bit more time added to the tally.
Yeah, spectacular spin finds some value. Iffy gonna find a pick, but it gets returned right back. Runans and Necrise evening out these numbers. Who's gonna take this in OT, as we are just a centimeter off? And yes, it does go to one below all, who will push this forward and start the cart. Wow, what a battle here on the second map of this series.
You know what? I foresee an Iron Fist ban in the future, Ship, because Runans has been an absolute menace on this backline. Just being able to get the idle aura from the Luna as well, self-sustain himself with the meditations, as we can see Necrise just taking that Magneto duel, keeping Iffy's attention so that the convoy can start making up for a little bit of that distance. 762, though, is not going to have the Ultron pocket this time around, as Hopeful's actually moved over to the Namor. Now that we've got a little bit more longer, clearer line of sights, they're going to be able to put a little bit more pressure onto the stage the traditional way with just DPS that you can output, as Kanuya shows that Captain America against a god can't do it all day.
Beautiful play there and well put again. Nice damage on the side of Cafe on the defense. But once again, one below all clutching up when they need to is what you want to see. Runans, like you're saying, on the back line. Terrifying as a strategist. We saw that cooldown get used relatively early on there from Kanuya with those crystals, and that's value, but a return immediately as they followed up and got a pick. So well done again by Kanuya. And here goes the next fight. 762 just juking in the sky. So difficult to try to hit Torch when Torch is up in the sky like that, using those animation movements and those melees to just head juke 24/7. So difficult to find them out of the sky unless you're using something like what you're seeing here with the Namor, who does have that auto lock ability. 762 going to start setting up here, and here comes the tornadoes as soon as this dance floor is broken down. Holding on to the defense, it is going to be matched. Will this land? Up we go with the Meteor M, waiting for the perfect moment. It gets stopped. What a play there by the side of Hopeful, and it gets returned again as he gets a two-piece with the ultimate. Down goes Voob, and Runans, the whale of our time, downtown with another pick as Tones and Coach clean up.
Well, the ruler of this is indeed Hopeful, being able to combine his ultimate with the damage and from Kanuya's Fate of Both Worlds, getting that one-shot set up and giving Cafe Noir as well full control of this base, which means full control of the aerial crossfires too. So Sam and Runans, while they have their ultimates, they're not going to be safe to be able to use them. Runans especially has to be directly on top of them, which means that Iron Fist has to wrap around. We just saw the silhouette going all the way around, and Torres decides to get aggressive before one below all can start the fight themselves. Out comes the Monster Hulk. Tone sees the pressure onto his backline, jumps back, huge freeze comes out onto Runan as well, temporarily pausing out that Iron Fist ultimate from the Living Chi. As we can see, the Iron Fist just continuing to get pressured, having to utilize all of those Kunlun kicks just to keep himself out of the fight before the ultimate can now come through after the sustain has been removed from the side of the defense.
These fights are Avengers level threats. These are insane. The res goes up for Chuckles. 762 on to Necrise. Here comes the whale. Does it land? No. Runans, a ton of damage out. Great exile there to slow the pacing a little bit. Kanuya gonna use crystals. Gets a two-piece with one shot. Beautiful. As Hopeful cleans up and the defense is held before point two.
Cafe Noir just being incredibly aware of how that Magneto ultimate needs to be blocked. Just holding the supernova, because the Blessing of the Deep got forced before that Meteor M comes through originally. And I'm like, okay, maybe Necrise sees his opportunity now that Blessing of the Deep is on CD, but Cafe Noir just use all of their resources to wait out the next cycle of Blessing of the Deep to come on through. So when the Meteor M finally comes out to stop the Rage of Ultron, the Namor has that bubble and can just make sure that it doesn't pop before his entire team is safe.
Yeah, that was sick. I'm not gonna, that was an absolute stuff. Up in the sky at the very last moment, the patience, understanding of when that Meteor M is gonna be launched, and just having the natural ability to make that kind of play in that moment without showing your cards too early. So it's a very difficult game to play there when you're gonna wanna go up in the sky with that bubble. So once again, really well played on the stuff. As we do now get the defensive side from one below all, Cafe Noir. They know where they've got to get to. They know they've got to get to point two right at the end there. And as long as they get some time on the clock on this initial attack, it should be doable.
Yeah, Tones this time around, though, on that Hulk isn't going to be playing pure for his backline. He's going to be getting aggressive, which is something that OVA is sort of calculating upon, given the fact that Runans is going to be on that Winter Soldier, has the bionic hook to be able to pull the Hulks back if that bubble is able to break. We can see Sam just setting up the Pyro Prison early so he can get that first tick of percentage going for the Supernova, try and win against the mirror fight, playing around that terrain the same way that we saw 762 on their defense, taking advantage of the right-hand peak as well as all of the cover that the angle provides before falling back to point to make sure you don't overextend and get knocked down by an incredible jump from an Incredible Hulk.
Sam just setting up and just trying to deal some strong damage, build towards that ultimate as fast as possible. Hulk, great position there, way to escape with the bubble, buying time and a ton of distraction as we get the aerial battle up in the sky. Who wins it? 762 versus Sam, and it looks like it's going to go to Sam. Very close there. Great retreat with the dive. That's one of the most, oh my goodness, what a pick there on the Iffy. Chuckles finds Coach, and that's a nice start here for one below all, who are going to be cleaning up the rest of Cafe Noir.
Yeah, Tones, unfortunately, just not getting the opportunity to go in and play Disruption. We might be seeing a swap come through here as the Namer and the Hulk haven't been really finding the value that they've been looking for so far. But given the fact that we're pretty close to that plus Hornet of Proteus, and Coach is going to be able to line it up with the Fate of Both Worlds, we can still see the one-shot attempted, as Tones does actually decide to go for the Fang before sliding back onto the Hulk, so he doesn't have to recharge up off of that Bruce Banner form before starting off the fight. They want to take it quickly so they could prevent OVA from being in full control of the space, but Supernova has already come on through and forced out the regeneration domain, and Sam, split away from the team, has to make sure that he doesn't go down.
Yeah, I like the idea there. Force out a ton of cooldowns. Unfortunately, not a ton of follow-up as the space was already taken there from Cafe in terms of the rest of the team. But it was a great idea. Up we go again. Sam trying to set up. 40 HP. Great escape there. Going to play around that natural cover. What you will see at this level of play is them using these pillars in the sky like it is their job. They don't want to be caught out. Great play again by Sam that finds Tones, excuse me. Keeping the area battle back and forth again at this exact same location. 762. Both of them at this point, I'm sure, are frustrated with the movement, as there is a ton of movement in the sky right now.
Yeah, Runan's going to be holding on as well to the threat of that Kraken impact to make sure that Voop has to be careful where the doppelgangers are going to be placed. As Konya does have that God of Mischief, so too has Coach. Kevin are building up to having 6 ultimates, but OBA the same. Finally, we get the knockdown that they've been looking for, and it is going to be that Supernova opening things up, trying to clear the space. And the Christ, though, comes on through the meteor and gets blocked by the Blessing of the Deep once again by Hopeful, but the trades have come through. Both the torches are removed, so finally the Vanguards can move.
Yeah, and this Freedom Charge, essentially another strategist ultimate. Voom gonna find one as Hopeful goes down, and it looks like the side of One Below all are gonna be slightly up in advantage, getting just pushed into the sky right now, not able to get a ton of value with that ultimate as it is gone now. Cap just doing the Cap dance. You know what that looks like, jumping for days. Out goes Kraken Impact now with a change. Does it find any value? It does land on a few, but they aren't able to get any picks off it just yet. Hopeful coming in with the Whale. Will they be able to turn this around with the damage boost? Waiting for the very last second. There goes the boost, and it does find one as Runans goes down. Tones is going to clean up that KO. Hopeful now going to drop back with the team and try to use that to their advantage. Just try to buy some time, force out some cooldowns, but no. Sam gets a 2-piece. Hopeful returns it right back. Numbers are even when we have 42 seconds on the clock.
That Blessing of the Deep just utilized to get a little bit closer, a bird's eye perspective for the Nemo rather than a C, as we can have a look and see that Capital are not going to have any of their ultimates in this next fight, though. OVA in a very similar position, but they've got the defensive position right now, which means that they might be able to find a pick. Good Exile comes out onto Necry's, so that Meteor M can't be utilized, but look at the pressure getting put onto 762. Every single tainted voltage is going his way to clip the Flyer's wings and not have the torch pressure just force One Below all to back off.
Yeah, ult advantage here for One Below All, and that is going to be a nice pick early, though, for Hopeful, who finds Sam. Will One Below All be able to hold her? Will this find value at the last second? Up in the sky we go to Cries. It's going to find Iffy, though, and that's another good pick here for One Below All. Will they be able to take this W home and tie up the series? That is what... Oh, what a pick again, Hopeful! Trying to get right back. Now the numbers are back in their favor, with the spawn just being slightly closer, keeping the pressure forward. Chuckles. There goes the Freedom Charge, keeping the team healthy. Run back to the point. Let's retake here as we have millimeters on the overtime. It's anyone's game at this point. Exiled. Great work there by Hulk. 762 gonna find value onto Sam again. Cafe Noir now trying to take this back, and they are up in numbers. Ult advantage roughly even. We have the dance floors being popped. Voog gonna use that early. Heelys will have to use it second, and now it looks like the advantage in terms of dance floors will be for One Below All until they get a pick here as Hopeful and Tones find Voog and Runans, and wow, another trade back and forth.
Runans was 1% off Kraken Impact too. That's the turning factor. No Winter Soldier, Cafe Noir are fully thought out, and they're going to be able to hold on to the space. Supernova comes on through from Sam, but it's not going to be enough. Kanuya even is actually able to survive it, just utilizing Devious Exchange to throw himself back to one of his doppelgangers left behind earlier, as Cafe Noir are going to be able to try to keep pushing this convoy. They will be able to have to try and figure out what they're going to do against this next Meteor M, though, as we've seen Hopeful with these Blessings of the Deep shut them down time and time again. If you're One Below All, you've got a separate win condition if you want that ult to find value. You've got to force the Nemo cooldown.
Yeah, that was one of those fights that was won in communication, right? Like, that is a difficult position to be in on either side. of the battle there. Just so much going on, everyone committing, everyone, every single KO that was found. The teams were just almost too afraid or not understanding when to try to make a play off that, not understanding each other's ultimates. Alt tracking, super important, but what a battle as we now see Cap and Noir trying to use that momentum to press forward into One Below All, who have looked really good in this match on the defense so far. Sam gonna find Hopeful though and keep them at least moving at. Oh, another pick here, but this one for 762 onto Sam. Up we go with the Meteor M. Will that be returned? And it does not land. So once again, Cap and Noir still on a slight advantage in terms of numbers.
Where is this Kraken impact coming from Runans? It's still being held as 762 has been a monster on this torch so far. Was able to start off the fight, forcing the region domain side early. As One Below All don't want to allow Cafanua any space to regroup. Out comes an aggressive fate of Bofords copied from that Loki ultimate, so they can push all the way into Cafanua's spawn. Hopeful gets taken down yet again as Chuckles with the Freedom Charge is going to be able to keep the fight going, giving all of his teammates an extra level of sustainability so they can win the brawl.
Seeing how fast you look at Cap here, there's actually a setting that you can make sure your sprint is always on. It helps you animation cancel that melee. Do not sleep on that change. 762, out goes the Supernova, forcing out some cooldowns. Those get dropped out of the sky and is gonna be picked off here as Sam finds value, but Kanuya gonna make the numbers even on both sides. And here comes another. Oh, and the whale will it land? It does find some, but not most in terms of value. Sam keeping it progressing. What a tackle out of the sky there. Oh my goodness, Tone still not able to find that pick onto Sam. Great movement from the strat line of the side of One Below All, who are still defending, even out in numbers. And now it's a 6v6 battle. Oh, and as I say that, boom, gets taken out. 762 with a two-piece bolt strategist. That is so much value. Will they be able to keep the pressure going forward? Cafe Noir finding that first point at milliseconds, and now potentially able to get the second here at OT as we move forward again up this, oh my goodness, up this hill.
762 every single time OBA don't look at this torch, he just shows up in the backline and is able to pick up 2 or 3. Gonna be able to utilize that Pyro Prison to funnel OBA into either taking so much tick damage or having to go fully out the left side. And he just decides to go for the dive bomb, catching both Oob and Heelys, the 2 strategists. And without those healers, they just don't have a leg to stand on. Everyone crumbles as they get absolutely extinguished.
You know what's brutal is there was a transform there into the Luna Snow by Loki, but it just did not come through with the Q in time. What a dive there. That was insane. A two-piece of bolt strategist back to back, finding them immediately in the first fight and then clutching up in the final fight so they cannot touch with that dance floor for an OT. And wow, that was a battle, and that's what you want to see at this level of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so much focus on who would be able to win the Torch 1v1, right? When we look at how Cafe Noir played their defense, being really disciplined, actually, not overextending past the first corner, not putting 762 into any potential angle where he could get sniped down or shot through by something like an Ice Arts coming out from Healers or an Absolute Zero being able to find him too. And they even gave him things like that Ultron Pocket as well, just making sure that every single time that was a commitment from Chuckles on the Captain America, they were always able to turn around and peel it. And then in contrast, we got to see, you know, the side swap come through, and it's very aggressive torch play into just as aggressive Namor play, trying to keep a track of where that torch could be before we headed into second. And it just felt like 762 got so much space to be able to breathe, right? Really got to flex the Flyer's basement as he was just forcing regen domains time and time again, playing around those corners, around the natural terrain and cover without even really needing a pocket. And in the meantime, Tomes on that torch was just on top of the other torch.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the torch battle, 39k and 36k respectively, 762 and 36, but 15 finals. I mean, a ton of damage there, like you said, onto Chuckles' shield on the Captain. Not able to get maybe as much value as you would want when you're playing Cap there, diving on the back line. 9 and 8 ended up in terms of being KO'd, just using that ult to keep the team healthy, but really well played by the duelists, honestly, across the board there for Cafe Noir. Just a ton of damage, and it seemed like every single one of those whales was finding value.
Yeah, I mean, Horn of Proteus is such a good ultimate, not just because you've got the one-shot combo, but also because you've got the Earthbound, something that means that you have no access to movement abilities, but we're going to be accessing a movement ability of our own as we throw it to a break before we come back in with map number 3.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are setting up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone. Cafe Noir finding another win into One Below All here on the map choice from One Below All. What do you think they've got to do? And give me the breakdown as to why they're doing this with these maps.
Yeah, so it feels like One Below All have definitely been watching some of the past games that Cafe Noir played, and we talked, about round 6, how they were sent to the lower bracket by Team Darkness. There were a couple of maps that looked pretty familiar that got played in that series, one of which being Central Park, where we actually got to see Cafe Noir playing that Hulk, Namor, and Torch. So maybe it's the enemy that you know is better than the enemy that you don't. I would also be unsurprised if we see Krakoa coming up as a significant reason too within this series, as that was actually the map that they lost as it went the distance in the BO5, but unfortunately they fell at the final hurdle of domination.
Looks like they're gonna pull it to Hala Dajalia for a convergence map instead, and that is gonna be another choice here from One Below All, as they did lose that series, if I'm not mistaken. We see another one of those bans off the rip. One Below All forcing out that Panther ban, as you see 762 hovering the Panther every time, hoping that Panther can get through, but no, not again. 3 in a row.
Panther getting banned, though, does mean that something else is able to make it through safely, and that something is going to be Cloak and Dagger for the first time in this game. As potentially we see that Magneto save come through, but no, it's going to be a Torch save coming on out from the side of One Below All. As Hall of T'Challa is a very strong Torch map, especially on first. The amount of buildings that you can hide behind for the attacking side, just keeping up a lot of pressure, being able to try and spam out the defenders hold up on that high ground, and building together a supernova if they're a little bit too stacked.
That's a good call out here. Obviously, another Emma ban off the rip for the side of Cafe. Don't want Emma in the game, and Wolverine as well. Goodbye to the Claws. Honestly, I respect that, especially if you're going to get rid of Emma, one of your options to help counter that Wolverine, who's very difficult to handle. You talked about Torch, though, in the sky. I've seen a ton of that in these series. Very, very high skill ceiling hero, and we do see the Punisher lock in as well.
Yeah, so Cafe Noir banning out the Wolverine, instantly saving the Punisher because they know that with the Wolverine out of play, Groot becomes much more valuable, especially in Hall of Djalia, so you want to grab yourself a Frank Castle so that you can burn those walls down faster than they're able to be built on up. And Chuckles for One Below All is a very well-known Groot player when it comes to those Vanguard roles.
Yeah, and that goes to the strategy behind the scenes, right? You talk about understanding how strong Groot can be and having that counter, which, Frank Castle at this point in the meta, very, very strong pick. Difficult to find a ton of value with Groot unless Frank is taken off, but good lock in there, good decision and great thought process, allowing them to not run a comfort pick with that Groot, at least not yet. We'll see if that changes in these upcoming games.
Well, Storm also made it through the pick and bans, and potentially we can see some wombo combos coming out, either with the Human Torch, which was saved on the side of OBA, would definitely suggest that they do want to be playing towards it. Strangling Prison combined with Supernova can still find a pick, even for a strategist ultimate like Fate of Both Worlds, given the fact that you're taking damage from every single one of those fire tornadoes individually, which stack together to actually break through the heal per second of a Fate of Both Worlds, which is a maximum of 250.
And here we go with the setup here. The defensive side of Cafe going to be running that Storm with that damage boost for Hopeful. Another damage boost again from the side of Cloak. And we talked about how strong those cooldowns could be as the pros are starting to see a ton of value in that boost, especially in a meta with hit scan like Punisher is in, such a good state. So damage boost double here for Punisher is a super large threat.
Well, at the moment, Kefno have the better Punisher gradient too, because we're actually seeing Kania not on the Loki, on the Cloak and Dagger. So if Terra Cape comes on through, 28% increased vulnerability from all damage sources for a whole 3 seconds, which is an ability on a 12-second cooldown. Healy's, therefore, is going to be off the rocket. It was just utilizing it to give everyone those armor packs before swapping over to the Cloak and Dagger themselves. As there's the Human Torch that we were anticipating, as Runans actually is back on the Iron Fist. OBA decided to go for a full dive composition, which is going to be a little bit rough to try and engineer into a good starting position, as Cafe Noir have spotted that it's a dive position and have made themselves harder to target. Both of the strategists playing underneath the bridge, so that it's only the Venom who can commit him first.
Great movement there, forcing out the E early, back into the bubble. We talk about using that cooldown, that bubble there by Cloak to get that ultimate charge insanely quick and get ready to use that bond as we do begin again. A great positioning here from Cafe Noir playing under bridge because they know the dive comp is real. Stay stacked and play together and do the strategist dance, but Chuckles is going to find one as Toad goes down. Hopeful on to Sam, though, to even the numbers, and there is that bond that we were talking about. Just going to kind of stall the fight, is going to be matched here on both sides. Shortly it is, and here we go with the Hurricane. Will this find value? More cooldowns going to be popped. Yep, down goes Voob. Good call out. Hopeful going to clean out Healy's, and that is a strong defensive hold from the side of Cafe Noir for the first fight.
Oh, what a good ult track. 5% away from Fate of Both Worlds. Omega Hurricane, that's a trade you make every day of the week. Because now, one below all, they have to recommit into those spaces, get their Venom back underneath Bridge, so that they can get their Torch and Iron Fist into a position to play. And that's not going to be easy, because now we've got the final judgment. So if the Venom shows up and gets just immediately hit by a Terror Cape, you might not be surviving this fight all that long, as we can see Sam trying to find an angle to pressure and force some of these cooldowns before that dive comes on through. But gets pressured out himself. Iron Fist comes out from the off angle. Supernova trying to catch the disengagement too, making it a little bit uncomfortable for Cafe Noir to back off towards that point. But we've got the Fate of Both Worlds from both sides, and Cafe Noir are still just waiting, playing hopeful in a position entirely out of sight, out of mind to come through with the final judgment. But he gets taken down by the Feast of the Abyss.
You can't allow that to happen. That was such a tough spot to be in. Forcing that pick while having final judgment is insane value, and it looks like this point until I don't know, Strange actually I believe is banned, and that's going to be another pick from Sam, finding 2 Tones. Going to turn it on Healy's, but that should be point 1. It is point 1 for One Below All, who are now looking very strong, but alt advantage up here for Cafe Noir.
Still, One Below All with Flyers and an Iron Fist, very vulnerable if they lose a single fight on second. Tone sees that there's going to be Flyers, also has seen that it's going to be dive, so we're back onto that Hulk. If the dive comes through, we've got the Unbreakable Resolve. We'll be able to break that dive in half, at least stop the threat coming on out onto our backline. As Sam's been able to spot out a separation. The Vanguards are a little bit too far forward, the backline a little bit too isolated, and immediately One Below All strike.
Sam getting some vengeance here right on the backline. As I say that, Hopeful finds Chuckles, though there goes two. Cafe Noir now turning the vibe back around, but Sam with that early pick onto the side of Voob is massive, especially when you want to try to get these strategist ultimates up relatively quickly in these early fights. It's a very defensible position. It is difficult to press through, but point three only gets a little more difficult with that spawn being so close and Strange not being able to wall off due to the ban. So great positioning here again. Cafe Noir going to have a roughly even spread in terms of ult and slightly up as we do see the Hurricane. Doesn't land, it does. Out goes the Bond just to kind of stall the fight. Chuckles finds Coach though. Hopeful goes down as well as One Below All is now keeping the pressure forward up in two numbers, and they are just holding this high ground. Really well played here, but will it pan out for them, or this pick gets matched as 762 finds one. Tones goes down from Sam, and still One Below All are up in numbers.
Yeah, Cafe Noir, huge terror cape, hits onto every player from One Below All up on the high ground. When they're running the Venom, they lose access to one shield, which means that they can't block out that CD. Now we're going to be coming on through with the Meteor M buying us all of the space, forcing Hopeful to zipline fully on back, but Iffy is going to be able to buy it back themselves. Doesn't manage to stop Voob's ultimate early, but out comes the shotgun, and Chuckles already burning the corrosive shield, has to return back to his team. We've got the Feast of the Abyss. We're going to try and utilize it. Maybe a Terror Cape damage boost can come on through, as Coach has fallen before the Fate of Vogel's can come through from Cafe Noir, and Tone's gonna come on through with that World Breaker, goes out with the Monster Hulk. We've got all the heal ourselves, and One Below All are a little bit too close for comfort, as the Hulk does what he does best, absolutely smash One Below All's chances of winning that fight.
Yeah, that was beautiful. For those who don't know, when you're playing Hulk, when you are in alt form, you can actually left click and right click at the same time. It'll use that smack animation followed by the clap, and actually animation cancel the smack and count both instances of damage, as you saw right there with the first pick. So well done by Tones here to get that pick. Honestly, with getting a two-piece at this level of play with Hulk in front of everyone is difficult. Runads, though, gonna pop ball. Will he find value onto the back line? And the Hurricane comes out. 762 with a three-piece. 762, a masterclass on Storm right now, getting so much value, even being down in numbers, forcing the retake and the respawn of the entire side of One Below All with 60 seconds on and no Strange to TP in. 762 looking so good on the Goddess.
I mean, Coach as well, able to help out the forecast. It wasn't just a chance of storms, it was a chance of snow too. That Lunar Fate of both worlds with the damage amp as well as the heal per second to keep the storm entirely alive, even through all of the focus pressure coming out from OVA. No Omega Hurricane this time around, though, to try and force out that Eternal Bond, as once again, OVA tried to go for that back line, but a huge Hulk tackle connects onto Sam. Supernova still going to be in play, trying to pressure out this Punisher, but look at the amount of resources. He's got a Eternal Bond, he's got a body block coming on through from a Magneto, and the Punisher is going to be able to survive and sustain, backing off of this fight so Cafe Noir can regroup and recontest before OVA get an opportunity to take second.
Another alt here coming up for Tone. 762 very close. Alt advantage going to be roughly even as Neckrise and the side of Chuckles on the Venom will have up in the sky we go with the Meteor M from Neckrise from downtown. It gets stuffed. Well done by Iffy. 762 finding another pick early on in these fights, and here comes the Hurricane. Will this get value onto the back line? They're panicking into that Dagger Storm, but it's not going to be enough as down goes three, and 762 is a monster here in the sky, and that is going to stuff the side of One Below All before point two.
What a bait and switch from Tones. Oh, they thought that they were dealing with a Hulk. They all grouped up to try and burn him down to Bruce Banner form, and it's just a bait. Out comes the true play. Omega Hurricane connects onto all three players clumped on up, and Omega Hurricane is the thing that finally shuts that push down. It's only going to be one and just a part of the way away from second. But that is going to be it, and now Cafe Noir are going to be able to go for an attack. And as we've seen, this is a very aggressive team that love to play tempo.
Yeah, I'm with you. That was a smart team play, forcing, you know, the side of Tones just to put them all into a corner. Nobody puts Baby in the corner unless you're Tones, shoving the entire team back in that off angle. 762. I mean, I got to show some love at this point. When it comes to these storms, even being down in numbers in these neutrals, finding value with these picks, evening out the odds and forcing staggering is so much value. And somehow it almost looks like no one looks up, right? I just able to play in the middle of everyone and just juke for days. So really good flight control.
Yeah, not just that, but taking advantage of the fact that even though Punisher is in play, One Below All opted for the Torch instead, right? So we didn't get Punisher coming at it. It was Torch and Iron Fist, so no Punisher, which is the natural counter to a Storm's Omega Hurricane. You can still shoot, she still has a health bar. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to melt the Hurricane in time, as Runans now is going to be on the Psylocke, which is the other natural counter to every form of flyer in the game, because they're just out in the open.
Yeah, a ton of damage potential there, especially when you have an Emma on the team, but unfortunately did get banned out. Still going to have very strong presence in this game, as here we go again. Sam trying to use that natural cover, using that dash away to play safe. Very smart play as we start off the first fight. Dancing in that dagger storm, you'll notice teams will stack inside of that. It gives a ton of alt charge for the side of the attack, as you can already see 40% there for Kanuya. And there we go, Runin trying to off angle, trying to force this pressure onto the back line with a pick there onto Hopeful. Big body Frank Castle, easy for Runins to find one. Trying to go for the back line now. Good dash away to buy time. Notice these dashes typically used for repositioning, not too much for finishing off those KOs, because it's just a risky cooldown to use unless you absolutely need to. And that's a great exile. Good dash away again. Going invis to reset with the team. Point being held here from Cafe Noir with a ton of presence. Down goes Healy's, and that's a huge neutral pick here for Iffy on a backline. So that is going to be massive for Cafe, who Tones also gets one. Chuckles goes down, and they're up by 3 now, as Sam is going to fall from Hopeful.
Yeah, it's gonna be as well. The Fate of Beaufort's coming through from One Below All, but look at what Cafe Noir are doing. They're just absorbing it, sustaining with Dagger Dome before they come in with both strategist ultimates up. The Cries can come through potentially with a Meteor M to shut it down, but the curtain slams to shut the window of opportunity, and Coach is gonna be able to live the whole 12-second duration. Eternal Bond comes through from Healy's, but it gets shut down by the Meteor M from Iffy. And unfortunately for One Below All, the win conditions in this fight just have not been met at all. Cafe Noir get the better of the ultimate brawl and head into second.
Hopeful looking really good on the Psylocke here. A ton of value, great positioning, forcing eyes in other directions. We talk all the time about getting value in these neutrals out of obscure things, whether it's forcing out cooldowns or doing what we're seeing here with Hopeful. Consistently flanking, forcing your strategist to use cooldowns, not on the front line, instead to keep themselves healthy, which is so valuable. You notice that as we do begin here with a Hurricane. 762 taking a ton of damage there, is going to have that shield to stay healthy. And when we have Phoenix, that shield will go bye-bye quickly. That's a two-piece here on Healy's, and boom, make that 3, another pick, 4, what a demon. But no, the pick there from Sam to even the odds, but still heavily up in numbers as they do clean up.
Oh, One Below All thought that they could heal themselves through the Omega Hurricane, and Hopeful just gets the call for reinforcements and shows up on the scene on the Psylocke, and they can't heal through both of the duelists at the same time. Sam narrowly avoids getting tackled by the Hulk. Chuckles also committing his presence to make sure that the Torch is going to be able to stay up in that sky. Still getting to play around the building, but Hopeful gets the Bulwark, and it's because Cafe Noir wanted the Psylocke in close. Out comes the dance of the butterflies. One Below All don't have a strategist ultimate, and Cafe Noir sense the blood in the water and take the fight before the defense can stall and build up any potential counters. This is just clean up on Isle Hall of Dajalia, as this is just Cafe Noir just dealing with a Venom and then potentially the stall of the Luna ult.
Yeah, now that we're forcing cooldowns out like this is going to be difficult to press through on the side of One Below All. Now it's a game of inches. It's any fight can win this game for the side of Cafe. One Below All's got to find some presence, but no, down goes Runans as 762 finds one. Dance War going to be matched here, still have ult advantage as Iffy now up in the sky with Meteor M. Will it land? Does it in the sky? Meteor goes up, it does, as we lose Luna, and that is huge for Cafe Noir, keeping the presence forward. Another Meteor up, and that won't last long as Kanuya is able to take out Necrise. And numbers now heavily for Cafe Noir. When will they end it? Any moment now. They are cleaning house, and that should do it for the side of Cafe Noir, up 3-0.
Oh, Iffy. What a Meteor M. Sees that the metallic curtain is going to be able to potentially hit the Meteor and just puts it underneath the shield so that they can take advantage of the AoE range of it. And it still manages to find the Luna. And again, it just feels like they were in control of the tempo, right? They took the first fight. They forced out the ultimates from the side of One Below All, they absorbed, and then they responded with ultimates of their own. And when it came to things like Meteor M needs to find a pick to shut down a strategist ultimate if he was finding value. When it came to Dance of the Butterflies needs to find a pick so that you can force out ultimates and also gain space. Hopeful was finding value. It really was just an absolute textbook performance on how to use tempo and brute force your way through second off of a clean fight win on first.
Yeah, it was a team diff in that push specifically. I mean, you're looking over here, you got 20 and 4, 20 and 2, 43 and 2. The side of 762 is obscene. I mean, the duelist looking really clean. Got to show some love to the strats too, up in healing numbers. It was just beautiful out there, and they looked so fluid together, especially on that attack.
Yeah, I mean, the fact as well that 762 went down 2 times is crazy, because normally we talk about Storm and how she gets power crept in terms of hitboxes, because she can't quite move the way that Torch and Ultron do, where just a little bit of a strafe with your A and D keys immediately obscures your hitbox entirely. Storm's a little bit more static, funnily enough. But they were able to just keep that Storm constantly up, constantly pressuring, and then if you try to deal with the Storm, immediately there was a Psylocke in your backline getting to play off of all of the attention that the Storm was occupying.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you're talking about. They're just playing off each other, right? You rarely do see the combination when it comes to a Psylocke Storm, at least not at what I've been seeing. But I mean, it worked so well there, playing off each other with ultimates consistently, one after the other. They weren't combining at the same time, not overutilizing or overcommitting, instead getting value nearly every time. 762 just landing those left clicks while we see, you know, the dance of the Cutterfly getting a ton of value. Just really well played. And we got to see something step up here from the side of One Below All, because now it is, you know, into endgame territory where they could not make the finals.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not quite the end game. We'll have to see whether or not they can find that turnaround. We'll be back with map number 4 after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rich winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time
Cafe Noir up by 3, pressing forward here into one below all. I gotta ask while we have some time here, can you give me the take between EMEA and America in terms of these regions? What are you seeing that's a little different?
Vanguards. Straight away, Vanguards, right? We always save Emma and ban Magneto, and you guys always take the mag and ban the AMER, and it means that, you know, dive is a little bit more prevalent in the NA side because AMER, with Carbon Crush, being able to shut down Panther and Captain America and Hulk and Venom, and pretty much everything that relies on movement to get out of your backline just becomes pretty obsolete when that's on cooldown.
Oh, I wish there was a scene where I could see Emma being played. Big fan of Emma as a Vanguard player myself. We start up here, and another call by you going here to Krakoa, which is a map you suggested and thought that one below all would choose.
Yeah, this is the mind games, all right? This is the map that Cafe Noir lost to Team Darkness after a BO5 series. It sent them into the lower bracket run, something that not a lot of people really anticipated coming on through, but Cafe Noir are going to be saving once more that cloak and dagger before one below all can start targeting out some of the strategists, getting to play off of things like the Terror Cape as well as that Eternal Bond, as we're going to be seeing one below all. I like the fact that they're saving Wolverine because this gives OBA another opportunity to grab people outside of a strategist ultimate with either the Last Stand or just the Feral Leap.
Yeah, we did see this on map 1, Wolverine being available, both teams electing to use the Wolf. So I do think that's a smart play. They got to shake some stuff up here. We do see the consistent ban there on Panther, which they clearly do not want to go into. So I do respect that, but I do think it's made it difficult for them to find success in this banning phase.
Well, Cafe Noir are going to be banning out the Captain America, as if Chuckles tries to play the Cap the way that we saw it in Central Park, on Domination it gets a little bit more value, because if you have to play off of the objective itself, you give up presence, you give up numbers in the fight, your strategists aren't looking at your front line, and one below all can just take the fight when they have a numbers advantage before any trades even come on through. As they're definitely anticipating some form of dive, the Loki has been saved, so Cafe Noir once again shoring up those resources to make sure that they can protect each other.
Yeah, and we do see that mag lock in now. Obviously, Emma being banned out, like you discussed here for the Americas region. No surprise there. I do think, it's a little surprising there for the Cap, as they did handle the Cap pretty well on that first point when it comes to Central Park, which is obviously, it is a defense point. So they knew what they were doing, but I'm with you. When it comes to Domination, a lot more room to play with, and having another quote-unquote strategist ultimate available makes it very difficult. Again, with the Strange ban, which I think is a little unique, especially when you're leaving Wolverine on the table. Not sure that it's worth it, but I'm curious on your take.
Well, I mean, if Strange is banned in Domination, you can't teleport back into fights. Right? So if you're able to come on through with that overtime contest and it starts going your way, but the opponent tries to come on through and just suffocate you out with, hey, we can teleport everybody back, have an Eternal Bond right off of the rip to get everybody through that portal onto the point safely, all of a sudden you're fighting an uphill battle that you very slowly find yourselves losing. As I'm really interested in the fact that Wolverine's on the table and Chuckles is hovering Groot.
Yeah, and that was kind of the discussion I was going for. I mean, leaving Strange on the table is one thing. Wolverine does a pretty good job into Strange, obviously forcing your mag to keep that cooldown ready at all times. And Wolverine, they know when those cooldowns are utilized, and they have eyes on the available Vanguard 24/7. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how successful it would be to run Groot. I know Chuckles is a mean Groot, but leaving Wolf on, and actually as a team electing to save Wolf yourself and then trying to run the Groot, I don't think it's possible. At least I don't expect them to run the Groot so far as we see them change off. But it could switch up after they use these armor packs.
Sure, here's something I am very familiar with coming in through from the EMEA region. Fastball is something that's really been picking up ground. I know America is more popular with baseball. We don't really have it over in the UK, but that fastball special has been picking up a lot of speed lately in these games. And speaking about picking up, Torrance has picked up 762, and he's going to be looking to hurtle directly into one below all's team, which means that it has to be a very good bubble from the Cries. Otherwise, this Wolverine is going to be finding its target at Mach 20 speed.
Yeah, the fastball special, for those who don't have eyes on it or maybe haven't been watching the pro scene so much, they essentially treat it like a boomerang. You throw your Wolverine directly in the sky and allow him to flank, get behind, and then tackle directly back towards your team. And there is a ton of value in that, as we have a tackle off the rip immediately, and the jump directly towards the back line does get bubbled, but it won't last long. Coach gonna find Runads early there, and well done by Cafe Noir, and 762 with the early pick.
Yeah, I mean, underneath the scrutiny of the shotgun coming through from Hopeful, as well as the Terror Cape from Coach, that Max Bubble, 300 HP, is not going to stand up for long, as One Below All not going to be standing for long after this fight continues too. It feels unbreakable resolve from Cafe Noir just to make sure that they don't have anyone traded before they can start capping that first bit of point percentage.
And the turret is out here. Again, we use this turret to quickly gain alt charge, which will be seeing a slight nerf here in the season coming up, 85% already. So I would expect to see that final judgment relatively quickly. As alt advantage right now. Kunuya.
He's just using the doppelganger as a scratching post to keep up the energy rage charge on his primary. Now he's got the fastball yet again coming on for keeping up a scouting angle up into that up high ground position, being able to come on for and potentially catch out someone. But Chocos has swapped off of the Groot onto the Thing. Will be able to have that Yancy Street charge and utilize the Earthbound. However, you're still just a pin cushion in the focus fire of the final judgment. Regeneration domain being utilized on both sides. Hopeful getting his to keep himself safe. One Below All utilizing that so they get the opportunity and the time frame to go for a God of Mischief copy onto Eternal Bond, which will be able to keep everyone topped up safely through this. But Iffy is still holding on to that Meteor M for when Heelys actually utilizes their own ultimate.
Yeah, and right now, One Below All just trying to get this point. 60% here for the side of Cafe Noir. Have used a ton of ultimates, but we'll see the last stand very shortly. Not even needing it right now, as 762 finds a pick early on and still holding on to that last stand. Wow, I am surprised with that ult advantage there from One Below All. To not be able to take that point is a tough look, as now it'll be evenly spread. And the tackle comes in early with the fastball special like we talked about, forcing out cooldowns and resetting with the team.
No strange TP as well, remember. So this is last fight territory. One Below All aren't going to be able to organize a regroup TP recontest, as it's going to be up to Sam on this Wolverine, giving all of the information to his team, especially to the Punisher and the Thing, where to come on through with that clobbering time. Fastball to get our Wolverine a little bit closer. They're utilizing him as a bait. Get everyone close and look at the Thing, but out comes the Monster Hulk. Final judgment will be able to diminish him down to Bruce Banner form immediately, as Cafe Noir have only lost one Vanguard. The regeneration domain keeps everyone alive through the rest of that final judgment, and now it's going to be up to their own to hold that space. If he's already been able to find Voop, no God of Mischief getting any form of value, and it's going to be a last stand in the pocket for 762 to make sure that everyone else is kept up with the point for good.
Wow, and that is a tough look, but well played by Cafe Noir, who are just keeping this momentum in their favor and holding the point from 0 to 100 as we progress forward to Carousel, still holding on to that last stand.
It's a tough time. It's a tough Vanguard life, it feels, for Chocos right now, right? Go on the Groot, get countered by the Wolverine. Go onto the Thing to counter the Wolverine, get treated as a pin cushion by the Punisher.
Yeah, it's very tough with raw poke damage right now, as you know, when you're playing the Thing is going to get a change here in Season 3. For those who maybe did not see it, we're actually able to use one of your defensive dash cooldowns to dash towards an enemy, which will help him in some of these poke compositions. A ton of fun to play with, and actually, if you land your right click on anyone in the sky, they will fall directly out of the sky. So an awesome change coming here for the Thing.
Yeah, speaking about falling, people might be falling out of this Eternal Bond if One Below All don't position carefully, as 762 was able to hold on to that last stand. He's definitely going to be looking to grab a couple of people outside of Heelys' ultimate, so we can have a look and follow along with Hopeful ziplining out to get into a good position to set up that culling turret and start building up to the next final judgment.
Remember, folks, if Cafe Noir takes this W, they progress towards the grand finals and get their share of that prize. If they take home the W, 6K in their pocket from just an in-house tournament. You gotta love to see it. Just a tournament you can get together with some buddies and try to perform and make it as far as you can. Maybe get to the pro scene at some point. Up in the sky we go again on the high ground here with Loki. Make sure you burn those clones, and a Eternal Bond gonna be matched immediately. Out goes the Meteor M, a big counter. Will it get bubbled? Bang, goes out. Kanuya goes down. Chuckles finds one. Heelys, and now Sam as well, and that is what you needed to see for One Below All.
That's the slam dunk that you needed, indeed. Setting up, immediately finding the Loki mid-copy of the Eternal Bond. Hopeful 52% to that next final judgment as well is going to be able to get that ultimate without having to worry about the Magneto turning the pressure onto him. But now Sam can be set up to make it really paranoid for Cafe Noir to be able to find that space. A little bit of poke pressure getting exchanged by both of those Magnetos, trying to build the ultimate up as quick as they possibly can. But One Below All still having to respect the fact that Meteor M and Final Judgment is going to be coming in through from their opponent first. 762 finds a good grab into a last stand to take down both of the strategists. And what could have been a good fight for One Below All is falling apart. They just have no one left.
Wow, that was just so mean. That was a brutal last stand, finding a ton of value. And again, looks like the side of Cafe Noir are going to turn that momentum back in their favor here. And One Below All holding on to 3 ults. We'll have this advantage in the next fight, but Coach being very close is going to even those odds.
Yeah, but if he has the Meteor M, so if it comes down to a Punisher versus Punisher, Hopeful's still going to be able to have that regeneration domain to try and keep them up against the healing output that Boop can put out with a copied Eternal Bond right now. It's going to be up to the Punishers. Which ultimate finds more value? Out comes the Terror Cape, out comes the Final Judgment on both sides. Boop hasn't gone for the God of Mischief, instead it's a regeneration domain as Cafe are actually giving up the ground, utilizing both the Dagger Dome as well as the regeneration domain of their own. Now we get to see the copy of the Eternal Bond come on through for One Below All to start taking this space, but Hopeful is still trying to find where that Cloak and Dagger is to cancel it out early.
Sam gonna find one with the last stand there, and that is big as Coach goes down. And that is a huge pick as it is a strategist, but we see right now Sam gonna find Hulk. Down goes Bruce. Bruce now gonna be 1 HP, and he falls as Tones goes down, and One Below All regaining positioning with ult advantage in this next fight, but 762 being very close here in Kanuya as well. This will be a battle, but it's all about can Cafe Noir can shut this down right now. If they get this next fight, it will be a stagger fest for the final point.
One Below All still staggered. Heelys went down late in that fight. And unfortunately, Tones did get traded, but the Hulk can just jump back to it immediately. Cafe Noir have full numbers.
Wow.
And they're going to commit. Grabs the Loki out of the regen domain with the last stand. Finds the pick instantly onto Vuv, who would have been able to get the God of Mischief up in the fight as well. And Cafe Noir will be able to find the flip, just taking advantage of the fact that they had a 6 versus 5.
Yeah, Cafe Noir seemingly winning these alt fights when there's even trades. Just seems like they've got the momentum, they've got the confidence in these fights. It looks like we're going to see an alt here from the side of Voob, soon to be Runads and Sam as well. But outside of that, it's going to be for Cafe. They're going to have Iffy, they're going to have Hopeful, and they're building quickly with Coach, which you know how fast Cloak and Dagger can get alt charge here as we start this next fight. Hopeful holding on to this final judgment. Ready to engage early. Here comes the throw from Sam. Ready for that last stand, but it gets matched by the Final Judgment. That is CC immune. You cannot get last stand through that, so it makes it far more difficult. As we do see the Bond go out, out goes that cape as well, keeping the team healthy on a point, retaking positioning. One Below All waiting for Sam now to utilize. And here comes the throw, going directly towards the backline, going to try to tackle them in. But that shield is out, waiting this cooldown. Here it is! Sam taking a few in. Down goes Voob, or excuse me, down goes Coach and Hopeful, and that could be enough for them as they are at 82 and climbing.
Yeah, Cafe Noir was trying to absorb that attack so that Coach could build the Eternal Bond and they could play second part of the fight with the better sustain. Now they're going to have the Eternal Bond. Hopeful's even actually coming back in on the Psylocke just to be able to provide off-angle pressure, as well as potentially turn One Below All's attention to dealing with them and not sending the Wolverine onto one of the strategists who have those ultimates bolt on up, as Coach needs to be able to survive this fight. The Wolverine's looking for the pick. 762 goes down. Coach gets the Eternal Bond up. Can the Christ find them? He's tracking where the dash could be. He doesn't manage to find the interception, and that Eternal Bond will remain for the next 13 seconds. Heelys has their own to mirror, but no one's on point. And it's going to be One Below All getting the Grove.
Yeah, that is what you needed as One Below. You needed something. You need a sliver of hope. They looked much better in those fights. They still lost a few neutral and even trades, but even then, coming back there in that final fight, retaking and holding, and that is a momentum shifter. You do look now, Cafe Noir is going to have ult advantage just slightly here in the first fight. We might see if he used that relatively early on. Tone's very close as well, so we will see an aggressive start from Cafe, but One Below All at least taking 1 point. Potentially shifting that momentum, trying to turn this into a reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's sort of the domino impacts as well that you get to see when Strangers bans out, right? Capnor had to have Hopeful go into the Psylocke, 762, even flexing onto the Magic, just so you can go for heroes that have a little bit more faster movement abilities to get into the fight, because you don't get the ability to just portal everybody back from spawn onto the point itself. It's so important that you're the one in control when those fights start heading towards the 90% for that reason, so you can keep the meta composition that you yourself picked out at the start of the fight. As we can see, Iffy going to be starting things off with that Meteor M, but doesn't really have a good opportunity to utilize it. You're going to be waiting for Voob to build up the God of Mischief, so you can try and shut the Eternal Bond copy down instead. As what is going to be opening up the fight are the fastballs. Both the Thing and the Wolverine with that Hulk can also get thrown, so it's going to be Air Logan that we travel.
Wow.
760 has already been able to find Heelys, but the regen domain is going to be able to keep the Cloak and Dagger safe.
An absolute Hail Mary from downtown, and Iffy here with the neutral pick there onto Chuckles is huge, and the Meteor M does not land on the transfer of the Eternal Bond, so that is value for the side of One Below All, who are still staying healthy. Out goes the Last Stand, does not find much value there either. Everybody staying healthy on this ultimate. Here we go with the Final Judgment. Ton of damage out. Iffy at 1 HP, drops back, does go down. Runins with 1 pick, trying to even the odds. Almost 2. Great positioning there by Loki. The clone's going to fall, and it's going to be matched. Final Judgment right back at him. Who gets more value? Hopeful does, as 2 go down. Make that 3 for Hopeful. 4, and there is a sweep here for Cafe Noir, who did not take that loss lightly.
Yeah, I mean, Cafe Noir just played for second. They've got the regeneration domain. Hopeful is able to just full stand with the Final Judgment in the middle of it and go from Loki clone to Loki clone, treating them like stepping stones as they step all the way over One Below All to be able to set up that culling turret on the point itself. Just trying to chip in a little bit of poke pressure in case One Below All try and play from main instead of taking that TP. As you can see, time from time, just going towards moving the crosshair, checking out whether or not someone is going to be behind them, as the Punisher takes direct damage if they're able to damage him behind physically. As we can see, Hopeful off of the culling turret now, swaps over to just the primary, dodges the Terror Cape coming on through, and tries to break Runans out of their own turret earlier before the Final Judgment can start pulling away in terms of charge.
Yeah, it looks like right now roughly even on the spread, but we will have one advantage here just for a brief moment. In the side of One Below All, 50 charge already for Cafe Noir on the ticker. 762 gonna find Heelys though, and right back immediately up by 2 is now Runin's gonna find 1 on Tones. There's a good tackle, make that 3 with a 3-piece, and Sam gonna turn this right back in the favor of Cafe Noir looking clean. Excuse me, that's 762 on the feed there. Saw it on the opposition.
Oh, this spot. This spot, strange players use this spot. They just love sitting up there and holding Eye of Agamotto because you can't actually see until you cross all the way around that choke. However, One Below All are going to be utilizing that portal to get themselves into a position to take this next fight. Terror Cape comes on through, stalling them out as well, splitting the team from being able to play off of the Thing, who does have that clobbering time. And Cafe Noir are doing everything that they can to get the Final Judgment, so they have the CC immunity to dodge it.
What?
LeBron take the ball. Runans finds the charge of the Final Judgment, and One Below All find the team wipe.
That was massive. Are you kidding me? With a 3-piece followed up by 2 more, but that was a lot of commitment in terms of Qs. Cafe Noir, they just need to win 1 fight now at this point, and then it's a 4 Staggerfest with no strange teleport as they are up by 2, make that 3 ultimates in this next fight. So ton of value there from Necrise, but maybe a little bit of overcommitment as we start this next fight again. Dropping back, Eternal Bond gonna go out to initiate. They know they're up in alt charge. That's good commitment by the team. The turret gonna start building that alt gain, 51%. Out goes the Meteor M. Does this one land for the side of, Iffy, which does not. Another tackle here for 762, and a 3rd pick on Heelys goes down, up by 2, with another bit of damage. 762, almost 3, make that 4, as if he's going to try to clean up here, and at this point, it is an overtime situation with staggering. Will they be able to get there? I do not know. One Below All in the danger zone. Not sure they can hold on, and that is going to be a win by Cafe Noir with a little bit of overcommitment there for One Below All.
Oh, 762. What a beautiful feral grab. Just sees that the cloak and dagger is standing on their eternal bond, utilizes the shift, takes them out of it, and then comes on through with the last stand for that pin to be able to just guarantee you find the pick and stop eternal bond from coming out immediately. Like you said, Cafe Noir, they understand that they have the better ultimates coming into that fight, so they can just make it a brawl fight where everyone invests everything, because if they start finding those picks, if they find the team wipe, one below all, don't have a Doctor Strange, they can't teleport back into the fight, Cafe Noir will be able to close it out.
Yeah, that's just an understanding situation. You love to see the feed right there from the side of One Below All. Great KO feed across the board, especially in that last fight, but he just overcommitted, I think, just a little bit too much. We used Rune-ins, the same type of neck rise. We saw a few others get popped in that moment, and although it looked awesome, puts you in a heavy disadvantage. And now you can see Coach there initiate with that bond just to push the team forward. And at that point, press Q and win the game as they are moving to the finals. Cafe Noir going to be battling a rival 7 in a rematch. So that should be a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, BO7 series too, that has the potential to go the distance as well, because I think Cafe Noir, everyone was surprised when they got sent down to the lower bracket. People were definitely expecting them to be in the upper bracket, so this is going to be one to watch, as I'm sure Rival 7 have been watching and taking notes too of the strengths of this team, of potential bans that they want to target. Do they leave the Panther on the table, or do they prioritize taking out something like the Wolverine? Because 762 on both the Torch and the Wolverine has been an absolute rampage in terms of what One Below All had to deal with.
Yeah, one of the things we like to call out is damage versus final hits, right? If you are very targeted with your damage and you don't need to have a ton on the stat board, I honestly would rather you not, as long as you're getting finals. And the great example of that, 762, 13 finals with only 11, almost 12k damage. And you look over at Hopeful with like almost 30k damage with 9. It goes to show you, to me, all that matters is pointed, targeted, quick damage, and not so much just pumping the damage out, allowing those strats to get their ults quickly.
Yeah, meaningful damage versus meaningless damage. Well, like you said, if you're giving meaningless damage where it's just spam, but it's not actually having any pick come off the back of it, all that's gonna happen is that the strategists on the other side literally actually have plays where if there's a power prison out, they'll tell their vanguards to stand out in it so that they can battery up something like a Fate of Both Worlds or a God of Mischief to be able to come on through in the fight that comes after it. So you really can see like the Wolverine, the Psylocke having a lot of value when it comes to being able to put the pressure not just onto the other duelists, but onto the strategists too, because if you're able to, with very little damage, still find those picks, those strategists aren't getting those healing opportunities that the other team is getting.
Now, very well put, and I couldn't agree with you more. But like we said, heading to a rematch for the final prize. Grand Finals rematch very soon, right after this break.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when I know more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are mine, destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the winds and fire. And when there's no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it out. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
After eons, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Time will spiral into darkness.
holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Solo if you dare. You are nothing! Less than nothing.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into the grand finals. I cannot wait to get my eyes on this. I hope it's a tight series just for the sake of watching these games. But we have Cafe Noir versus Arrival 7, a more established team, at least in the bracket, but they have been battling back. What'd you think?
I mean, Cafe Noir have had the absolute dream run, right? They got knocked to the lower bracket in round 6, but they've been able to make it all the way through to the grand finals to now face off against Arrival 7, who are a very foreboding opponent, but so too are Cafe Noir. And you and I, we were hypothesizing about oh, what could we see potentially in the pick and bans coming on through, because 762 has always had Panther instantly banned out against them. It would be a big statement for Arrival 7 if they let that one through because they think that they can contain it.
Yeah, although, we've had the conversation, although it's very difficult to mark a Panther, if you're in the sky and you have really strong duels in the sky, there is an advantage there, especially if you're a strong flying composition, which we know Arrival 7 is they're not afraid to pull out that torch whenever need be, as they do lock in the torch and lock in the Panther on both sides. You love to see it.
Yeah, Arrival 7 going with an instant ban of the Luna instead. So immediately 762 is going to be able to block a ban coming out on that Black Panther. They've also been able to retaliate against the protection of the Human Torch coming on through from Arrival 7's end with a ban onto the Invis Woman. So no sibling team up, no additional armor, as well as no Guardian Shield to be able to block out that torch. And with the Luna removed by Arrival 7's own hand, no Idol Aura to pocket either. That's going to have to be something like an Ultron.
Yeah, Ultron is solid. Obviously, if we want to go down... excuse me. The Invis boundary, like you said, the Invis is gone as well. So, Ultron would be the way if you want to commit to fly, but I have a feeling maybe we won't see that, obviously, unless they're trying to counter out the Panther. So, curious to see what we will have eyes on. EMEA going to be locked in for once, bringing a little bit of a taste of EMEA to this area.
Yeah, Carbon Crush. Maybe that's why Arrival 7 are okay letting both the Captain America and the Black Panther through. The problem for the EMEA becomes, though, you only get one Carbon Crush for your diamond form, and it's going to be used either on the Cap or the Panther. They are also removing another thing that could be used to put pressure onto that backline. The Psylocke has been removed, so no Psionic projection team up coming on through. But we're getting both the EMEA and that Magneto, so Carbon Crush can be used to grab up either the Panther or the Cap, and then you can also utilize the Bulwark from your Magneto to make sure that your strategists will survive the dive. But that's a lot of resources for just one part of the fight, Cafe Noir do have 5 other players that are going to be following up on what that Panther does.
Curious to see who's going to win the banning here, because I think Arrival 7 has a very comfortable composition, which they love to run, as you see some very strong picks. I mean, we may not be holding on to the Rocket the whole time, although we have seen Rocket on this side in the past. They're likely just using that team up to get that shield. As those who don't know, the team up there with Rocket and Penny, you actually get a 50 armor pack instead of the 25 that you get from just Rocket. So might see a switch up there, but in the sky we go with Hoffman, incredibly strong torch, and 762 going to be on that Panther, who will be more powerful in this battle. I'm stoked to see.
Yeah, Flamey will be playing the Rocket if that's going to be a permanent fixture coming on through from Arrival 7. So Monotone's actually going to be swapping off. Given the fact that both Invis and Luna were removed, it's going to be a Cloak and Dagger. Also going to be seeing Cartier Sky setting up that strange TP. Chemical's going to be sticking on the Penny just for now, so that if it's a teleport play from Cafe Noir, they teleport onto all of the Penny mines. As the strange TP comes out, and there goes Hopeful. Probably hoping that that fight went just a little bit differently.
Yeah, we saw Sentinels doing some stuff like this. We've seen Sentinels run it. We've seen Citadel, or excuse me, Solaris run this. They were, you know, potentially the birth of the Portal Kidnap. As we see that Kidnap coming to fruition, but 762 gonna find a pick on a Flamey. A very mean Loki player. Tones gonna be taking out Chemicals as well. 762 again with 2 more. Hopeful on the Monotone. Cafe Noir coming out hot with that Panther pick. And that is what you want to see if you play T'Challa.
Oh boy, okay, Arrival 7, losing that first fight is going to make it even rougher to try and figure out where this Panther is, because now 762 is already in a corner, which means that Chemicals, Pinnacle, they're all going to have to be clearing every single one of these angles, trying to figure out where that Panther is going to be playing from, as well as that Captain America, as we can see 762 going all the way around the back. He's looking for a strategist. The Captain America is already going to be able to create that disruption focus so that the Panther can find a pick onto a left behind Loki. They do have ice in the back of the head, however. Chemicals with the bionic hook, and the regeneration domain gives the window for them to take the Panther down.
Yeah, great play there. Essentially, now your job as Chemicals is just to sit on the strat line and get ready to pull the Panther 24/7, knowing how much of a problem that it can be. Out goes the Bond to buy some time on point. We are going to see a neutral hold here on both sides. Who can find value in the pit? Will they be able to pull off that Bond? Chemicals fighting Kanuya early, and that is huge. Another takedown here with a Kraken impact. Do I hear more? Going to use these clones to reset and buy time. Good positioning and thought process here. Going to dunk onto a few, but they do get shielded up. Not much value just yet, but it was valuable off the rip. Sky going to be holding on to this angle, just buying time as Arrival 7 wants this point. 70% here for Cafe Noir as Pinnacle gets a pick, Hoffman gets a pick, and Chemicals get a pick, and that should be enough for them to take this point. They do.
Okay, this Panther has now lost a lot of survivability. From 9 lives, we're probably going to go to 1 or 2. As he now has to close up the distance, avoid all of that spam, just clearing out the angles that the Panther could be on. Hoffman doesn't even need to see the Panther. He can just spam every single one of these angles, look for an accuracy marker to understand. That's what 762 is going to play from. As Cafe Noir come in with a very fast freedom charge, already forcing out the regen domain. One of those runes broken out, so Flamey gets broken alongside it. And here comes the Kraken impact. Hoffman tried to slow them down with the supernova, but it's not enough. Basta Sen and Kraken impact combined together, and there's no amount of sustain Arrival 7 can output to stand up to it.
Hopeful built differently. That was clean on the 4-piece there, giving them some advantage. And honestly, this plays great into 762's Panther. Yeah, you want them to be locked in on these hallways when you're playing Panther, not giving them much option to escape, but gets run down. Hoffman going to turn that around on 762, find that KO early, going to keep the pressure forward again. Hoffman trying to ride that momentum, get this point back quick. They do touch, but it is 99%. It's a one-fight game here for Cafe on the initial point. Remember, still domination. Got to take 2 of these. Hoffman going to find Kanuya, and 2 as Chemicals gets a 2-piece on a coach, and in Tones if you're going to jump off and reset with the team, and that is enough of a takedown there. Chemicals just going to reset off clones to try to buy some time. You'll see he'll do it as slow as possible if they're available, but it doesn't look like there's any left.
Yeah, 762 trying to be the cat amongst the pigeons, amongst the strategists in that last fight, disrupting Arrival 7 so that Monson and Flamey couldn't build up their ultimates. However, Arrival 7 were able to deal with the Panther, and now it can come into this next fight with both Eternal Bond and the copy off of it too. So we're going to see 762. Approach gets immediately Bionicle hooked into Trooper's Fist and has to retreat with his tail between his legs right back to his team. And without that opening engagement, Cafe Noir just have to hold their positions and restabilize as they've been able to spot out the Panther again.
Hopeful goes up, finds Chemicals, and that's a good start here, as we are going to see a ton be committed. Hopeful with the early start. Up goes the Meteor M, does not find value. A takedown there from Monotone onto 762 to try to even those odds a little bit. And we are just stalled now. A ton of resets on these clones from the side. Oh, and there's a pick again from Iffy on a Monotone. Will that be enough for the retake? There goes out the Psionic Seduction. Great movement here from Hoffman to avoid that. Great kick by Pinnacle with a two-piece onto the back line, and that is huge for Rival 7, who are now at 99%. Hoffman onto Tones, and that could be it. Teleport comes out now. Chemicals bringing the team back in. Cafe Noir going to have to get here quickly. Will it happen? Pinnacle just sweeping the rest as 762 goes down now, and that is a great retake and positioning here from a Rival 7 with a full composition switch, and it worked out well.
Yeah, they were able to deal with that Panther masterfully. It was a little bit rough for the first fight when you don't know where the Panther is going to be approaching from. But the second they were in control of that space, as we talked about, right? Panther, Wolverine, Psylocke, all of these things that a lot of the time need to be on top of you to be able to deal that damage. You can just pressure them out of the fight at the very beginning. And for Cafe Noir, they're relying on this Panther to open up the fight for them. Both the Panther and the Captain America to take some of the attention so that they don't just get spammed out of one main choke.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more of these more divey compositions with Cap being in the mix. A lot of the time it's with the Psylocke. Definitely can happen here with Panther as well. It's all about committing timing perfectly. You've got to make sure you're engaged at the same time, preferably on maybe two, either of the same target, depending on what cooldowns are available, or on targets that are in different locations, forcing comms and eyes all over the place. And if you do that successfully, especially with a very strong Panther like 762, you will find value, which we saw there in those early fights. So we are going to start up here. Alt advantage going to be on the side of a Rival 7 with those tornadoes.
Yeah, he's going to have that supernova, but do they get the opportunity to use them, as Hopeful is going to be on that Winter Soldier looking to grab him out. They've also been able to scout out where that torch is, taking a rotation, taking that high ground away, but Hoffman needs to pressure the Panther out, and he's already been able to do so. Does get hit by one of those Vibranium marks, has to back away to his team, but the Bulwark is going to be able to keep them in play, and they've been able to catch the rotation coming on through from Cafe Noir, so the supernova can just split off the team and guarantee that a Rival 7 find first point cap. There's nothing Cafe Noir can do into this, as they just don't have a strategist ultimate built up.
Yeah, it's a twister. It's a twister. Not going to be walking into there. Going to reset as a team. But you do see on the off angle here the play from Iffy on Cap. Just playing his own game. Very similar to what Wolverine does. Don't really be in the mix. Instead, find a different angle. Exactly what you see there from 762. Both of them are set up for the engage. But the problem is, right now, especially off the rip there, when you have Supernova up, your team cannot connect. And the engagement will start here shortly. Out we go with the torch burn. Nice tackle early on onto the Panther. Ton of damage out there. Going to hold on. Going to get reset. Remember, Panther gets that extra HP on dashes. Hopeful with a nice pick on a Monotone is a big start here. Make that 2 out of LeMay. Both strategists go down. Following up on the Panther play from 762, and this is the coordination you need to see. Oh my goodness! That's a two-piece on a Hoffman and Pinnacle. Beautiful by 762 for them on the retake.
Yeah, 762 just absolutely uncaged because they were able to find the pick onto Chemicals at the opening of that fight. No Winter Soldier, no pressure of the hook to keep the Panther in check. They're going to have the Kraken impact now, but yet again, you have to get past the Panther and the Captain America, and they're just going to drop from the sky. You can see Chemicals just breaking the terrain, knows the cats land on their feet, wants to make sure that 762 is going to land into CC. The 762 is waiting for them to all walk forward. A good Trooper's Fist could potentially come in through from Hopeful, but no, he utilizes it to get back to his team for the defense.
And that's a two-piece. Sky gonna find one. Chemicals on the Tones, and all I hear is again, which a lot of these teams are gonna be hearing in their nightmares. That's 2. Will we see more? Hopeful gonna try to turn it right back. Out goes the Kraken, gets 1 as Chemicals goes down now on the reset. Just holding and buying time at this point. It is roughly even on percentage. A little bit more here for Cafe at 50. At this point, just trying to hold on and wait out some of these strategist ultimates. The bond getting low, and here comes Hoffman coming back for a Rival with the Supernova. This has found value in the past. Will it happen again? And Bass is forcing the back line to tremble, but still not getting a pick just yet. 762 doing the dance, dodging the hook if possible. Great escape with 76 HP. Will it be enough? No. Chemicals with the find there, doing what he needs to do to keep that back line healthy, hopeful. And now try to drive them in and take Hoffman. Will Hoffman go down? No. The bubble is out to keep them healthy, as a Rival 7 doing a good job regrouping here for the next fight, but 80% for Cafe Noir.
I mean, Cafe Noir are still in control of this point. They're going to have the Eternal Bond. Rival 7 have their own. No aggressive ultimates from the side of Cafe Noir either, so they're just utilizing it to create an inroad onto that point to find the flip. Cafe Noir try to bounce it, but they lose tones off of the Terror Cape. Hopeful does have the Kraken impact, has Tainted Voltage, forces the region to be out early, and that means that we can go for the resets off of the Doppelgangers. We've been able to find one, we've been able to find two. We've bought the time for Coach to build up the Eternal Bond as well, and now they can keep up the pressure. They have to find picks though, because Rival 7 have the better ultimate economy, and Cafe Noir don't have the numbers.
Pinnacle finds one, so it is now in the favor of a rival. Will they be able to retake point? It is tight here, as we do have the teleport in from Tones. Will it be enough? Going to force a reset as a team. I don't think they'll be able to hold on. So Rival 7 going to retake the point here and own this portal, buying them some time, as the rest of the team is electing to move forward without the portal. Smart decision here, but 99%. It's all about this next fight. If Cafe Noir can clutch up this fight, they will take map 2 and push this into a very tight start of this series, which is exactly what you and I are looking for as we begin the grand finals. Money on the line, hearts are beating. Who will win this fight?
Ultimates are in play for Rival 7, not yet for Cafe Noir, as Cardiac Sky does have that Meteor Ramp, but more importantly, Hoffman's so close to the Supernova. Kanuya and Coach not having their ultimates either, so it's a little bit of poke, a little bit of pressure. Hopeful trying to throw in as many Tainted Voltages as possible, maybe find a hook onto the Supernova before the Human Torch can come on through with that ultimate, but no, Hoffman's able to avoid it, and still Hopeful builds the Kraken impact, trying to have that engagement opening that his team are looking for. Out comes the Freedom Charge from Iffy, making sure that Cafe Noir can move on forward because the Kraken impact's in play. Can the Winter Soldier be the hero Cafe Noir need?
Yeah, out goes that Soldier ultimate. Freedom charging the team in as they are just walking through Pinnacle. Gonna find one on the Hopeful, make that 2 as now Kanuya is down and they are up again at 99%. A Rival 7 clutching up these W's when they need to. Chemicals gonna find 762, and that is a huge pick here as now it is down to the wire. Iffy gonna reset, drop back, and try to hold on to the point if possible. Kanuya holding on to ultimate. Flame gonna be using that as well. Pinnacle holding on to the Psionic, and here comes the Psionic as they are up heavy in numbers now, and that should do it. A Rival 7 taking map 1.
Okay, now I think we get to see why Rival 7 are letting the Panther through. And that's because Chemicals on the Winter Soldier is just being able to shut this Panther down entirely. I wonder if we're actually going to see a pivot out of their own decision on the side of Cafe Noir, as they've seen it. The Panther isn't getting the value. Sometimes it's getting the picks, but it's not constantly getting you those picks, and especially when you actually win that fight, and you should be in control of the point, in control of the place, which means that your Panther should therefore be getting more value in the fight that comes afterwards. That's actually the moment that 762 is getting shut down the most.
Yeah, it's strange to me because I think a Rival 7 is doing a good job of staying calm in these tight situations. They're always down heavy, is, you know, in the percentage there, it's roughly like 80 to 30 or 40 at one point. And at that point, you just got to stay consistent and calm as a team. And a Rival 7 just retakes point and owns it like it is their job. That is the second map in a row. They've done that perfectly, absolutely perfectly. You see here Chemicals with 14 finals. Holy moly, doing a great job just marking that backline, keeping 4 limbs onto Flame, who is using those crystals obviously to hold up against Panther, just building a composition around those dashes and making sure they can shut that down. Doing a great job.
Yeah, and something that I talked to you about, right, when we were looking at Rival 7 was the survivability that this team has. The first time that we got to see them against One Below All, when they played on Burn-In T'Challa, they literally had all of their players just go down, revisit the respawn once, as opposed to Monotone, who doesn't go down a singular time. And that round, it's actually going to be Flame who was on that Loki 4. The Loki gets dropped 4 times, even though Cafe Noir have the premier pick that they wanted secured of the Black Panther and the Captain America to just keep harassing that Loki. But as we can see, Chemicals and Pinnacle just on top of the peel to make sure that Flame was able to utilize every single resource to keep the team alive rather than having to save their own skin.
Yeah, I think the strategist choice was very, very smart, as you do have Cloak using those dagger storms, right? You stick together in dagger storm, you allow Panther to dash, and all you're really doing is building up that eternal bond, getting ready to use that immediately. You also have crystals to rely on should the dive be difficult. They just built a very strong comp to counter that Cap Panther dive, and they just could not find an answer in some of those later fights. Early on, it was working for them, but as they got their composure, they just kept owning and winning those late game neutrals, which is all they needed.
Yeah, and looking at Cloak and Dagger, we're going to be dark teleporting on over before we come through with map number 2. We'll be back after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We among all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the
Welcome back, everyone. Arrival 7 taking game 1, and they played the composition of pretty much counter the expected dive, and I think it really worked out for them. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we were, theorizing maybe that's going to signal a shift of their own volition coming on through from the side of Cafe Noir, that the Panther's not quite working out. Maybe we try and move away from it. Panther is probably finding its best map on Hell's Heaven, just with the amount of verticality that's there, some of the corridors. So maybe Araco would potentially be tied for impact there, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not that convoy map is going to be coming on through, as it is now Cafe Noir who get to decide where they take us next.
Yeah, we we do see Araco. Great call.
I'm gonna put my hand on my heart right now and swear with you guys as witness, I did not look at the SRT feed.
Hey, I'll have your back on that. I know for a fact you just pulled that one out. I mean, honestly, it's a great call because dive is super impactful on Araco. There's a ton of escape portals. We saw a lot of these dive teams, in the Ignite series electing to do the same thing. If they like running dive, why not go down the map that it heavily enables dives? It forces eyes all over the place, because after you dash through the team, you're gone. You're another corner of the map and you're setting up for another dive. So eyes are just all over. Great call.
Yeah, but you mentioned to me about, Nemesis coming on through and being able to play against Egodef's Self-Black Panther. I'm going to talk about the fact that Nemesis also started playing a very strong composition on Araco, which was the Rise of Squirrel Girl. You can't dive something if you have no space of safety to stabilize that dive, because you're just being pelted by squirrels.
Yeah, honestly, especially on this map, on Araco, we saw a ton of triple Vanguard, triple Strategist openings. We talk all the time, and we'll see if Strange gets banned here, because that will definitely change the tide of what we're saying. But in the beginning of these fights, teams are electing to run triple Vanguard. They're holding it down with something like Groot, and then it forces the attack to, like you're saying, run something like Squirrel Girl if they want to get out of that door. But we've seen teams hold to the final minute, which really, really helps the attack. In terms of defense, this first point is very defense coded, especially on that first angle where Invis, if Invis gets through, there's push off the map. There's, a ton of off map potential with EMEA even, who is now locked in. So, and Invis gets banned here. But either way, very defense sided off the rip, and then it can heavily turn the tide after that. So I'm curious to see if we will have that triple off for the Vanguard and Strategist.
Yeah, potentially we even get to see something like the Penny Parker come on through here, right? Where you just make it a little bit harder for that Panther to come through. I'm not at all surprised that Cafe Noir went for the target ban of chemicals on the Winter Soldier, because that was what Arrival 7 were using to make it a little bit harder for 762 to be able to land on their feet and try and find those picks onto the back line. So now we're going to have to see Arrival 7 pivot to something else a little bit different to deal with the dive. And I think Pinnacle on the Thing could actually be the answer that they land literally on with the Yancey Street Charge. It's actually a really strong ability. A lot of the time when Thing was first in the meta, right, they would use it to get into a position to try and get the melee damage through the double shield barriers of a Magneto and a Strange. But since it also applies an Earthbound debuff, which means that you can't actually use movement abilities, Panther finds himself fighting in quicksand, essentially.
Yeah, so one of the things for those who may be curious of how to find success, it's very, it's tricky to find value against Panther when you're playing the Thing, but the idea and things you should notice, that Yancey Street Charge, that circle you put on the ground, make sure you're putting it in an alleyway that your strategists are hiding behind, because as soon as Panther hits that zone, he will essentially pause and walk. Treat it like a denial and not an ability you have to force under his feet, because when you try to force it under his feet, it is very difficult to chase, and you find yourself just running behind the Panther the whole game. So that is the strategy to change things up and make it a little easier on your backline, as we do see that Squirrel Girl here from Hopeful to get them out the doors. Very good call again, as we do see that triple, and Hopeful finding Flame immediately is a good sign for the attack of Cafe Noir.
Yeah, and I mean, that Squirrel Blockade CC as well coming on through. Hoffman's walls just absolutely shredded as we can see 762 start to utilize all of these players
Wow.
as just scratching posts. And this group might as well just be the Panthers' personal jungle gym for them to be able to climb all over, as Hoffman is going to be disappearing as a Rival 7. Pinnacle is on the strange, so potentially a TP contest comes on through. As we talked about, that first fight, a little bit tough for the defense to be able to hold their own space. Second fight, however, a different story entirely, but that's why 762 is already on the off angle. Out comes the spear toss into the spinning kick, and he's just disrupting to stop them from getting any form of setup. So out comes the Squirrel Tsunami, so that Rival 7 still can't stabilize.
The other players are a different breed, just stalking the back line as we see now the dive potential, finding one onto Sky. Down goes Sky early. Out goes the Eternal Bond just to try to slow up the pace of things, and that will work for them now as we see a ton of Qs being popped. Out goes the Sia, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for Chemicals on the side of Arrival 7. If you are running that triple Vanguard, you will. Oh my goodness. Goodbye Monotone in the blink of an eye. Here's the Meteor and bang! That's going to find value too, and wow! Cafe Noir on a rampage here, really shutting down a Rival's defense.
That was Hoffman's own Groot wall that Monotone unfortunately ran into on the Eternal Bond coming on through. As Cafe Noir are just showing no sign of slowing right now. Hoffman is going to go over towards that torch just to have the spam pressure, and Chemicals is going to go over to the Punisher so that we can really start putting a lot of pressure coming on through with both the culling turret as well as the final judgment getting splayed off of the space Eternal Bond would provide, and the shotgun potentially just being able to deal mechanically with the Panther instead. As second point, this narrow hallway ship, it's a Panther's paradise.
You talk about our hallways, and if they're all stacking up here, that is a dash fest. We are going to see a ton of movement, but will they have the tools needed? Will they be able to get that Carbon Crush? Oh, Chemicals going to find Tones early, and then that could change the tides a little bit here as Arrival 7 needs to find their footing a little bit, get this sprint towards the other direction as they do hold them tight off the rip. This should buy them plenty of time for multiple fights. 762 though, going to find Hoffman, a rare sight, seeing a flyer getting taken out by Panther, and that's just all about quick dashing, which will keep you up in the sky. Oh my goodness, and Sky with a nice right click. Goodbye, hopeful. Mid final judgment is a tough look. Chemicals going to take out 762 right after that ultimate. That is good value, and they're still holding on tight.
Yeah, and building up to the final judgment too, which is going to be ready at the time of Tones' Psionic Seduction. CC immunity is afforded to final judgment, so the Punisher is going to be utilizing that to stop any form of momentum picked up from the Amethyst ultimate. As Hopeful's actually going to be headed over towards the Helena that Cafe Noir having to break around these corners and also keep a check of that potential flyer. As we can see, Chemicals just making sure that he doesn't overextend. The Panther comes on through. Oh no! Psionic Seduction finds Chemicals, and you can't use Final Judgment if you're silenced and forced to run on forward. Still, Cafe Noir haven't been able to find the opening that they're looking for off of the Eternal Bond. You can actually see Pinnacle just utilizing their own ultimate to stop Cafe Noir from being able to commit. And now we see the Final Judgment after Cafe Noir's healing has abated.
Yeah, that is a huge pick as, ooh, okay. If you try to get one back, doesn't matter as Chemical gets a two-piece. Do I hear three? Not quite yet, but they are walking them back to the spawn door. Hopeful now going to be on the Hella. Quite a change from before. Pinnacle going to find Tones there, and that by Arrival 7 was a masterclass of defense, but they did commit a ton of ultimates. They will have nothing in this next fight, so that strategist side of Kanuya could be big in helping them push through this door, which they need to get through at this point while they're in this relatively neutral fight.
Yeah, Kanuya can go for that Eternal Bond, aggressively enter into the back line, get a good Terror Cape off into the entire team so it doesn't get blocked off by the shield. As we can see Hoffman just pausing the engagement so that everyone from Arrival 7 can better position in anticipation of the Terror Cape. There goes the Eternal Bond. Cafe Noir slowly creeping themselves up around that corner, and especially when they're playing through that door frame, that Panther's going to become just a little bit more dangerous. As it's a stall out right now, a race for Monotone and Flamme to build their ultimates before Arrival 7 can try and recontest.
Yeah, for ladder, those who are wondering, the drop back there by Arrival 7 was textbook. Being down in ultimates, retaking together. All you need to do is touch before this final point. Hopeful finds one. 762 onto Flamme, but it's back from Monotone. Gonna find 762. Numbers are in their favor, though. Can they hold on? Out goes Crystals, and they're battling now. Up one number, spawn heavily in the favor of the side of Arrival 7. Cafe Noir's got to find value here. A minute 20 on, or they will be in trouble. They just committed a lot, getting very close to Eternal Bond from Coach. Coach does now have it. Flamme and Sky ready to launch right back from Arrival 7, and Hoffman holding on to these tornado. Psych, it's out now. Will it be enough? A ton of damage on the back line, and just honestly, visual clutter locking them down away from the front. And that's a pick by 762. Coach gonna find one. Hoffman turning it back onto Hopeful though again, but numbers are still up for the side of Cafe, and now they're up by 2. Can they keep this pressure going? 762 onto Sky, and that should be enough here for them to get point 2.
Oh my goodness, 762 is just having an absolute field day on Araco right now.
Yeah.
This is just the playground for the Panthers. You can see the Psionic Seduction actually connected onto Hoffman, and 762 is able to take the flyer out of the sky. Really nicely done. Kanuya's going to have the God of Mischief as well to be able to copy an Eternal Bond and keep everyone alive if they even want to try and take the fight against the Final Judgment, because they can just press up, take the high ground, force Arrival 7 into having to burn the Punisher ult to retake that space, and then drop off and disengage while keeping the ultimate economy.
And we do hear the Final Judgment being locked down again. Hoffman on a 762 early is a nice start for the fight here. For the side of Arrival 7, we're taking this space back, progressing forward and shoving them in. Nothing being committed here for the side of Cafe Noir, as you should at this point. Just build ult and try to win an advantaged fight. We will have shortly here Flamme Monotone, so the double strat line will be ready for Arrival 7 as we begin this next fight. But once again, Cafe Noir being up in ult is a dangerous position to be in. They've got to keep this momentum going forward, but we have seen Arrival 7 come out on top of these fights that they are down in ultimate charge.
Ooh, huge dark teleportation comes on through from Monotone to give everyone the iframe to survive. Iffy's Meteor M coming on through. Eternal Bond Knight comes out from Kinuya. Coach still has their own. Monotone's going to be utilizing Daz 2 to mirror, but slightly afterwards. So Arrival 7 will have the later Cloak and Dagger ultimate as well as a very strong Terror Cape. However, Hopeful with the Final Judgment is going to send everyone from the defense scattering. Hopeful's got the high ground so that he can hide away from the Psionic Seduction and still keep up the pressure with the Supernova firewalls. Just being able to zone Cafe Noir from crossing around that first corner. And Arrival 7 have got one last fight to open up with a Psionic Seduction, but they're going to have to do it without that Human Torch.
Wow, and you see the counter there by Tones, using that Psionic Seduction to essentially counter out the Supernova. It doesn't just have to be strategists that find value in just countering, especially when someone's as strong in the sky as Hoffman. Good play. Monotone got to fight 762 though, and that's going to give them an advantage here with the spawn heavily in their favor. Very much a defensive position. It's very difficult to press through at this point. We didn't see a ton of it in Ignite, but that's a nice pick there from Hopeful on the Pinnacle. Will he be able to keep this pressure going as they are now even, as it is going to be a little more in the favor of Arrival 7 with that great Final Judgment. Do I see 2? Good positioning around that natural cover. Good movement on the front side as Eternal Bond goes out to counter this out. Crystals getting thrown out here for the side of Arrival 7, and up we go with the Meteor M for Cartier Sky, excuse me, who is trying to find value. Does not get one taken out just yet. Another Bond goes out. Kanuya going to be close here for Cafe Noir, and if that goes out, it could be very difficult for Arrival to retake this point on land. That's a good portal here for Hopeful. Just trying to ensure they give it everything they got. Using that portal as a wall to block heals is genius as they take down 2. Will they get this point to 3?
I mean, Tones has got the Psionic Seduction. If he's holding the ground with the Meteor M, so that Arrival 7 have to burn that phase, which means that no one is counted as contesting. And that's going to be a full push in overtime, but a full push nonetheless. Something that we don't commonly see on Araco, given how close those respawns are. And if you have something like, say, a Loki, they can immediately come back into the fight off of just a Divas exchange, or being able to gain access to the LOS. Like you said, Hopeful with that strange TP, being able to split the team so that the defenders didn't get to take advantage of the LOS from their spawn doors was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, I think one of the craziest things we saw there was we saw a ton of picks from the side of Kanuya on the just copying up that cloak. I think there was like 4 or 5 in that final fight. I think that teleport was genius. Use those teleports when you engage to just lock off those LOSs, those line of sights from the strategist, because it is essentially just another barrier, an unbreakable barrier. So using it instead of just kind of floating in the sky, which even I find myself making that mistake a lot. Using it as a wall is so impactful, and it really did help them take that point.
762 this time is going to be off of the Panther, so I think they've actually read the fact that Arrival 7 might run something like the Squirrel Goal, so they're going to have 762 on the Ultron so he can play actually above the ground. You still have to worry about the Ricochet coming on through with all of the walls being as close cropped as they are, But being able to play the Ultron as just a pseudo-duelist while also having Rage of Ultron, which builds incredibly quickly to tide you over in between your regeneration domains, your God of Mischiefs, and your Eternal Bonds, Cafe Noir are always going to have the better ultimate economy when it comes to sustain.
And we start off the first fight here, not electing to run... Oh, excuse me, they are electing to run to the triple. I honestly saw the Ultron and figured a different composition, but still trying to stay in the sky here. We do see not running the Groot on triple Vanguard is honestly a little bit more of a unique composition. A lot of people like to have that Groot just to essentially wall off LOSs, force damage out into weird places, but I like to see a change in pace here. Walls go up. They are going to have to burn these down, as we'll see Pinnacle on the Groot there for Arrival 7, essentially using those walls to counteract, as Flamey is going to find one onto Iffy. Nice work there. One of the strongest Lokis in the game in this tournament, especially. Really well played on that early pick. Will that be enough to get them out the door? Flamey goes down as I say that, but Eternal Bond to match. Right back. Going to just try to cover as much zone right over those Groot walls. It's pretty funny to see. Looking up now to 762, which does get the Bond match right back. Hopeful going to find Chemicals on the mag. There's a great strangling prison. Hoffman going to take out Coach, and goodbye to that Eternal Bond as the teleport comes in a little bit too early.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Chemicals. We had Hand of Conchi ready to go, but the Moon Knight was revisiting spawn, unfortunately, when the Strangling Prison comes on through. As Cafe Noir knew, they all checked perfectly that the Groot and the Moon Knight were ready to sync on up, and they just shred the Moon Knight so they could potentially survive the Strangling Prison CC. As they're going to have another fight if he, like you said, does have that strange TP, and you can see that Arrival 7 are trying to figure out whether or not it is going to be a TP recontest, but no, it's just going to be a straight-up walk to that point. So Hoffman on the high ground with that supernova is definitely going to be a pressure point, especially given the fact that Meteor M just got used. Psionic Seduction instead is going to be used to put the torch down, and he's taken out permanently in the fight thanks to really good focus fire coming on through.
Yeah, and we do see a roughly even spread of ults here going to be utilized shortly. Chemicals going to be on. I love to see the Moon Knight does help counter some of these stacked comps. Obviously, we will see more Phoenix in the mix here coming up in the future. Can't wait for that. We do have this Eye of Agamotto for Iffy ready. A lot of the time they will drop. Oh, good dive. Does it find value? It does not. Unfortunately, good wall off sometimes. I was going to mention his team try to take that bridge to the left. You jump up here left and try to fall on him from behind, but obviously the communication at this level of play being all over that. Try to get a sneaky one there. Not able to do so. Strange plays well with this drone as well. Oh my goodness. And that's mean with a combination. Chemical's going to fight too. Monotone and Pinnacle. And well done by Arrival 7, who are looking clean as a unit right now.
And that's why Cafe Noir went after Chemicals the first time that that combination was up and available. Moon Knight and Groot. Absolutely huge chunks of damage that you can do. However, Cafe Noir are going to have both the strategist ultimates up and available. If they all come through from one angle, though, Chemicals is going to already be 30%. Need that 40%. I'm going to stop calling ultimate charge at the Moon Knight on because it's going to be about 20% ahead with the amount of bad bounces that he's getting on these onks. If he does take the Moon Knight out of the fight, at least as Hoffman goes through the TP to keep a track of the Panther before 762 can get the health back. Unfortunately, the Panther's a little bit faster, and he gets the better of that 1v1 as it's Psionic Seduction from the defense. Regeneration domain good from Flamey, though, so that everyone can just walk through the heal and not go down once the Emma ult's used.
Oh, that was a brutal takedown there from 7 on Hoffman. Hoffman just a millisecond away from taking out 762 before that health pack. So unlucky. Great decision. Unfortunately, just went in the polar opposite direction. Hopeful now going to take height and try to find some value with this final judgment, but will not. So that'll be good for the side of Arrival 7, who need to find value in this next fight, as we are at 11 seconds. You've got to touch before 3 to get that overtime clock going. 7 seconds on 6. Got to make sure they get there. Out goes the Bond. That will help them get there immediately. Strangling Prison, though. Will it be matched? Will it find value? Kanuya gonna find Flamey, and that is gonna be one up here for Cafe Noir, who are holding on defense on point 1. Can they make this a 1-1 series? Shield goes out for Iffy. They do have Groot walking directly at him. Tone's gonna find 1. Hopeful, make that 2. Kanuya on a Pinnacle, and that could be enough. Oh, the teleport in is huge. This could buy some time. Just gotta stay grouped. Jumping back and forth is very smart, honestly, as Strange playing with that overtime a little bit to get HP, but Kanuya gonna find Flamey. Chemicals, and that's enough on the hold as Cafe Noir makes this a 1-1 series.
Oh my goodness, they found Flamey. They found Flamey before the Loki could see anyone to copy. If you want to know why that Magneto was staying in front of the portal, it's to block LOS from the Loki. You can only copy someone that you can see. So all he could see was the tank. He does try to come through with the God of Mischief, but it's not enough. He gets taken down before the ultimate animation can end, as Loki has to go through not just one, but two, which makes him particularly vulnerable when that one comes on out. But what amazing heads-up plays coming on through from Cafe Noir. We talked about the fact that Panther's strongest map is either Hell's Heaven or Araco, and I mean, 7-6-2. 30 eliminations, 13 final hits.
Holy.
Yeah, that's one heck of a statement. I'm not sure if you're gonna be letting the Panther through as freely as a Rival 7 have in the past.
Oh man, I mean, if you're gonna let the Panther through, you better make sure you save. We saw a ton of success with Bucky marking that Panther, so maybe we'll see that happen again. It was banned out during that game, but wow, that was really well played. I like the composition change. I liked what they were thinking of doing. But unfortunately, that is just a dive-heavy map. We talk about the losing team does choose the map, so we will see a shift up here and maybe doesn't favor it as much.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, a couple of different looks coming on through from Arrival 7. We got Groot with Moon Knight. We got to see that utilized to win some of these fights. But Cafe Noir, just their defense, being able on their attacking round to get as far as they did all the way through Araco, even if they'd allowed Arrival 7 access to that first and we headed into second, the time bank would have been so far against them that it would have taken an absolute miracle for Arrival 7 to be able to make a comeback. As one thing that we have to talk about, right, with how fast 762 is setting up on that Panther, it's not about the quality of fights for the defense a lot of the time, it's about the quantity of fights that you're able to take. The more fights that you can take as a defense, the more resources and ultimates and time you drain from your opponent, so that you might let them take one fight, but they'll inevitably lose the war that comes after.
Beautifully well put. The teleport in, honestly, I thought was a little bit premature as well. I didn't know if they were going to be able to get 3 fights, but they were still able to do so. But we're heading into the third game here very shortly. We'll catch up with you and move to game 3 right after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait a moment, your hands holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through town walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me as you are.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have a 1-1 series on our hand. I know you and I love it, but what do you expect to see that we might see change in this banning phase?
I mean, it has to be a Winter Soldier save, right? It has to be. You either insta-ban the Panther or you need to save something like that Winter Soldier to come through. Or potentially it's the map choice. Maybe they take us somewhere where dive has a little bit less value. It's a roll of the dice because, you know, a lot of maps do have places where dive can be incredibly strong. But if you can take us to a map where there's just nice, long, open line of sights to make it harder for that Panther to be able to commit unnoticed, maybe they don't have to go for the Winter Soldier save after all.
Yeah, and they're known for enabling flyers. Obviously, Hoffman, one of the strongest flyers in the game, especially in this tournament. And so, I'm with you that I think open map here, we see Krakoa. Yeah, so it is going to be a domination match. You typically find less success with dive and domination because not only are things more open, but everything's more visible. The setup's more obvious. You're not in a single lane where they can just escape off a side angle. Everything is available for people to track and cover that dive at all times.
Well, the Panther's not making it through. So potentially no need for the Winter Soldier as it is just insta-banned out. I mean, given what we saw coming on through, are we surprised? I think not. As it is going to be a storm save from the side of Cafe Noir after they've been able to remove the Wolverine, so they don't have to worry about a storm getting grabbed out of the sky the way we saw Cafe Noir utilizing the Wolverine from 762 earlier in their matchup when they were in the lower bracket run.
Yeah, and just reflecting back on some of these stats, as I'm sure it's going to, change up the composition here. We saw that Emma get a ton of value from Tones with those 8 finals. We saw some early picks. 26k damage is crazy. Obviously, Sky was running the 21k damage. They were running triple there with the Groot. So on the opposition, when you're looking at a Rival 7, it's a lot of different heroes being played. So not too much to dive into in terms of stat on individual heroes. But when it comes to the defense side of Cafe Noir, those picks were just insanely impactful. So surprised to see Emma still available right now as it seemed to work better for the side of Tones. But yeah, and it is going to be locked in here again for their team.
And no Punisher either.
Oh.
Arrival 7 were able to secure the Punisher ban, so you don't have CC immunity to dodge out of the Sonic Seduction, because that's what a lot of teams were using to finesse the Sonic Seduction raid. The Emma would ult, your Punisher would just hit his, and Final Judgment would be able to damage all of the Emma's team that were trying to follow up off of the space that should have been created as it immediately got grabbed back. As Arrival 7 are going to be banning the Hulk. So maybe we're going to be running something like a Psylocke side torch so that we don't have to worry about those Namor Hulk team-ups with the Gamma Monstro spawns being able to keep an eye on both the torch and the Psy.
Or
Yeah, I was curious if we were going to see the cap. The cap makes sense to me. Like I said, they're starting to like to play the more divey heroes a little more. Surprised to see that it's combined with Torch, but when you have that shield up there with Invis from Kanuya, you know that there's going to be just a heavy pocket, and there's that Psylocke at least being shown so far from Hopeful, which that Cap Psylocke dive is very threatening. If Cap lands that pop-up, Psylocke's tracking becomes infinitely easier, and that is the combination you'll see at this level of play. But not only is Psylocke going to deal a ton of damage, but Psylocke now has a clone due to EMEA being allowed in.
Psionic projection is still going to be enabled. Both of these teams are going to have access to it, but Cafe Noir will be able to get a Hopeful into a better position off of what Iffy is able to do. As if the Captain America is keeping Arrival 7's attention, then Hoffman could potentially be left up in the air alone out to dry. Thankfully, we do have the lineup with the Idle Aura, so he will be receiving a 35% heal trickle every single time Monotone just heals one of the Vanguards, but it's still a very precarious position if you're trying to win out that Torch 1v1.
And we are going to see, a surprise here, as we see chemicals on the Penny. I thought we'd see a switch, but we're going to see a kidnap. That's the play here.
Yeah.
This is another one of those conversations. That's why we didn't see the spawner being launched early for those additional health packs. They'll elect to grab those right now while they're waiting, but here's the kidnap strategy. Luna's coming in hot. Ooh, not hot enough, though. Good movement there from Luna to avoid and jump up to the top left using that height, unable to find that kidnap, which can find values. We will see a full switch in composition now, getting off of that Penny now. So this is going to be the locked-in lineups off the rip, and Cafe Noir will have a slight advantage because they will have point positioning.
Yeah, and they've already been able to set up things like the Pyro Prison as well as Hopeful on this left angle. Sees the Psionic. Will be able to get out before that projection comes on through and wins the 1 versus 1 lane fight. And now that you know it's on cooldown, you can be a little bit more forward, a little bit more aggressive, just trying to chase down the players from Arrival 7 who have been able to contest the point coming on through, as it is just going to be a little bit of an exchange of poke. Everyone trying to find either the first pick or hit a strategist ultimate up that allows them a little bit more aggression than their opponents. And that pick is massive, but Hoffman going down is huge for the Vanguards to move forward.
Yeah, we're going to see a trade out here. The Psylocke battle begins. Chemical, only one up at this point on Arrival 7. Point, obviously, still not being taken, so it's definitely a battle there, making sure they keep touching when need be. Good work there by Chemicals on a 7.62. Great shots on that pick. As you can see, the raw damage here from Monotone. Luna Snow is nothing to scoff at in terms of damage now with that hit scan. Chemical's going to clean up Kanuya there as well, and Arrival 7 will begin the ticker.
May is going to have God of Mischief for this next fight as well to be able to copy onto that Luna. Something to keep a note of too is that we're going to be seeing a sync up. When one of those ultimates comes on through, Cardiac Guy is going to be looking to utilize the Eye of Agamotto so they can get the damage amp off of that Maelstrom of Madness. So it's going to be up to Kanuya on the invis, not to get the ultimate, but to get the force physics. Cannot get afforded to get hit by that CC as everyone comes on through the dance of the butterflies, and 7.62's already been picked. One less player, one less body to be able to absorb all of the dash damages.
Yeah, these early picks forcing teams to reset, especially with this much ult still being held here for the side of, Kevin Orr and Arrival, as you see Arrival there with almost all 5 on this defense at this point. This is just exactly what you're looking for. If you find these staggers and you're forcing the team to reset together 24/7, and the ticker just starts climbing, and you're not scared at all to make the counterplay as Chemicals finds Iffy in the off angle again, and they are going to force the drop back once more. Already at 60%, Arrival 7 took that loss personally, and they do not want to make sure this goes to game 7.
I mean, Arrival 7 are just taking advantage of how spread Cafe Noir are. Even before a pick comes through, they're outnumbered in the fights because of how isolated the angles have been. The Cap and the Psylocke are playing two entirely different sides of the map. The AMER alone is the one that gets sent to anchor. Out comes the Supernova. The AMER with that Sonic Seduction can still get taken down. Dance of the Butterflies, however, it's a regen domain, which is going to be able to keep everyone intact for that one, as it is going to be that Eye of the Agamotto catching 1, catching 2, catching 3. Kanuya is going to still be able to survive though with that invis boundary as well as a freedom charge once Coach utilizes their ultimate. So Cafe Noir might just be able to hold themselves in this fight with sheer stubbornness and strategist ults.
Yeah, they are committing everything here on the side of Arrival 7. They need to get picks. Hopeful going to find Monotone. Granted, they are at 99%, so at this point, it is a fight that they don't mind losing. Kanuya going to find one. Tones going to find Hoffman, and that is a huge pick. Even though they initiated this, oh, wow, and there goes the rest. Slowly but surely, they initiated this fight with that Emma, and they used, like, they tried to look up at Hoffman and try to force out the ult there and force him to walk, but just too much range, so didn't find a ton of value with that initiation. Still, they were able to push through and take the point over, but now it's a game of one single fight for the side of Arrival 7 on map 1 here.
Yeah, and Arrival 7 know that they have to worry about the rotation. That's when the Cap and the Psylocke are going to hit, and that's where it's going to hit the most. So I use as the portal just for the map itself. No strange TP cooldown necessary. They're already on the objective. The Cap and Psylocke have not been able to disrupt the backline at the same time. Regent Domain has come on through, as we can see. Iffy is there on the Loki. However, there's no follow-up because the Psylocke is just trying to farm the Dance of the Butterflies. Hopeful goes down, and that was Cafe Noir's hope. The win condition, no Dance of the Butterflies, it's put on pause.
Oh, and this could be mean. It does get value. They collide. Holy moly, chemicals. Flamme, Pinnacle. That is 5 swept, and that should do it. Not sure they can get a TP through. Hey, yeah, they cannot. They're going to hold on to those ultimates. Really well done by Arrival 7, and way to clutch up in that moment.
Yeah, Arrival 7 just understanding the tempo. The Captain America and the Psylocke, they want to hit you when you're rotating so that they can weaken the resources that go out onto the point, and then the rest of the team can take that fight because they're already outnumbered if it goes to a 6v6, since the Cap and the Psylocke not physically going to be there. Everyone's just going to get walked on. That's why AMER is so strong with this composition. If Arrival 7 try to walk straight onto the core, out comes Carbon Crush and someone gets yanked.
For sure. We do see almost even ult advantage here on both sides. Hoffman going to be ready with that Supernova. We do have the copy there from Flamme. We have Tones ready with ult. Coach and Canoe, you're going to be very close as well on Cafe Noir. But, Arrival 7 able to have the understanding and patience to make sure they don't use that copy in that fight, knowing that it was a successful play and just cleaning up those KOs. We'll start with a slight advantage on the side of Cafe Noir, but Arrival 7 at least has something to battle back with to buy some time on point.
Well, Hopeful's going to be headed over to the Hella so that Cafe Noir can still have pick potential. We do have to watch out for, as it is going to be a TP. However, no Penny Parker, so no one's going to be getting mugged with the nests coming on through. It's just going to be to better position everybody onto that point immediately so that both Chemicals and Hoffman can get into a good space to utilize those ults, because Arrival 7, they've got what they need, Ship. They're ready to take the fight.
Remember, those portals stay up for 20 seconds, essentially just using it to force the whole team, if they're heading down this way, to head on the right side. There is another Psionic Seduction. Great escape there, forcing the team away. Coach going to find Chemicals early on for Cafe Noir, and that's a good start, even being down in positioning, I would argue. Hoffman going to force out that ult, not getting too much value, as we do have the dance floors out now. Match here, Flamme is trying to press forward. They are holding on tight, but at this point, down a number. Can they keep the pressure on? Will they find a pick to even the numbers out? Hoffman, good idea, but here comes that counter dance floor from Coach, as they are walking forward. Pinnacle going to use that Psionic right up to the sky and force a walk here, calling that out, making the team look in that direction. Hopeful in a dangerous position. Down goes 2 as Hoffman gets a pick in that moment. Chemicals as well out of Hopeful, and that is a great Psionic Seduction as Flamme finds Coach, and Cartier going to find Iffy. Monotone on the Tones, and that is a sweep. Arrival 7 going to take this point and hold on at 30%.
Yeah, and hold on is the key phrasing there, because the bounce of the point of bodies on the objective from Cafe Noir was just a little bit behind, as Coach's Fate of Both Worlds was not there in time to prevent Arrival 7 from capping. So the entire duration of that fight, they were getting point percentage. They've got 35% and climbing, and Hoffman is climbing the angles, making sure that this Heller is not getting to see any presence of the fight. Doesn't want to utilize the Goddess of Death either, as we can see the Dance of the Butterflies. They found a lot of players that are forcing everybody to stack, which means even more spam uptime for Hoffman, who's going to have another supernova if this continues.
Yeah, and Hoffman just starts off there with a pick on Hopeful, sending him right back to the spawn door at 60%, starting to build those ults now. The problem is, when you are on Team Cafe Noir, they did a good job maintaining and not overcommitting ults when they were losing the fight, but now Arrival 7 has been holding the point for so long, and they're finding damage and picks, they're going to get their ults right back. So that is the tricky game you play in domination, and now it looks like We are going to see a Rival 7 getting close on ults, but the entirety of the team for Cafe Noir needs to find value here as they all will be pressing Q. 762 to initiate here. Right under the back line. The dance floor comes just a little too late. If he finds Pinnacle, Chemicals goes down there from Hopeful, running into the back line onto the torch in the sky. They will have to reset again, but at this point, it's 85%. A portal play needs to come through if they want a chance here. 762 on a monotone Psyche line tones onto Flame. Iffy onto Hoffman, and they will be taking the point back.
Okay, Cafe Noir will be able to find a fight and now gain control of the point. They're going to be able to clear out the Thalica. More importantly, they can start taking the torch 1v1. Because Rival 7, they've got the Loki and the Luna, which means that 762 has the upper hand in the mirror fight. He gets the team up with Kanuya to give himself additional reinforcement of that armor, and Hopeful on that Hela is going to be able to try and find a pick before the fight begins. However, Portal comes out from a Rival 7, yet again utilizing the map's portals rather than the Stranger's cooldowns, so they can try and limit some of the angles that Cafe Noir control. A Supernova from Hoffman tries to split the team in case someone overextended and wanted to rush on the team after they were out of the portals, but Chemicals loses the 1v1 against the Hela yet again, and 762 picks Flame. This is going great for Cafe Noir.
Yeah, and they're just, look at this ult economy. I mean, they're not overcommitting ults in any fight. They came in with 6 in the last, only committed 1, and now they're ending a second fight with an additional ult advantage again. I mean, I am very, very surprised, and it looks very clean as a team for you to consistently win these fights and not overcommit even into a Rival 7 who only need to win one fight here. They just need to find some value, but keeps going in the favor of Cafe Noir, who are at roughly 70%. So now it's getting into one fight territory for either side. It's all about who wins this next fight.
Chemicals doesn't fall for the bait of the Captain America, who wanted to send the Psylocke a little bit closer to the Hela, as it is going to be a bird into Goddess of Death angle onto the point so that Helpful doesn't get an additional health up, but gets the opportunity to stabilize once they drop out of it to the Fate of both worlds that Coach times to end with the Goddess of Death coming on through. Down to the butterflies from Chemicals, isn't able to find the bodies that it needs as Cafe Noir heading towards final fight territory. Big Eye of Agamotto, but even better, Strange Shield. There's the Maelstrom of Madness follow up, and Hopeful is down.
Oh, that was so beautiful. You can actually block off those heals there with Strange with your shield during any strategist ultimate. Incredibly smart play right there by Cartier Sky, who does elect to keep the team, with an advantage off of that Eye of Agamotto by simply holding that shield up, which is something you don't really think about, but at this level of play comes as second nature. But wow, still back and forth. This Pinnacle finds Tones there. Will they be able to keep this pressure on and take this point? But it looks like Cafe Noir is sneaking the point right back. It's anyone's battle as the portals come out. They're just trying to hold Cafe Noir, has nothing left. Pinnacle and Hoffman gonna use the Supernova. They are gonna use the Psionic. They're gonna find 3. Will they be able to take this W 2-1? Looks like they will. They get point 99%. The OT ticks down, and that should be enough here for a Rival 7 who looked very dominant. But what a good attempt there by Cafe. But you gotta show some love to a Rival 7 who looked like a brand new team locked in on that domination.
Yeah, you gotta ask yourself, what would be different if Cafe Noir had been able to win that first fight of Cradle, and then they would have been established in those angles, would have been able to take the torch 1 versus 1, get the better of it, as well as see out the front of that Psylocke time and time again. But losing that first fight just allowed a Rival 7 to get so much point percentage for free, as well as build up the ultimate, so that they just needed one clean fight to come on through before they could sweep it back into their side.
Flame is just an MVP machine at this point, just a mean Loki. You know, they keep letting Loki through, obviously very strong on both sides, but I mean, just finding so much value. You know how strong strategists are when they can deal damage, 5.7k on the raw damage there with the 21k healing. Just some very strong crystal utilization, 52% accuracy, looking good there on the hit scan. But you look over at Chemicals on the Psylocke. Winning that Psylocke duel was everything in this matchup, because with a team up that strong, if you're going to let it through, you've got to commit to it, and Chemicals did a great job there.
Yeah, Chemicals was getting really good value coming on from that Psylocke, being able as well to keep up the pressure on the Hela when we saw the swap come on through on the side of Cafe Noir. They thought that maybe, okay, we're down some ultimates. Let's go for a duelist who just server admin lobbies games when you've just got your neutral. I mean, Hela's ultimate is just a buffer window, right? You use it to maybe force out something from the other side, but it's more a case of your Hela is incredibly low. Utilize the ultimate activation to maybe dodge out of a Meteor M, or potentially the CC coming on through from a Psionic Seduction. If you get picks off of the back of it, that's just the cherry on the top.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, there was a lot of back and forth. I would argue, Rival 7 looked very dominant on that map. Obviously, map 1 especially, but when they pushed it 2, those fights, those consistent back and forth, just kept winning. But there was a moment there where I saw Cafe start to look like a team that is awakening a little bit, starting to pop off, but Rival 7 keeping their composure and winning those end game fights was everything. Getting to that percentage that early on is all they needed, and it was enough for them to take home that W, up 2-1 in this series.
I think what was also really comforting coming through from Cafe Noir was the fact that it wasn't actually the Black Panther, where they looked like they were starting to pull ahead of that series too. So we're seeing a lot of different looks to this team. Whether or not we're going to get a new composition, we're going to have to wait and see, as we'll be back with the next map after this.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when I know more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold among all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are.
Arrival 7 take home the next map, making it 2-1. And honestly, there was just a bit of a staggering issue on the side of Cafe Noir. You cannot fall like that on map 1. It just gave them so much free time.
Yeah, there was a lot of splits as well. Like we were talking about, oh, the Captain America and the Psylocke and the Luna all made it through. So this dive is going to be potentially really problematic because you're going to be able to come and hit multiple people all at the same time from so many different angles. And we never really got to see the fruition of that coordination come through. Something that Arrival 7 very quickly figured out. And when they had things like the Human Torch and the Psylocke, they were able to instantly chase down all of those isolated targets and punish them. As yet again, we're going to be seeing the Panther ban coming through from the side of Arrival 7. Cafe Noir going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out how they want to play now that 762's favorite hero has been removed.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. Ban the Panther every game if you're getting W's. Why not, right? And honestly, Chemicals and Hoffman looked like they were just hunting down that Cap, just hunting down that Psylocke. It was like Craven just following and stalking the duelists and finding them and picking them off. So really well played by the duelist line there. Obviously, Flamme with the MVP, Monotone, everyone on the side of Arrival looked really good in that map. You just got to keep that momentum moving forward. They want to find success here.
I mean, the AMER Frost save as well means that you don't have to worry as much about the Captain America coming on through, as Cafe Noir are actually going to be saving the Hulk, so maybe we're going to be having a couple of fastball shenanigans come through, as a lot of teams have started going for a strategy where in the first fight, to break that first corner, which is problematic for attacking teams to say the least, you literally run over a Hulk or a Thing and one of your players just to fastball a Wolverine closer to the defense, so they have to back up and deal with it before swapping up to what you actually want to play.
Yeah, I am curious if this is going to result in a little bit of a change. Yggdrasil's Path is a very strong Strange map. It looks like Strange is making it through here. Did make it through last map as well, but hasn't in the prior two. So Strange could find some value. Not sure if they're going to be running that. Looks like not yet, at least not so far. But the portal walls, especially on these spawn locations, can be very valuable. We've seen a ton of success in Ignite utilizing those walls. So I'm curious if we'll see that change up here later on, but looks like Cafe Noir electing to attack first.
Yeah, like you said, those Strange portals where you can just set up a bird's eye view for your Punisher for that culling turret angle to be able to start chunking through them and building up that final judgment, or just send them kiting directly to the rest of your team where you're able to come in and front load out the damage, can be incredibly effective at being able to break that first fight, as Arrival 7 on the defense are going to be running Loki, Cloak, and Dagger as their backline, so a lot of just sustain and resources to deal with any form of dive. The Winter Soldier may be put on ice thanks to the ban coming up from Cafe Noir, but Arrival 7 are still incredibly well equipped to deal with any iteration of dive that comes out from the attack.
I liked how you mentioned the portal ingenuity with those, turret placements and off-angle plays, and I think that is through the roof in terms of just, IQ level. The things that I'm seeing from some of these Strange players at this level of play, it's a game of chess, but we aren't going to see that off the rip here so far. Running virtually the same without the Psylocke compositions here. They are going to have that Punisher on both sides, and both of which are going to be in the sky on Torch. Both strong Torch players. Hoffman in the conversation of one of the best up there in the sky as well. Going to build up those right clicks. We are going to see Emma Frost getting through again on both sides. There was a battle. Both Frosts getting a ton of value last game. Saw 12-3 for Tones, and you look over at Pinnacle, 16-2. So both just really looking strong. Goes to show you how strong that hero is in terms of pick potential. And if you find anyone sleeping, you just carbon crush him into a wall.
Well, at the moment, it's just a game of who can pull the paternal bond faster at this point. Coach, 84%, slightly ahead of Monotone. Caffeine are able to build it up. They can get incredibly aggressive, but Flamey has been able to also take advantage of how stacked everyone is playing and can come in through with a God of Mischief. As Chemicals is going to have the final judgment, so too is Hopeful. Everyone's poking and pressuring to try and force some of those resources. And Ship, when the Punisher hits the ultimate, that's when things are properly going to heat up and get going. As out comes the Terror Cape, the cut's already around that corner, which means that no one from Arrival 7 can get away. They have to take the Joust duel.
And this is just a testament to this level of play. You see Punisher pop ult. We don't even need to commit those other ultimates. One by one, take it slow, play positioning, and then engage. As you see Hoffman turning that around on Hopeful without getting a single pick with that ult just yet. That final judgment, not in our house. They said, up we go with the Meteor Ram, and there's no shield coming. Bang! Down goes Kanuya, and Guardier Sky with a pick. Pinnacle gonna find Iffy. And at this point, you just regroup as a team and do not commit anything else. Very well played by Arrival 7 on the defense, playing very patiently and not overcommitting. They will have that Punisher ultimate in return. Iffy holding on here, and we will also have 762 on those tornadoes.
Oh no, this Punisher. Yeah, he's gonna go down. Oh,
Oof.
Chemicals even comes to make it a 2 versus 1. There's no fairness in Love, War, and Marvel Rivals esports, especially when you're trying to commit a full hold on to Yggdrasil path, as Chemicals, like you said, still has that final judgment. The silver lining of Chemicals getting target focused down. You've got it for this next engagement. Supernova comes on through from 762, just trying to burn out the final judgment's pressure cooker, but he's caught the regeneration domain. Gets a little bit too hot to handle once those 100 HP runestones have been broken, though, and the Punisher is down, and Cafe Noir are handed in back to this fight with the Sonic Seduction.
Interesting play there is Iffy electing to not use the Meteor Ram to counter that. Obviously, you know, they did find value. They countered it with, you know, the attack side of 762 using that Supernova. It seems like it worked for him, so who am I to judge? Yeah,
Hoffman's
exactly.
too close to the ult tracking the torch. They know there's a TP recontest, and that Supernova's going to get built up in this fight.
Wow, what a throw there. Flamey goes down early, and there's the return, and that's why they held on. Smart play in the end. You're correct about that. Good call on the portal. Hoffman finding 762 here for the side of defense again, and Qs are being popped for days as we see Pinnacle, Hoffman, and Monotone now launching out these ults. We got Hoffman with a pick there on Hopeful. Will it be enough to turn this? They are doing a great job here on defense. Ult advantage being committed heavily on Cafe Noir now, as nobody has Qs. Chemical very close, as we will see that final judgment probably get a ton of value with nothing to counteract, as we won't have much left. Chemical's just trying to retake positioning. Tone's gonna find Pinnacle though, and is that enough to give them enough time? They take the point, they hold on, and they are very close in terms of meters. Chemicals finds one, make that 2. Do I hear 3 and 4? Down goes Chemicals. Hoffman gonna clean up Iffy though. Hoffman with 2 on a Tone. 762 onto Flamey, and it looks like it may go to the side of Arrival holding, but again, another final judgment. Will this get value? Great positioning, holding these off angles. Wow, Hoffman on the height. Great decision to buy time, and that down goes a Hopeful, and that's just a nothing ultimate. Very brutal. Can they even get through with 2 seconds on? They do at the last millisecond. Touch the point, and now the turret, excuse me, is up on height. You're gonna keep the damage going. Strange shield at about 500 HP, now at 300. Cracked. Foley, we do see the ultimate committed. The internal bond is out. Holding on to this point. Hopeful takes out Chemicals. Pinnacle now turn it right back. Guardier Sky. Hoffman taking out 3 on the attack. The defense is too strong, and they are gonna hold them for Arrival 7 on point 1.
Yeah, there's no light at the end of the tunnel coming on through, and that tunnel is incredibly long. Unfortunately, there's an eternal bond up and available for the defense, so they get 13 seconds off. Nothing is going to go down, and Cafe Noir have to just play fully absorbing all of the pressure that comes out, hoping that they're going to have enough bodies as well as the Sonic Seduction and the Supernova to last them into the fight that comes afterwards. Those hopes are dashed, though, along with the opportunity to see any further of Yggdrasil path. And now we have the task. Can Arrival 7 break the full hold, or will Cafe Noir be able to fuller hold on their defensive turn?
And remember, folks, this was chosen by the side of Cafe Noir, who were not able to push through. So Arrival 7, this is a ton of value here if you can get through this map. It goes to show you that you can get the job done on whatever map, even if it's their favorite or whatever composition they feel most comfortable in scrims running. So well played again on that defense, holding point 1. Great, you know, great hold in terms of some of the defensive ultimates too. I saw on the side of Cafe Noir trying to press in, but it just didn't matter. The Arrival 7 just looked way too good.
Yeah, Cafe Noir on their defense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Still the same composition as 762 on that torch. It's just constant 24/7 pressure, allowing Cafe Noir this bubble of space to be able to build up those ultimates before Arrival 7 can take that fight. As once again, we're going to be seeing no Wolverine in play. He was banned out, so it is just going to be the slow burn approach as Hoffman utilizes this building, sets up the Pyro Prison to try and force Arrival 7 a little bit closer forward, potentially make Cafe Noir take a big old step backwards, but if you're doing a very good job of just playing around that corner and still holding.
Keeping the pressure on forward now, using some of these cooldowns. Out goes the torch, keeping the pressure on. Absolutely putting a ton of damage out there right now. Looking clean. Hoffman going to keep the pressure forward, still holding that right angle. Hoffman now winning this duel of the torch. It's seemingly very difficult for them to press through as they are just walking up this point towards the barrier.
Yeah, really good terror kit comes on out. The torch is going to feel the confidence to be able to commit, gets them low enough that Chemicals is going to be able to get the better of the Punisher, and Chemicals was 10% away from that ultimate. Filmani comes on through now with that God of Mischief. Eternal Bond comes on through, paving the way for Arrival 7 all the way into the back line, looking for the terror kit. A good shield turnaround coming on through from Iffy to block it, but the damage has been done. Arrival 7 are in. Psionic Seduction as well as an actual Eternal Bond, and this just feels like cleanup right now. Where do Cafe Noir try and turn the fight? Maybe it's the Meteor M. Filmay gets taken out, but Cartier Sky finds two, and it's going to be up to a strange TP recontest for Cafe Noir to find their feet.
Yeah, that was very difficult as they do get that point before the portal could even come through. Arrival 7, lights out, looking insane on that map. Clinical, no issues, and just getting every single pick early, every alt found value. Arrival 7 looked like a brand new team out there.
Yeah, I mean, Yggdrasil Path, it can be problematic for some teams, but we just saw so much confidence and just understanding too. Around that first corner is most problematic for the attacking side because it's a right-hand peak. For the defense, right, they can do a lot of damage. Their hitbox is massively obscured in comparison to the attackers who a lot of the time are out in the open, and this being a third-person POV game means that you're going to be showing a lot more of your hitbox if you're out in the open. And it's something that a lot of teams really do struggle with, so being able to just utilize things like Hoffman's threat and just send the Pyro Prison out to make everyone on the side of Cafe Noir swing a little bit wider around that corner, not giving them the confidence to take that fight when they're in the actual advantage, just starting off in that defense. Then everyone starts walking forward, backwards rather, trying to just hide back and stabilize inside the room, but Arrival 7 are able to catch the disengage and just keep up the pressure with a huge Eternal Bond into the back line.
Seemed like the banning of this map alluded to them just being a mirror match battle, and I gotta say, Arrival 7 just did it better with the Punisher, with the torch in the sky, more commitment out of these Meteor M's, finding value. You know, you only have Hoffman and Cartier Sky only falling one time. Monotone not going down a single time on Cloak and Dagger. I mean, even through the Punisher, even through the Magneto, that is just very strong team play.
I mean, no Meteor M connections, like you said. I mean, Flamme, I believe, got caught once by a Meteor M in a Cloak and Dagger copy, but Monotone never got caught by one of them too. So really smart resources just going through to make sure that the Cloak and Dagger is going to be able to survive the attention that comes on through from that Magneto. Is the thing about Meteor M, it's very good as a defensive. It is nice that you're able to find a pick, but a lot of the time, it's pretty hard to be able to find a pick off of the amount of shield resources that are up.
We're going to see if there's any change coming up soon in these compositions in the ban phase right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows moving, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows moving, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are at game point here for Arrival 7. One more win in the title, and the prize is theirs.
Yes, but it being game point means that Arrival 7 took the last map of Yggdrasil, so Cafe Noir get the opportunity to choose where they want to head. They've tried to take us to a lot of dive favorited maps, as we can see that this is very much a dive coordinated and flavored team, as things like the Captain America, the Psylocke, the Black Panther have all been fan favorites for them. So potentially a map like Spider Islands, where there's a lot of really good flank rotations, and you can keep like the Psylocke, the Panther, or potentially the Torch around the verticality of their rooftops, could be a good shout to head over to, as I mean, they're worried about the Torch. He's gonna get banned out. Arrival 7, remember, Panther, take it out immediately.
Yeah, you don't change it at this point. Ever since that ban out, it seemed like a very different momentum shift here for Arrival 7, who have just looked like, you know, almost flawless in this domination, and even in the last convoy we had there. So we do move forward to Spider Islands, another dive heavy map, which, you know, there are a lot of off angles, a lot of height here, so you can find some good play, but it also kind of allows some of this flying potential to peek through. And we know that Arrival 7 can fly very well, because you can just play off those buildings like it's your job.
Well, Kavanaugh also know that Chemicals is a monster on the Winter Soldier, so Bucky is going to be removed so that they can try and keep playing that dive. Interesting that they go for the Storm, however, as Punisher has been banned out on the side of Arrival 7. But if you want to play something like the Psylocke, Psylocke does make the Storm's life a little bit harder. Then again, we saw earlier Storm and Psylocke getting utilized to play off of Omega Hurricane positions into Psylocke follow-through, so maybe it's a return to that kind of form from Cafe Noir?
Yeah, I'm curious about these ban outs here. I don't dislike it. It definitely looks a little more unique. We are gonna have that Wolverine. Wolverine's terrifying on this map as well, so I'm very curious to see how that's gonna pan out. We are gonna keep that EMEA, which can help into the Wolf a little bit. Looks like they're just, it's strange, because in Ignite it was almost unanimous. You either immediately got rid of the EMEA or you immediately got rid of the mag, and it seems like these teams want to have that battle. I mean, the Vanguards are playing really well. It seems like Guardian Sky and Pinnacle are winning that duel, at least so far, with more finals in the last match as well. 5 apiece, a little more even than Chemicals on the Punisher. So they're playing really clean. In my opinion, you maybe want to shift things up and force them into some more uncomfortable picks potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the Wolverine and the Storm, both going to be very good picks in case it is a triple Vanguard appearance of a defense, as Spider Islands was the OG. Midtown has adopted some variants of the Spawn Hold composition, but Spider Islands was where the strategy actually began, as it actually started off in EMEA. It was utilized against Virtus Pro, who some would say were the best team in the world. It was the first time that they ever dropped a map, and the second that people saw how valuable having just like 3 Vanguards outside the door to stall out the first fight, and then when you start losing it, everybody loses on the objective, so that you get a strange TP to take another fight, and then you get another fight afterwards before your opponent gets access to a further extension of the time bank. Just meant a lot of the time teams got suffocated by the seconds against them.
We are going to see the setup here on height from Chemicals, and this is starting off here with, you know what, I don't think we've seen much of this in the tournament at all, but we are going to have Hella electing to take position on height. It is going to be matched on both sides, and there's the flying. We talked about seeing the Storm here on these high angles, using these buildings as natural cover. A lot of these pro teams, these high-level teams, you'll see how they are consistently using this natural cover. You won't see them standing in the open. There's always a building ahead of you. That is a downtown tackle from Wolverine right back to the team. Able to escape there. Good bubble on the side of Magneto, keeping the team healthy on attack here. So well done, Iffy, to keep the team moving forward. But now you're always looking over your shoulder, as Wolverine is only being played by Hoffman and not matched for the side of Cafe Noir and Wolverine. There's a ton of off-angle grab potential here on this map.
Yeah, it's going to sound weird, but it's actually Hopeful's job to keep a track of that Wolverine, with the Soul Drainer being able to pull him back if he tries to find grab, as we can actually see the Hella looking for that Wolverine, understanding where he can potentially be playing from, as we are boarding towards the first Mega Hurricane. Try and force Flume into burning out the God of Mischief, which is already built up on the side of Arrival 7, by the way. And Arrival 7, understanding the deficit of ultimates, are going to come on through with a God of Mischief early on for an Eternal Bond aggressively onto Cafe Noir before they can find any pick.
Oh, that's clean. I mean, you don't need to necessarily run the triple Vanguard when you are playing this aggressive, and the team is, just like I said, constantly looking over their shoulder, looking out for that Wolverine, which with a bubble, with, you know, some extra healing focus there, crystals go out. Wolverine might as well be another Vanguard with that passive up. So forcing eyes backwards, playing slowly, is playing in their favor, as they are still holding this point relatively tight, and they likely could get 3 fights out of this. We'll see. And here comes the Hurricane from 762. Haven't seen a lot of the Storm over these last few games, coming in and forcing out that Bond, heading directly back to the team. Knew that was coming. Good positioning there. 762 now going to walk it right back with a damage boost. Notice how low they're playing to the ground, staying inside that Bond, giving the entire team some extra damage, and using that Storm boost to deal damage right back, as Hopeful going to find Flume and Chemicals with the passive pop. 762 going to clean that up on a Cartier Sky, and that is enough to push them up towards this point. They may have to stagger in with a teleport and force this next fight to be a little more tricky. Yeah, they'll get that portal in.
Yeah, the portal is going to come on through, potentially at the cost of a regeneration domain safety, as no one knows where Cafe Noir are playing from. Everyone gets hit by the Terror Cape. Chemical's going to be sidestepping the Brawl fight, but coming on through with a Goddess of Death, as both of the Hellas are going to be looking at each other, though Chemicals is much lower in HP, and it is going to be immediately dropped, as Pinnacle with the Strange Shield will be able to cover for Hopeful's entire duration. Konya comes on through with an Eternal Bond. Carter Sky isn't able to stop it early, but the Lost Stand picks everybody out of it, and Hopeful goes down, even though the Eternal Bond was still in play. A Mega Hurricane now from 762, taking advantage of the fact that Arrival 7 are missing strategist ultimates, and Cafe Noir are flipping this.
762 with the 2-piece here with another Hurricane, and oh, here comes the Eye. Crystals are out early. Can they burn them before they do? But it's not going to be quick enough. Unfortunate timing there. Tried to use that Maelstrom. Unfortunately, Crystal had like 1 HP. Kept him fully healthy. 762 going to clean up. That's a 5-piece for 762. Just walking at the side of Arrival 7, playing hyper aggro, enabling that Hella to deal a ton more damage. And they are showcasing how strong they could be as a unit right now. And they are now heading to point 2, but point 2 is very much a defensible position, as you do have that heavy spawn advantage.
Yeah, and Cafe Noir have to be very careful about how they play this storm, because if you head onto main road, you lose access to a lot of the cover. So 762 at the moment just going to be playing around this rock, trying to utilize that natural cover as well as the presence of the Magneto in front of them to stop Chemicals and Hoffman from getting an angle. As we see Chemicals is playing on the rooftop, 762 doesn't engage in the fight, instead utilizes the Goddess boost. That's a force of the Eternal Bond, and Cafe Noir just decide to give up. They could have mirrored with one of their own, but they know that Cardi Sky has that Magneto M in play, and they don't want to risk it, but it comes at the cost of losing their Loki and also losing the position. Chemicals is now in a brilliant angle to take down 762 as they try and open out into main.
Yeah, it seems difficult there. They were trying to drop back and just make that all, invaluable, but or not valuable, excuse me. But instead, losing the strat line there, losing Kanuya that early is tough. And that's another pick again for Rival 7. And this is what they need to get the momentum back in their favor. Slowly but surely pick off everyone. Force Cafe to hold on to those ults and try to get quickly back to ult advantage, or at least try to even it out, as they are very close now. Rival 7, good picks on this stall right out of the door here. Flamme gonna take this off angle. You can see setting up those clones, gonna immediately copy up. And great patience, great speed even from Flamme here, who's going to walk this right back, but not panicking in that moment, knowing the Hurricane was coming in their direction. Sky with a nice pick on 762 there, and again, more value evening out these ults. Cafe's got to commit, or they've got to drop back. Tone's going to find one on a monotone. Up we go with the Goddess of Death, matched and countered by the Meteor M, and the dunk goes out. Does it find value? It does. Sky takes out Kanuya. Oh, and oh my, Iffy finds Pinnacle. Huffman onto Iffy. 762 on a Chemicals. It is just a trading fest. Who will come out on top? Ults are being used completely by Cafe Noir. Will they be able to get enough pressure forward? Cartier Sky finds another on a hopeful, and that is some serious defense here from a Rival 7 who held on to 2 ultimates.
762 on Magic, coming on through with the stepping discs and the iframe that is afforded off of the back of them, also getting to take that mobility and just play for the rooftops, looking for a drop down potential assassination onto one of these players, but the Eternal Bond's making it a little bit tricky as everyone from Arrival 7 is getting a little bit too much healing per second.
Wow.
So 762, this is really dangerous, Ship. If they got spotted out, they could potentially get staggered. However, if they don't get spotted out, they're in a brilliant angle to hit the backline and split Arrival 7's entire attention for the rest of that core to walk forward aggressively.
Yeah, when you're looking at Magic, there is combos to one-shot backline. Does require a ton of patience and skill, honestly. But one thing that enables you to play a little cleaner is when Loki is forced to copy and panic. That gives you an advantage to find that Loki. As soon as you see crystals go out like this, now is your engagement time. We got to see if 762 tries to... Oh, nope, and it's going to be a little too late, as they will be able to use this ult now because they've already transformed. You almost got to engage just a little bit earlier, but it's a tough situation to be in, especially if you're not tracking properly. In that moment, Hoffman with an insane last stand there. Will it be enough to win them this point before point 2 even gets moving slightly? That's a 2-piece off the rip, heavy up in numbers. Cafe Noir going to lose another, but find one pick there on a Chemicals in the back. Pinnacle to take out Tones. Is that going to be the point? Not quite sure yet, as they're still holding on. 762 still into the Dark Child. Hoffman going to find another tackle here onto the front line and down. Oh my goodness, another find here. And that could be enough. Hoffman is holding on to this point. 100 charge, just walking around, buying enough time. OT ticking down slowly but surely. Can they come back? They have no alts left. Kanuya is down with that alt, and that should do it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Kanuya just goes down with the God of Mischief fully intact, as they're not able to find someone to be able to copy in time. And that is going to be where Convoy comes to a halt. As yet again, it just feels like when we're seeing things like the Eternal Bond exchangement, it's Arrival 7 who are always able to stop it early with the Meteor M connections from Cartier Sky every single time, every single map. It feels like they're finding the impact that that ultimate is looking for.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible to hold point 1 here. I do think that there is potential, and we are going to see the defensive strategy of triple, which I do think is what you need to do if you need to hold point 1 here very, very early on in point 2. So we'll see that tripled up.
You can't triple with group because Wolf got saved.
Yeah, I thought they were going to run. I guess they decided not to, but initially it was the thing. You can still kind of do it with the thing. We saw 100 Thieves doing that a few times too, where they would actually put one of the duelists on the thing and just damage reduce and just hold that front line as long as possible. But yeah, it definitely makes it easier with Groot. But yeah, when you have Wolverine out there, it's maybe not the play. So it looks like they are going to not elect to hold on with triple, and instead just going to try to find value in these fights. Oh, as I'm saying, no, they are going to run triple.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
they're on the
Yeah, they got
triple.
the Magneto in the thing. All right, so we do see this hold Titan early. We'll see if it works out a little cleaner for them. Rival 7 might be making a change here in composition once they see this hold.
Yeah, we could definitely see chemicals on this Moon Knight just to take advantage of how stacked
Yep.
Cafe Noir are going to be playing from, so we can build up that hand of Khonshu. Potentially even something like a Squirrel Girl as Pinnacle has gone over to the Groot so that they can utilize the wombo combos. There's no Wolverine on the other end as it's 3 Vanguards, 3 Strategists. Out comes the Onk Bounce Chemicals, already 70% to that first ultimate, which even if it doesn't have the Groot ult to play off of the back of, is going to get so much freedom of space for the attacking side to be able to walk forward. Regen domain's already been forced as well from Kanuya, and there's the hand of Khonshu ready to go right before Kanuya builds the ultimate.
It's a perfect time to pull out Moon Knight here. This is where you find value. We even saw Sentinels. They were running magic into the triple. Found value there, going right after the strategist and just not even glancing at the front line. And we see Hopeful find one early with Flamme. Triple seem to be working so far, but alts are very close. All they're looking for here is that strangling prison into the moon, raining down on them by chemicals. Things are going to be dicey here in a moment if they can land it. It's all about stuffing this strangling prison now. Will they be able to with these shields? And I know it's coming soon, and everybody's aware as they're walking backward just a little bit. Flamme gonna find Iffy, and that is a good start. There's that strangling prison combination. Crystals go out. They do escape. Nobody goes down. Great positioning right there. Iffy gonna try to get back very quickly. 762 finding chemicals very low. 762 with a nice pick there on Ultron. Only seen this one so far. Last stand goes out. Hoffman once again with a 2-piece, and oh my goodness, do not allow this
stagger.
hero to be played into triple.
Oh, the stagger. Oh no, he saw the Demon's Exchange! The Feral just catches where the Loki copy too. And now you're down your Loki, you're down your God of Mischief. You don't have regeneration domain to safely get everybody through this portal, so instead Cafe Noir can't go onto the objective. They have to take the high ground instead. Down they fall, but Flamme comes on through with a copy of an Eternal Bond. 760 tries to equalize it with a Rage of Ultron, but that's just going to feed the charge of the Meteor M. Doesn't find a pick, but Pinnacle's been able to take down the Strange before Eye of Agamotto comes on through. Kanuya was able to get back to the team. However, Hoffman is just carrying everybody out of the healing resources so that Arrival 7 can keep finding these picks. Strangling Prison is going to be up, but Chemicals isn't. But Arrival 7 still looking to find a couple more of these players. The Yancey Street Charge from Hopeful's good. It stops any mobility. And Arrival 7 finally find themselves losing the fight as Cafe Noir hold.
Yeah, I like the retake there. I mean, seeing it worked really well. They're holding all tight. This is a guaranteed 3 fight now, so this is huge for the side of the defense for Cafe Noir. They needed to make this happen, and they did, even though the portal was kind of deep. I was surprised to see that, but just goes to show you when you spawn door hold like that, you have plenty of time to walk back down and make sure you take them before this corner. So great play here, even though watching that Wolverine jump from the sky was a thing of nightmares onto that Loki. A little bit terrifying. There goes out a few moments of a respite, but the moon will haunt, and they are at 60 seconds. 762. Great healing up there with the Rage of Ultron. Going to look directly towards the back line. Excuse me, right at the front line, forcing it into the shield. Just trying to use it actually as a strategist ultimate for once instead of an aggressive backline play. But it did work out for them greatly there as Cafe Noir still has 4 ultimates. This may be the hold they needed. 40 seconds on the clock.
Hoffman's got the last stand though. Monitor and Flamme both have their ultimates. Chemicals gets taken down by just damage output by Magneto in these long drawn fights. As we can see Hoffman just waiting. He's all the way around the back trying to close up the distance and not get cleared out. No, the Grow Wall. Monitor loses 2 dashes in the same position. The Carbon Crush, the kicks try and get Monitor out of their ultimate so Tones can confirm the pick onto the Cloak and Dagger, but they're able to get back into that healing. Helpful comes on through with that clobbering time. We're down to 10 seconds. Rival 7 still have the Wolverine in play, but they haven't found the picks that they're looking for, and Cafe Noir have another fight, even if the attack wins this one.
No, they're looking insane right now. They're running this triple like it's their job. 762 in the sky being a menace, too. A ton of advantage here. Chemical's going to use... Ooh, it got clipped by the side of the wall there. Very unfortunate in this moment of OT, needing that all. Nothing left for Rival 7 on the attack now, but they will have Eternal Bond back from Cafe, and out it goes. Just going to buy them some time and pressure. They're going to walk directly at them now. Will he be able to build these ults quick enough? Pinnacle getting close, but that's about it. And there goes Chemicals early. Coach finds one. 762 trying to collapse, and this could be a hold. A Rival 7 looks like they may not be able to get this done. Out of the sky, Tones finds 2. That could be into the OT. It's starting to tick very shortly here, and that is it. Wow, Cafe Noir on the defense, clinical hold, and they make this another game in the series.
Well, etch it onto the tally of a very long list of Spider Island full holds coming on through. Triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Some would even refer to it as Groats, but there was no Groot in play for the side of the defense. It was purely on the side of Arrival 7, so they could try and line up the Strangling Prison with the Wombo combo of the Hand of Khonshu coming on through for that Moon Knight. Unfortunately for them, because Magneto is in play, and Strangling Prison is a projectile, which means that it can be absorbed by Meteor M. Every single time they wanted to set up that combo, they first had to make sure that if he was not in the fight at all, either off of getting grabbed out by Huffman on the Wolverine or just picking him off before they went for that commitment, and it allowed just a little bit of a window of opportunity for Cafe Noir to be able to stabilize, find their footing, anticipate the Wombo combo, and make sure that it didn't get the same level of value that it could have.
The devs did mention they saw the metas in that dev vision, and they talked about how strong Ultron can be. 762 with 16 finals. Hoffman obviously popping off over there on the Wolverine. We looked at Arrival 7, but 10 finals. And then when you're in the sky with 762 on that Ultron, getting ults every few seconds, playing hyper aggro, putting a ton of damage out, 25k damage, almost the most in the game, right behind the Moon Knight. And you know how strong Moon Knight can be in terms of just raw damage output right there with Pinnacle on the group. But wow, 16 finals, 25k damage, still getting enough healing to keep the team moving forward, and that triple was flawless. It goes to show you why they picked that map. They felt comfortable with that, and if they are on another one of these maps when it comes to Convoy, they've got to run that again.
Yeah, I mean, the Ultron, even though he didn't do all that much healing when you compare it to something that, like, Coach was able to do 45,623 on the Cloak and Dagger, 12,984 doesn't feel all that much, but then you look at how quickly Rage of Ultron charges in comparison to the other strategists, because he released later. He dodged the wave of energy nerfs that came out to things like the Loki, the Cloak and Dagger, the Luna, so you build up that Rage of Ultron incredibly quickly, and there's one very clutch Rage of Ultron that comes out when everyone's stuck in the Strangling Prison and Hand of Khonshu Wombo combo. You can hear the mashing of the keyboard. I'm on a different continent, separated by an ocean. I can still hear the mashing of Q on that keyboard coming on through.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind they will try to keep that comp running in the future. Didn't even need another flyer next to Ultron. The healing was just raw with the triple Vanguard. I mean, it's just so much, you know, so many ult charges. You can just get ult on cooldown when you have triple Vanguard taking that much damage. But we're going to see what they elect to do. Pressing forward now, Arrival 7 will be choosing the map right after this break.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through sun walls. Before the rifts winters ahead, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me.
Welcome back, everyone. And we've had the conversation prior to jumping here on broadcast that, you know, when we're around, it always seems to go the distance, and we're getting close to game 7. We thought they might go domination, but I don't know what's left for them that isn't more suited to dive. What do you think?
Yeah, we were sort of running through all of the maps that were left, sort of ticking them off on our hands, and it was like, there's Hall of T'Challa, there's Burn and T'Challa, and there's not really much options left, to be entirely honest. So it's gonna be pick your poison when it comes to having to deal with the dive, and it is actually going to be, well, Nightshade that Arrival 7 are going to be opting for as they take us to Hall of T'Challa, which Cafe Noir looked immensely strong at when we saw them previously playing against One Below All, where they got to come on through with the Psylocke and that Storm being able to catch out the backline multiple times.
True, that was really clean. I almost forgot about that combination. Just the damage boosting Psylocke almost dive with Storm was insane. Obviously, Storm, although seemingly a poke hero, does play really well with Brawl, just because you want to stick low to the ground, play with the team, and move forward. But we saw 762 doing some crazy things in the sky there, playing hyper aggro and finding a ton of picks, even being down multiple numbers. But Arrival 7 is a very different team, a team that is confident, and a team that is not afraid to mark those flyers if need be. We do see that Panther, the lock-in again of Wolverine, which was, you know, really strong there for Hoffman.
Yeah, and there goes the Winter Soldier, which was incredibly strong for Chemicals all the way back on Hell's Heaven. The first map in this series, as Cafe Noir learned very quickly, the Bionic Hook is not something that you can allow if you want to run either a Black Panther or a Psylocke, as it is going to be an Ultron that they're going to be able to pick up. So they have options available for them if they want to go for that triple strategist lineup yet again and get to run 762 on the Ultron to act as not just a form of damage, but also getting Rage of Ultron essentially on cooldown to be able to force your opponent into over-investing ultimate cycles.
Yeah, and a lot through Ignite, and as we were watching a ton of these regions at Ignite, we don't see Ultron a ton unless there's another flyer. Definitely when you're running triple strat, we see a lot more Ultron, but it seems to be the flyer combination where if you can play with something like Torch, you can play with something like Storm, it enables Ultron to honestly, you know, have that additional HP consistently with him as they play together with that damage boost from Storm, which we will likely see here from the side of Cafe Noir. That is a threatening duo, but the problem is who's going to be running what here is 762 will be on that Storm.
I find it very interesting that Cafe Noir actually take out the Luna, having left the Psylocke open. We know that they like running that Psylocke, and it's actually going to be Hopeful who's going to be swapping on over to the Ultron this time around, potentially wanting to weaken the Psylocke if Arrival 7 decide to run Chemicals on it to act as a counter agent to the Storm, as we've covered, right? Psylocke being able to dispense with these fires incredibly quickly, doubly so given the fact that Emma Frost has been able to make it through the pick and ban alongside Magneto yet again. So I really do feel for all of these Cloak and Daggers, as that Eternal Bond is under a lot of duress when it comes out.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that as well, but these teams, they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. I'm sure they play together. I'm sure they've scrimmed together, or at least know of each other and have done their homework. So, you know, who are we to judge these maybe, you know, a little more off what we'd expect fans, but they do seem to work, as now we're getting up here and potentially heading to game 7. Find out who finds more pressure. We saw the lineup there, try to get a penny lineup. Note, if you do take damage from the penny lineup and you do not get KO'd, wait until the map starts before you get healed. It'll actually give your strategist alt charge, where if you do it too early, it gives them nothing. So just keep that in mind. Here we go with the teleport play off the rip immediately from Pinnacle, who is gonna force the team in here. We haven't seen a ton of these portal plays off the rip early on either. The tackle immediately from Hoffman. What do you know? Goodbye, Hopeful. That is a huge start here for Arrival 7.
Yeah, Cafe Noir try to go for the map flip in terms of their positioning, so they weren't getting jumped on by the portal. They don't get jumped on by the Strange. It's the Wolverine instead, is now just all boxed off onto one singular angle. They've got to get past the Wolf and both of the Vanguards. They want to be able to try and pressure out this point, as Arrival 7 already up to 2, almost 3 Chemicals finds a huge pick as well onto Tone, so the AMER gone. Kanuya is actually going to commit into this fight. We go for the copy with the God of Mischief to try and keep everybody as intact as possible, but Hoffman grabs them outside of the Eternal Bond coverage and still finds the picks to come on through for Rival 7. And oh my goodness, the last stand gets everybody else!
And that is another clean play for the side of a Rival 7. Coach gonna find one though. Down goes Monotone. That could turn the tide here as they teleport back in with Tones. Trying to hold on to the point. Tackle goes out. Here comes the Hurricane. 762 with a two-piece. Why not? Might as well here on the Storm. Make that 3. 762 on this Storm. Built a little bit differently. Hopping gonna drop it. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Let's make that a 4-piece as they send them back with 1 tick left. But the portal is gone, and that is value for Rival 7.
Yeah, Salt in the Wounds, that extra pick onto Hoffman, a little bit of extra stagger too, so that Cafe Noir can start recouping some of the seconds that they lost to the amount of ticks that Rival 7 were able to build. But like you pointed out, the Strange TP has actually been removed for both sides currently. Rival 7 will be able to get it back a little bit sooner as Hopeful is going to adjust the off angle, keep up the pressure on the side approach. As Rival 7 try and regroup around that corner, building up a little bit of damage to keep up the Strategist ultimates charging before they make a proper play for this point.
Yeah, good angle here by Hopeful. This is where you'll see a lot of duelists play on this right side of the map. You can actually fly across with Hella on the back side of this map as well, instead of going up on this height. 762, though, gonna find Chemicals early, and that's a good start again for the side of Cafe, who do have roughly even alt charge, almost slightly ahead in the moment here. Hopeful getting a second onto Cartier Sky. Pinnacle goes down too from Iffy, and they're gonna walk them back to the spawn door once more. 1 minute 25 on the clock.
If a Rival 7 aren't careful too, 760 is going to have another Mega Hurricane to be able to play off of the Eye of Agamotto setup coming on through from Tones. Cartier Sky can potentially dodge out of it with the CC immunity afforded to Media M activation, but then you don't have the one-shot to put a stop to either Kanuya or Coach's ultimate early. As you talked about, we can see Chemicals eyeing up the angle, wanting to fly up to the window to contest, but Hopeful is not there. They've already rotated in anticipation of the Hella trying to challenge them.
Hopeful on a good angle here. Playing together is very smart, especially when you get a Wolverine who's ready to pounce. And again, initiating with a Hurricane, forcing out some ultimates. It's going to give them slight advantage here as they match it back with the strat sign of Coach goes up, doesn't land, no. Either great bubble or great protection. Didn't have eyes on in that moment, but either way, Eternal Bond is out. Not enough of a distance. Tackled Psyche, lied right back at him. What a bubble there! Wow, to keep Tones up and to counter that last stand, which could have been detrimental. Eye of Agamotto goes out right back from the side of Tones. Do they find value? No, they do not. Everything being countered out here. Hoffman with the bubble. Hopeful going to find Cartier Sky early, though. Hoffman right back onto Tones. Both of which missing a Vanguard right now. Hoffman on height, make that 2 as 762 goes down. And that is what a Rival 7 needed for the momentum here, pressing forward. But at this point, will it be enough? They are kind of waiting. 2 seconds on the clock. Everybody gonna have to engage. Hoffman has 200 HP in a dream. Gonna press forward with Emma. And out goes the Meteor M. Waiting. Trying to see who has cooldowns. Dunking onto Hoffman, who does not have the passive. Back in they go. Cafe Noir, which will have the teleport. Are you kidding me? Iffy onto Flamme. Iffy onto Monotone. And they might hold point 1 here as they go up in the sky. Another Hurricane. Are you kidding me? Bye, Pinnacle. Goodbye, Cartier Sky. And that should be enough to hold them on point 1 as overtime ticks away.
Oh my goodness. It was a risk when you run Doctor Strange and the other team has Emma. These standard bans, by the way, is what MSC plays on, not advanced bans. So the Emma is up and available for both of these teams, and normally Doctor Strange has a rough time of it against Emma Frost because you get grabbed. Diamond Form 2 has CC immunity afforded to it. You can tell all of those abilities that have CC immunity because the health bar gets that little yellow highlight around it. And that means that you can utilize your shift to just get out of Eye of Agamotto, and then you can come in through with a Carbon Crush to either cancel the Strange ultimate or the follow-up to prevent the Maelstrom of Madness. It was a huge gamble from the side of Cafe Noir, but having that Doctor Strange and being able to fly up and block Chemical's ultimates actually came in clutch multiple times to make sure that Goddess of Death got so much more value on their end.
Holy moly. This has been an intense one. Even my heart rate's going, what a retake. I mean, I cannot believe how many Hurricanes we've seen in these fights. It's every single fight, and that just Goes to show you how fast Storm can get that all back, and they only have one hit skin to help with the battle in the sky. You know, the band situation does work in their favor. They don't even need the Ultron here, as Cafe is now going to be attacking. They're going to have that Hela. They're going to have that Storm. That damage boosted Hela has been a little bit slept on, I would say, in this meta, but it does find a ton of value in these neutral trades when it's Hela v Hela. If you have that extra damage, that is enough to help you win those battles. Hoffman's got to perform here on the Wolverine, but great focus by Iffy to shut down a few of those last stands too.
Well, Hopeful isn't going to be going for window angle because we've already burned our bird just to get into a better position on main. Chemicals, spot side that they're not getting challenged, immediately forces Hopeful's attention to turn so that Hoffman can potentially come through with a grab without having to worry about the Soul Drainer shoving him back. And that's actually resulted in Iffy going down. Cafe Noir now in a very unfortunate position as they want to try and build up strategist ultimates, but they're down a major ton of health bar with that Vanguard being missing. As we can see, it's just a full pull backwards. So the Rival 7 don't get to pull forwards in terms of the Cloak and Dagger ultimate charge.
Right now, alt advantage slightly, and I mean slightly, heading in the favor of Cafe Noir, who have a few in the 60s. Now it's roughly evened out. And as soon as I say that, what do you know? Rival 7 now gaining quickly, which is good for the defensive side. You want to make sure you are the second team to press Q as a strategist, as it buys you more time. Kaidi, Scott with a nice pick in the neutral there. Finding a lot of those recently on Mag, and that is massive as Chemical is going to find Hopeful, and that should send them back to the spawn door. 2 minutes 40 on. Not even a tick on the point so far. All they need is 3, and the game is theirs. Pinnacle and Chemicals, though, gonna find 2 more, and at this point, it's just kind of a stagger fest. You got to reset there once you lose those early numbers, and now alt advantage heavily in the favor of a Rival 7.
Yeah, especially because Cardiac Sky has Meteor M, which means that Kania and Coach, whoever decides to utilize their ultimate first, has to be peeled for. We need to see a Mag Bubble or a good AMER shield to be able to block this. Otherwise, it's going to be meatball spaghetti meals all over the floor for Cafe Noir's next attack.
Okay, let's see how it begins. Alt fights will begin now. They're going to see at least 4 or 5 used, unless they are very patient and finding a ton of value with these early alts, but likely be matched here by a strategist lineup. We go early with the Goddess of Death, matched immediately by the Sonic Seduction, looking upward, trying to force them away. Whoa, what a set of movement there. You can actually right-click on Storm to take height there, almost finding Chemicals on height. 762, what a play. Hoffman going to chase down. Ooh, last stand up. It does land. Good trade there for Hoffman, taking Storm out of the sky. Who needs a hit scan? And when you've got a Wolverine who does it all, why not? Doesn't have that tackle just yet. We'll have the right click, though. Chemical's going to teleport back, and that could be tough, as they are potentially winning this fight. We'll see shortly if a Rival can hold on. Up we go with Cartier Sky, trying to land this Meteor M.
Does he find it? No. Kania is able to keep themselves intact. 760 is actually coming back in on the Spider-Man for the faster numbers, as Hopeful only finds the Seraphim shield from the Doctor Strange. But Cafe Noir are starting to find a couple of picks. Arrival 7 answering back with their own, though. The Hela, the Loki, the Cloak and Dagger, they've all fallen. So the trades come through. It's back and forth. But Arrival 7 should win the long-term fight, as they've got strategists still alive to keep everybody up through it.
I see 762 here on the Spidey, and wow, someone's got to wear the mask. Goodbye, Flamme, early on. That is a huge start. Gonna look for that health pack, as you see there, but up a number right now. You got to press very aggressively. Chemicals with the eye does find value. Crystals, great work there to buy them some time. Arrival 7 now down a few of those ults without a ton of impact. Hopeful gonna find Chemicals, though. The strange battle going in the favor here of Cafe Noir. Ults up here for Tones, and this is they're in trouble. If he finds one on Cartier Sky now on the Wolverine. Out goes that tackle, does not manage to land. Hopeful gonna find Hoffman, and oh my goodness, it's anybody at this point. It's anyone's game, but no. Cafe is looking very good, and this could go in their favor, but Monotone gonna take out Iffy, trying to even the numbers here. Up in the sky we go for Chemicals, who's also on the Spider-Man now. Got to touch the point here with the speed, but it's the danger zone, and this is now looking heavily in the favor of Cafe Noir. 762 gonna take out the other Spidey, and that is just the better Peter in this moment. Spin to win we go. Down goes Cartier. Do I see more? See a Hoffman and Pinnacle, and that's a win for Cafe. We're going to game 7.
Oh my goodness, into the Spider-Verse. Spider-Man versus Spider-Man. I did not have that on my bingo card for the day coming into this match. I mean, 762's played Spider-Man in the past, not just for overtime fights. He has committed to it. But that turnaround, being able to find the pick onto the Loki so early on was massive in allowing Cafe Noir to come back for that fight, because they had to regroup, they had to restabilize, they had to re-put their ultimates, and they couldn't afford to lose anyone on the entry too, as they'd staggered themselves the fight before.
I just at this point I'm like the reverse caster curse. Every single finale I've been on has gone to 7. It seems like, wow, what a momentum change again. I'm gonna be honest, Arrival 7 in those mid games looked dominant. I truly thought they were gonna sweep through, but do not count out Cafe Noir, who come in looking insane on these last 2 maps, holding point 1 both times. Are you kidding me?
I mean, doing a really good job too of just being able to box everyone from Arrival 7 into Garage, and then being able to seal off that space entirely with Psionic Seduction, so that you really manage to separate out how they recontest onto that fight. One person has to go in, make sure that they're not just getting that last tick, so that they then go down, and then the next person has to shuffle on through and wait their turn. So what you're effectively doing is actually staggering them out, because they just don't have anything to stand up to the Psionic Seduction. With the CC immunity, the Punisher was banned out. You couldn't use Final Judgment to just brute force your way back onto the scene.
Again, Hoffman looked great there on the Wolverine. 762 on that Storm, though, coming out on top in terms of finals, just barely by 1. Looked really clean. The amount of ults, it can't be overstated. The amount of ults that it pulled out, those Storm Hurricanes consistently, Mega Hurricane just forcing out so many strategist ultimates, and they always played off it. And then the switch over to Spider-Man with, over a minute on, I believe. That was a little bit of a crazy call. No disrespect. I love to see it. Clearly got value winning some of the trades and finding a pick on Loki, of all people, with crystals potentially still being up prior to the fight, was potentially game winning.
Well, here's the thing about Spider-Man, right? You can uppercut everybody. So that means that you can actually uppercut them outside of the AoE of Regen Domain, as you can also uppercut people outside of Dagger Storm coming on for the Cloak and Dagger, and that was something that we saw from 762. That's why he always went for the uppercut finisher.
Wow, I just can't believe it. Heading to game 7 right after this short break.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through sun walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across among all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me the
Welcome back, everyone. Game 7. I am cursed in the best possible way. I cannot stop getting insane final matchups. And wow, I've got to say it. It seems like Cafe Noir really stepping into their own, holding on point 1 in these last 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, Cafe Noir really coming through with a Spider-Man pick. Are we going to see it? Spider-Man
think so?
ban in 2025? Because it's like, do you ban the Panther? Do you ban the Spider-Man? Now that they've seen how much value it gets, maybe we're gonna be sticking with it. But I mean, if you're a Rival 7, you lost Holiday earlier, you get the opportunity to take us to a map, and I am not surprised that it's Midtown because they have some disgusting full holes as a history on this map. Like the Panther, the Spider-Man, whatever makes it through, a Rival 7's defense, that's spawn holding you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the spawn hold will be strong here for sure. I think that Cafe Noir did a good job with that as well, though. So I'm like curious to see who's going to do it maybe better. Not showing triple just yet. Obviously, got to see who gets banned out. So I'm sure they're just kind of waiting in that moment. But a Rival 7 not afraid to also match that, like we're talking about here. So it is going to be the battle of the spawn hold. Groot is still on the table so far. We may see that composition. If not, we'll have that thing flex in with the Emma and Mag. I just cannot believe how many games Emma and Mag have gotten through together.
I mean, it's standard bans. If your opponent gets Emma Mag, you get Emma Mag. With Cloak and Dagger in play, it kind of feels like you have to have the Magneto to be able to shut down the enemy team's Eternal Bonds coming in through with the Meteor Arm, plus we're seeing Torch get pressured with things like the Meteor Arm absorbing parts of that ultimate too. Ultron's Rage of Ultron also gets absorbed by Meteor Arm, so there's a lot that Magneto can do. And then Armor too, very, very good with Sonic Seduction at being able to shut down flyers, but also temper from the opponents, as a lot of the time they just don't want to fight into it. They'll just fully disengage the fight and back off, which gives you space and the opportunity to set up your next play.
One of the things that I think is really smart here that I'm seeing from Cafe Noir is they are keeping that Storm. They know how strong 762 can be on Storm, and then they're ditching the Human Torch every time. First ban, because it just counter. Hoffman is obviously discussing Wolverine, but a very, very strong Torch. I think out of the duel, the better Torch in that situation. So getting rid of it, why not? Their Torch Psylocke composition seems to be running better, but they're just not going to allow that Torch through.
Yeah, we're also going to be seeing a ban on the Moon Knight, so that it becomes a little bit harder to break these spawn holes. Yeah, I know he gets 25 extra HP on this patch, but the reason why we see the ban on the Moon Knight is because it's very much targeted. These teams that like just holding on the opposite, literal to the doors that open for the attacker's side, they like playing inside that building, and Moon Knight is very, very good at punishing stacked up teams in closed up buildings, because you just send one onk in and it's going to bounce off of all of the bodies and instantly build up to that Hand of Khonshu, which is going to be making it a little bit more of a time consumer to be able to burn through first.
Oh, and we are going to see a very similar, the exact same defensible composition here for Cafe Noir, up in the sky with 762 on that Ultron, trying to put out as much damage as possible, but not going in that building off the rip. Well, it's because you don't have the Groot, right? You're going to play around that corner instead.
The squirrel. If you don't play inside the building, then the bounce on the squirrel isn't actually going to be able to build up the tsunami incredibly quickly. The more out in the open space you play, the less fire the squirrel girl gets, and immediately you can see Arrival 7 off the squirrel girl. Out comes the Psylocke.
You should have a head the size of me with a brain that big. Gotta be honest, got a big ass head. As we progress forward here, such a smart decision to hold this off angle, not allowing Squirrel to press forward. So just a good play again. 762 up in the sky. Gonna keep that pressure on. Shield, out goes the drone, keeping the team healthy forward. And this is gonna get that. Oh my god, look at the ult charge. We are at 90% already for 762. It's been seconds in here, 30 seconds off the clock already. Ultron's Rage go out. There goes one. Tones gonna find one. Chemical goes down. Pressing back again. Make that two as Tones finds a second, and that'll be enough to shove them back in the spawn door with only having to commit Ultron, who's already working his way back up.
Yeah, and I mean, Coach is going to have an eternal bond so that we can survive. If Rival 7 decide to wombo combo Strangling Prison with either Mega Hurricane or potentially Squirrel Girl Tsunami too, Cafe Noir do have the means to be able to stop it. Out comes the Tsunami Stampede, but it's just going to get burned almost immediately. Eternal Bond is going to be able to keep everyone healed up through it. As Hoffman, no! We got Carbon crushed out of our ultimate!
I believe the cancel came through, yes. It did. Out we go. The Psionic just going to buy some time. Even if you have a strat all out, don't be afraid to use it. Up we go with Meteor M right before it has impact. Looking for anyone. Bang. Oh, Tones does go down. Good shot there by Sky. Clobbering Time goes out, looking at the shield at the ground to try to negate that. And there is the Squirrel issue. And wow, that's a lot of damage. And that's a combo wombo you don't see too often there with the Strangling Prison into the standard left click from Chemical. Still holding on to the Squirrels until the next fight. We will see a teleport likely come back in here for Cafe Noir just to force a 3-fight situation, which yes, they are.
Do you just send the Tsunami through the TP? Cafe Noir think that maybe, so they make a play for the TP, not onto the objective, but onto the high ground. Out comes the actual Mega Hurricane. Hoffman removed from the fight this time around, so it doesn't get cancelled in the activation animation, as the Mega Hurricane is there. However, Dark Teleportation from Coach is going to be able to keep them alive long enough for the setup of the regeneration domain from Kanuya, and then they get picked outside of their ultimate. Arrival 7 are still finding the damages, though. They've got so much spam pressure that Cafe Noir having to commit so many resources to keep up the Cloak and Dagger in the eye of the Hurricane just falter afterwards.
You know, there may be some teams at the high level saying, get off the Squirrel, but are you kidding me? Look at Chemicals right now. Another 3-piece in that fight. Raw damage output out the wazoo. Looking super good here. Coach going to initiate likely here with an Eternal Bond, and there it is. Bang, great timing. Right as soon as we see that bubble get popped, team's going to be mashed on both sides. Out goes the dance floor. Here comes that Strangling Prison. Are they able to pressure through it? Coach trying to keep the team healthy. Great. Oh, does it work? No, it does not. Sky gonna find Tones. Chemicals with another pick on the Squirrel. Out goes the ult again. Up we go. Not gonna be able to touch, and well done by Arrival 7 to press through point 1, even through that hold.
Oh my goodness, Chemicals are still on the Squirrel Girl too. You're going to be able to keep up the value of this as well, potentially, if you want to take it out into second, as everyone from Cafe Noir are yet again going to be fighting indoors. But no, it looks like now that Heller is coming into play, the Squirrel Girl is item. We have a Psylocke instead as the Mac Cannon, almost dispatches with 762 before the fight even properly begins. Root Wall comes out from Pinnacle to make sure that they can safely disengage without losing one of their players on the retreat. However, look at the amount of space that Cafe Noir have been able to recoup off of the back of it.
Hopeful going up, trying to force out likely the Luna ult. Yes, so now the Storm ult could come in and be a threat, but 762 getting dropped early. That is a tough look, especially when I'm sure the coordination was to burn that ult early. Hopeful though, still finding Flamay, and that's some nice value. As Hopeful staying on this off angle, likely going to take the height here soon. Good retake by Cafe Noir, not overcommitting ults at all, as Arrival will only have last stand here coming up shortly. Psych, I lied. Strangling Prison and Meteor M very close behind that, but we do have the Hurricane coming out for 762, and we've seen the amount of value that he gets with that ultimate. Tones with the Psionic as well. Another Meteor M for Iffy, but no strat ults on either side just yet.
Pinnacle has to be so wary about the Meteor M, though, absorbing their ultimate. Could be a grab from Hoffman to get the CC onto the max. The Strangling Prison can come through, and that's exactly what Hoffman's able to do. Pinnacle looking for it, but the last stand is also going to be up and available, and the Magneto has been removed, which means that Strangling Prison is going to have a little bit of an easier time to be able to find his target. There's the Strangling Prison, the Goddess boost, trying to keep everybody up. Coach, unfortunately, with that Eternal Bond, not going to be able to save the Storm in time, and that is going to be Arrival 7 now just waiting out the ultimate to be done before the Dance of the Butterflies. They timed it perfectly. The Dark Teleportation at least is there. Coach started the ultimate in the cloak form, so you can instantly go for the Dark Teleportation after your ultimate has ended, and it allows Cafe Noir actually to come back in with a recontest. Meteor M to open things up, forces out the regeneration domain, and now Kanuya has the ultimate advantage.
You got to show some love to Coach. That was a disgusting escape. Holy moly. On the cloak there. Just using everything perfectly. Dagger Storm at the very end to avoid the Psylocke. Wow, that was clean. But pressing forward, they go again. Right back at him. Cafe Noir found their footing. Hopeful does have already. Iffy going to find one on Hoffman. That's going to put numbers back in their favor. Progressing forward again. Trying to build up charge here. Rival 7 getting close to a few. 2 alts ready. But there should be an advantage here for Cafe Noir. Yes, there is. Just one here as we'll have Tone, 762, and Hopeful ready in the next fight. It's all about this neutral right now. Just dealing a ton of damage, dropping back, giving your strategist what they need. Hopeful's got to try to make a play here early on with this Ultron's Rage. An off angle is coming here shortly from Chemicals. You see over there on that positioning, playing right around that health pack, waiting for the moment to make a play. Hopeful going to burn through some of that shield. Whole team gets pressed on. Crystals get launched out. Almost finds that value there. Good idea from Hopeful. Good flick, but no. Not able to press through it. Here comes the Hurricane again. Essentially using it like an iframe to avoid some of that damage. Chemicals gets a pick, though. Onto the strat line. 762 right onto the Groot. Not able to get that pick.
Yeah, and the Eternal Bond from Coach catches the Storm out of the ultimate. However, Hoffman gets them out of the ultimate physically with the grab coming on for Pinnacle's able to pick up 2 as well. It's up to Canoe to hold down the fort for the recontest. The Staggers are going to be closer for Cafe Noir, and 762 is even going to be coming back in on the magic, so we can utilize the stepping discs to close up the distance a little bit faster. Cardia Sky has to utilize that Meteor M, just trying to buy themselves a couple of moments for the team to be able to regroup as the Strange TP has come on through, but Arrival 7 are down so many players. The Strange is out, but you're just forced to hold the shield. There's no other win condition for the team. It's just delaying the inevitable, and that is a hold on second.
The counter portal out too. For those who don't know, if there is a counter portal, anything of the like, jump through the other side of your portal. It sounds like and looks like these, obviously players at this level understand that, but just for an understanding in ladder, just remember there are 2 sides. If something is blocking one side, go through the other and you should be good. Unfortunately, it looks like no one was available to get through that portal there. For the side of Arrival, Cafe Noir on that defense looking really good, but it is definitely holdable here. Can they hold on and take this W? It's still anyone's game.
I mean, Arrival 7 were able to continue in the upper bracket with a full hold on Midtown, which came off of the back of a triple Vanguard, a triple strategist lineup to be able to hold out that first building. And you can see that Cafe Noir, they've already got the Squirrel Girl. They're anticipating it. Something to note as well is that the last time Arrival 7 ran this, they did actually commit to the rocket so that they had the BRB. If they lost one person early, they just got brought right back into the fight.
We are going to see the composition. Hopeful now on the Squirrel, trying to match it, knowing that Groot will likely play in that alleyway. I liked your conversation before. I thought it was really smart that you're right. If you're going to be running that Groot, you know, then you can take those angles, potentially walling off some of the Squirrel Girl spam, but even then, going to burn through those walls relatively quickly. But Squirrel Girl gets so much value when you don't even have to look. Just put a ton of damage out there in that zone, knowing they're going to be there. As we start up with the defense now, Cafe Noir pressing out. Looks like the pressure still being held roughly evenly, taking that space. Out goes the blind. And the 28% damage boost there. Out goes the tackle as well, and that's huge on a Pinnacle. Pinnacle in the danger zone with Strange. Could not escape Tones. Finding one. Will they be able to keep this pressure? Shoving that out early. Cafe Noir looking good off the rip here as the rest comes through. Numbers are even.
Here's the Squirrels. Hopeful's already pulled up the ultimate. The Bulwark gets given to Tones to just take full advantage of the retreat that Arrival 7 are forced into. By running away from the Squirrels, they run directly into the Wolverine, and that is just the Animal Kingdom showing who's on top of the food chain.
300 HP and a dream. Those Squirrels, always try to have eyes on it if you can. It got 3 right there. So well played again. On the side of Hopeful now on the Squirrel Girl. And Squirrel Girl mains are rejoicing in this moment. Oh my goodness, 762 with the delete button onto Hoffman there. That was insane. Chemical's going to res that right back. Iffy going to find Cartier. And that's going to try to even the numbers. Up we go with the last stand spinning around completely. Not a ton of value there from Tones on the Wolverine. We've been seeing a lot of Hoffman actually on the Wolverine, but it looks like we are going to see the switch up and only have a Wolverine here for the side of Cafe, who are going to keep the pressure on and attack, dealing a ton of damage, just standing in that dagger storm there, 55 HP per second, charging up your cloak and dagger, ready for that Eternal Bond as soon as possible.
Tones getting held back by the Earthbound, finally gets the pick onto the Strange. Really good Terror Cape too. However, the Bulwark kills that for the Strange, and he's out of the fight. Clobbering time comes on through, catches 4 and Arrival 7 have all of the CC with the follow-up of that Eternal Bond. They've got the confidence to take the fight aggressively, and they're going to be able to hold off of the back of it. As Cafe Noir, we're going to be seeing a couple of swaps come on through, potentially, as they do have that Omega Hurricane, and Monotone and Flamme not going to have their ultimates at the beginning of this fight. Flamme is definitely going to be feeling the absence, but no one checked the strange!
Wow.
Eye of Agamotto, Kanuya's not caught in it though. The regeneration domain, and Cafe Noir keep their players intact.
Those crystals were invaluable. I mean, an entire team, that 4 or 5 got hit by that eye. Incredible double crystal stack right there to keep the team healthy. That's insane. Reaction time. Coach gonna find Sky. 762 on a Hoffman. And now they're pressing forward very heavily with an even ult advantage here. Soon to be slightly up if Tones can get that ult quickly. Only one to be able to get that psionic before anything else. Hoffman going to be switching over to Wolverine. It looks like they will be able to touch here. Yes, they are going to use Flamme. Goes down. What? During that defense, ult goes down in the ultimate? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Pinnacle's going to be falling shortly as well as Arrival 7, just without any of those ultimates to sustain. This is just a matter of delaying the inevitable. Unfortunately, the longer this fight goes on, Chip, the more dangerous Cafe Noir become in the fight that comes after it. Because Hopeful's going to have another Squirrel Girl Tsunami to potentially send up to take advantage and get even more presence on Convoy. As you can see that unlike Arrival 7, who swapped off of the Squirrel Girl, they're sticking with this pick because look at the amount of ultimate charge they're about to generate. The Emma's Aegis is broken almost immediately, as it's going to be up to Chemicals, who's flanking on that left side to try and find presence in the fight and force Cafe Noir to pivot their attention away from the core.
Yeah, I truly do think Cafe Noir is looking like the better team right now in this game. Arrival 7 looked lights out throughout this whole series, but it's just Cafe Noir has just found their momentum, and they're riding the wave in. 762 on a pick there on Chemicals, returned twice from Flamme, taking out Tones, and there comes the Squirrels, which, are you kidding me? Of course, get more value. Why not at this level? Can just do a ton of work here with those nuts. Now out of Flamme, who's very low, good escape. 1 HP, and 762 gonna press the Q button, but gonna be matched here by the dance floor, but already using it where the team gets back is not great value. Not much you can do, though. You have to. Here comes the portal. 762 with 3. That could be enough to win this. Make that 4, 5, and that should be the game. Cafe Noir are going to be potentially, no, they are your new MRC S2 champions. Wow.
Oh my goodness, the forecast is in and it's just storms everywhere all across America. What a turnaround! Also, can we just appreciate Squirrel Girl strats? We run MRC Season 2 with Squirrel Girl strats, okay? Everybody who's watching, do your thing. I know you've seen Self. I know you've seen Tanuki. You now think that Black Panther's viable. Go out, let the world know. Squirrel Girl has a place in the meta, and that place is Midtown.
I mean, you're not lying. 11 finals there from Hopeful, playing, honestly, the vast majority of those coming from the Squirrels. That is just insane. Or from the Squirrel, not necessarily the Ultimate. The Ultimate got at least 4 or 5, though. And I cannot believe it. That might be the longest we've seen Squirrel Girl on screen across both teams there. But it's not a reverse sweep fully, but it sure was close. Are you kidding me?
Cafe Noir, by the way, just to fully appreciate the journey that this team has been on, got sent to the lower bracket in round number 6. They have been literally dancing with getting sent out of the tournament from round 7 onwards. Every single match that they went into after that round 6, if they lost it, they were out for good, but they were able to complete the absolute dream comeback. And I mean, 762. Dream Duelist, 11 final hits as well as the overhold of Omega Hurricane, so that you sort of bait Arrival 7 into casting the fate of both worlds prematurely, and then you don't go in with the immediate activation of the ultimate. They can still see the circle, they know where the storm is looking at, but it's not actually started counting the ultimate's duration. So 762 is able to catch so many of those players who are huddled up like an umbrella in a rainstorm around that Luna's ultimate, hoping that it's going to be able to shield them to safety. And it does the exact opposite. Oh my goodness, the delicious irony.
I mean, you're right. They're focused through that Luna ult right there, as you see on the screen as I'm talking about it. was insane. The team's focus on taking out Luna through that hurricane to help a little bit with the healing per second there, and just bursting it down. That's the value of the squirrel. What can I say? I guess just the raw burst damage, taking out Luna during that, and then following it up with 2 more. At that point, game over. Wow, what a series. You know what, the scriptwriters have been on a rampage with how beautiful these games are turning out to be.
I mean, yeah, we got to see an amazing and very memorable Marvel Rivals Championship run. I'm so happy that I get to be here and witness this firsthand as we get to just see the strategies, because you also have to remember too, Arrival 7 decided to take us to Midtown. They remembered how strong a full hold they were able to find when they went up against One Below previously in their run in the upper bracket, and it was just read perfectly, like a bestseller coming on through, where everyone on Cafe Noir just understands immediately, hey, we can just send the squirrels in. If they try and run away from it, surprise, there's a Wolverine. If they try and look at the Wolverine, that squirrel is going to be able to catch so many people, and they just find so much momentum from being able to pick up first into second.
The Squirrel Girl cheese, you know? It's just like, as this game is developing, still very much in its infancy, we're seeing comps that are running, rampantly. We're seeing some strong, honestly, the variety's been insane, but we're seeing now triple Vanguard ideas and spawn holds now taking effect. And now there's a counter to spawn holds that is finding a ton of value, that is working out for them. The game will keep developing, strategies will keep working out. Starting to see Moon Knight, starting to see Squirrel Girl, things that you may not see in the quote-unquote meta, at least not right now, coming into fruition and finding so much value. I just love the state of this esport and how it's still in its infancy, and I can't wait to see what kind of cheese we're seeing next.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember too, 762 Spider-Man strategies coming on out of Hall of Dishali were able to instantly turn the fighters. We can get to see it. There it is, official. Grand Finals BO7 went the full distance, and it went the way of Cafe Noir coming on through. So even bigger respect to this team, by the way. They just played 11 maps back to back, so exhaustion is also going to be a factor, and that's where we really get to see, professional players step up to the plate. Can you play as good at the start to the day as well all the way to the end of it? And Cafe Noir proved that they're ready to be able to do just that.
Yeah, definitely showcase how strong they can be, wanting to be taken seriously. I'm sure we will see them again. I mean, just an absolute masterclass on how to bounce back. And you talk about the losers bracket as you see it right here. Look at that. Are you kidding me? Cafe Noir getting knocked out immediately, making a run, taking out PXG, Elo Thugs, moving forward, and then taking out Steam Engines. And then we saw today, One Below All, then bang, here on Arrival 7 being down to game point with 1 win under the belt and coming back and taking it home and getting that prize money. It's a fairy tale.
Yeah, and I mean, something that we also have to note is the fact that since Cafe Noir played in the lower bracket, they played every single round. Those in the upper bracket only play the even number of rounds, so like round 2, round 4, round 6, round 8, round 10, round 12. Everybody in the lower bracket plays every single round, which means that there's more tape on what Cafe Noir play, because the replay codes, they're open. They're open to the public. You can actually go boot open the game yourself, click on that tournament option, and it will take you to all of the regions that MRC has. You'll be able to select the matches that you want to see, and you'll be able to go through that. So it's great for us to be able to see what teams are doing, but it's also really, really good for your opponent, because you can go back and look and see, like, okay, they banned this, they played this, they lost this map, they were strong against this composition, they were weak against that composition. So for Cafe Noir, a lot of their strategies were already out there. Like, we knew that they played Spider-Man, we knew that they played Black Panther, we knew that sometimes they even played something like the Squirrel Girl, and if we knew that they did it, you better believe that Arrival 7 knew that they played it and prepared for it.
Yeah, they just could not be stopped, and I love that highlight there to discuss why it's important to stay in the winner's bracket. But speaking of meta changes and stuff that I mentioned before, very shortly here, coming up here next Friday, I believe, Phoenix coming into the game, another hit scan hero with a ton of movement. and an ultimate that clears equipment. And you may be thinking, what is equipment? Yeah, everything you can think of. Rocket Alt, the Res, the even Hella in the sky mid ultimate. If you collide with that, there is just so much you can take out and counter. And then anything with shield, Doctor Strange's full shield, even the overhealth there from Venom, all of that stuff gets wiped off the face of the planet when she lands on the ground, and it resets her HP bar. A very, very strong duelist that I can't wait to see what the pros can do with.
Oh, the min-maxing potential. Oh, Shiv, I am burning with anticipation. Doesn't even come close to describing how excited I am to see Jean be able to make her debut, as we're going to be having a look at something that's already in the game, the Captain America, Captain Clinton, and Spider-Man Future Foundation. If you fancy yourself, like 762, a Peter Parker player, get your hands and go pick up that Future Foundation skin, as it's definitely been a fan favorite that a lot of people were requesting ever since the Future Foundation Fantastic Four skins made it onto the game.
For sure, the run race with the Fantastic Four for a bit, or almost the three, but you'd have to read the comment to see what's going on with that. But speaking of really cool skins as well, if you're watching right here on Twitch, you do get this magic skin. It does change Darkchild as well. I talk about all the time, the little details. Changing the entire palette of an ultimate 2 is just that thing that pushes rivals over the edge in terms of the art team. Those guys do not sleep at all, and these skins are a testament to that. We talked about some of the cool ones, but definitely check this out. It is free. All you got to do is watch over here on Twitch.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to be running out of opportunities to be able to grab that up, as that's going to be leaving from July 16th. And once it's gone, it is gone. So in a year from now, you might be kicking yourself for having watched Marvel Rivals Esports, but not being doing it with your Twitch account linked. Don't be that person a year from now who's looking at those collections and being like, oh, this is where I would equip my Will of Galacta magic costume if I had one.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the little things, right? I know even when you played in the alpha, played in the beta, the amount of times I get people coming in to chat saying things like, how did you get that skin? It's like, you just had to play. You had to be there, just be there. Don't miss out on these opportunities. Take advantage of them for sure. But wow, back to the series. Are you kidding me? You can't make it up. I can't believe the amount of times that I've seen sweeps coming back, teams that have just figured something out. You talk about being able to do your homework, coming in and just clutching up with these unique compositions. Panther ban every game. Oh, so much fun to watch.
So many new players as well to be able to keep an eye on and watch as they grow and evolve alongside the esports. Because like we said, the strategies, they continue to evolve, Shib. We are blessed with a glorious game. Some would say burdened. Loki would say burdened, but it's no burden for us at all. It's an absolute blast that we get to be here and watch all of this action.
Yeah, it has been an absolute pleasure working with you. The prize pool in their hands. And this is going to be the end of the broadcast. Got a little bit of housekeeping to do as we say goodbye, but been a ton of fun working with you for the first time. I loved your take on how EMEA worked compared to the Americas region. Thanks for joining up with me and taking care of Doug while he is away. It's been a blast for sure.
I mean, the thanks is all on my side. You guys were the wonderful, gracious hosts. I had an absolute ball of a time coming on through. That's football of a time, not soccer, like you Americans would say. But it has been an absolute enjoyment and one heck of a roller coaster ride, as we got to see 7 maps, 11 total, Shib, of a potential 12 that we got to see played out as this Marvel Rivals Championship. It's definitely one we're not going to be forgetting anytime soon.
Yeah, keep it locked in these channels for future tournaments. Ignite, we've got the LAN coming up soon. It's going to be a ton of fun to be there and see how the teams perform in those conversations about Worlds. Which teams are better? Which areas are better, right? I'm sure you're going to say EMEA. I've got to say the Americas region with talent like this. So much fun. And we'll get to squash that beef a little bit.
I don't have beef. I just like watching all of the regions just come up with all of their own interpretations of meta, as we can see like everyone has unique identities, even not just the regions but the individual teams in them, and then other teams in other regions go back and watch and pick things up and get inspired, and we just get to see a continued evolvement come on through us. By the end of the year, that is going to be looking incredibly different potentially to what it currently is right now.
Absolutely. Well, I think that is it for us. Been so much fun working with you. I've been I Run Shib. You can catch me across all of that name virtually everywhere. Moxie, you have been a ton of fun to cast with, a ton of good insight. I know you've been coaching, you've been playing a ton, so all of that came into fruition. I was able to learn a lot from you, so thank you so much for joining up with me.
Well, thank you so much, Shib. But like you said, that is going to be it for the broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for watching Marvel Rivals Championship. Congratulations as well, once again, to Cafe Noir for coming in with that first place. And we'll catch you with the next part of Marvel Rivals Esports a little bit later. Bye-bye, everyone.